The Demon King called a meeting with 5 of his 12 core commanders present: Jakar, Aseld, Adelia, Velaton, and Ryronal. They are the scariest demons in the world. Even though they're already overpowered, there's one guy who's even stronger. That's Lord Eret, Core Commander 0. He's respected even by the Demon King himself for pulling off something impossible. In this world, there was a war between demons and heroes that lasted for years. There was one hero that not even the Demon King and all his commanders together could take down. Until one day, when the Demon King went to pick a fight with that hero again, he found the hero lying defeated on the ground and some guy standing over him. That guy was the Demon Eret. Right then and there, the Demon King made him the leader of his entire army. But things aren't always what they seem. Our protagonist is hiding some serious secrets. The first is that, after winning that battle, he got really sick. The Demon King, terrified of losing him, called the best doctor to take care of him. The protagonist's body was extremely weak, and the doctor had no idea why, but the protagonist knows exactly why. The reason his body is so weak is that he's not a demon at all. He's a human with a fragile body. His real name is Dion Hart, but the demons completely misheard it and understood Demon Eret. The other big secret is that he didn't kill the hero. He found the hero already dead on the ground, and the Demon King showed up right at that moment thinking he had soloed the hero. Nobody in the kingdom suspects this whole lie. Since our protagonist is terrified of going on missions and getting exposed as a fraud, he decides to quit. But the Demon King refuses on the spot because he thinks Dion is the perfect warrior, and that's exactly why this meeting happened. Some monsters were attacking the base, and they needed someone to clear the area. While the demons debated whether Dion should go or not, our protagonist was praying to be forgotten. When they asked for his opinion, he ended up saying he'd go on the mission just so he wouldn't look like a coward. During the trip, our boy was already in full breakdown mode, convinced it was the end for him. Inside his own bag, he found a bottle of wine from the Demon Kingdom. Thinking he was about to meet his maker, he downed the whole bottle. The deal was to call him only in case of emergency. Everyone headed into combat to smash the monsters while Dion chilled in the carriage. But then an insane plot twist happened. When a giant monster spawned, the warriors panicked completely. Out of nowhere, Dion appears slicing the thing in half. One of the soldiers froze in shock at the insane speed of the attack, and the guy went cold sweat when the protagonist pointed a knife at his eye and asked dead serious if he was the enemy. The blonde kid shaking in his boots warned that the target was the other monster right behind them. So Dayan just started cutting through everything in his path. The entire army stopped fighting just to watch, completely glitched out by the scene. Long story short, the guy soloed the entire monster horde by himself. The next day when he woke up hungover, he found out the mission was already done and that he had cleared the whole map. The funniest part of the story is that Dion simply didn't remember a single thing. The truth is that when he drank the wine, his psycho-second personality took complete control of his body. That's why he was going crazy, wanting to kill everyone in front of him. Dion thought it was just the alcohol, but he doesn't even know his own truth since his mind resets every time he wakes up. The whole squad stormed into his room, hyping him up like crazy. Asald, Jakar, and Adelia showed up for a visit. Asald got so hyped he challenged him to a duel as soon as he was back to 100%. That's basically a death sentence for Dayan. Asald does top 3 in the Demon King's personal guard, meaning he'd fight to kill without mercy. So Dayan used the only weapon he had, the weight of his own name, sent a column show. Hey, no, thanks. Jakar, off in his own world, is always convinced Aseld that Dayan refused the fight out of fear of accidentally killing the poor guy in the duel. Aseld heard that, froze, and started shaking. Before leaving, he promised he'd grind more XP until he was strong enough to not die so easily and then ask for a rematch. For Dayan, that was by far the worst possible outcome. To make it even worse, Jakar mentions that after a sealed, he also wants to have his own duel. Dayan collapses into bed, having a heart attack on the inside, and thinks, I need to get out of here yesterday. Sometime later, outside, he's completely worn out. Ed spent all day dragging him around to talk with the army, while the doctor kept telling him to focus on healing. On top of that, demons kept asking him to spar. He seriously can't understand why everyone wants his attention. Fed up, he kicks a rock and yells for them to leave him alone. Unfortunately, the rock flies straight into 2 demons' heads. They turn around, annoyed to see who did it, but then they spot Dion and freeze. Right away, they bow, wish him well, and apologize for making noise. MC has no idea what they're talking about, so they explained that an incubus had been causing trouble, and they were trying to move him away. Now that same guy is standing there shaking, even though he's supposed to have one of the most broken kinds of magic around. Everyone else has already run off, leaving Dion stuck with this trembling demon in front of him. The boy thinks he's doomed. He knows the commander is quiet, but when angered, even crueler than other demons, he starts crying, saying this is the day he dies, but he gently holds out a hand and tells him to get up. He says the others are already gone. The demon is stunned, wondering why Dion is treating him like this. He says he's an incubus and knows everyone hates his kind. The protagonist just grabs his arm, helps him up, and asks why he thinks that. Then he pats him on the shoulder and tells him not to worry. Overwhelmed, the demon says Dion is too kind, and it makes him happy. If MC ever has free time, maybe he can repay the favor. Now that's a dangerous offer. Incubi usually give women strange dreams, but what do they do for men? What exactly is this kid planning? Meanwhile, the demon asks where he is headed, but the protagonist has no clue what kind of free time he's talking about. Then the incubus offers a small thank you gift, a plant that helps with recovery. He says Dion must be busy as a commander, but if he wants, he can guide him to where it grows. MC didn't even know the castle had a garden with plants like that. The little demon apologizes for not introducing himself sooner. He explains that he's the gardener who takes care of the castle grounds known as Heen. Dean is shocked. A peaceful job like that even exists in a place this violent. Right away, he starts imagining flowers, fresh air, and a quiet place to breathe, basically perfect therapy. He admits he really needs somewhere calming and asks Eureka to take him there. Tion tells him to follow, and he is thrilled at the thought of finally getting some rest. Then they arrive. Tien thinks the garden actually looks pretty nice, but the first plant he notices suddenly tries to bite him. He barely dodges in time. Tien quickly scolds the plant, saying it shouldn't bite guests. Did it want another lesson? The plant instantly droops, and Hin apologizes, saying it just got too excited to see Dion. The protagonist, though, is sure it sensed he was weak and attacked right away. Now he understands what kind of garden this is, and leaving fast seems like the best plan. So he says he just remembered something important and waves goodbye. Tion asks where he's going, and Tion says the hall. He needs to meet the army and start practicing as soon as possible. After saying goodnight, he leaves Tion behind in confusion, thinking it must be something urgent. Next time, Tion decides they'll give MC a gift instead since he seemed to like the plant so much. Meanwhile, Dien can only shiver. He was an idiot for thinking anything in this place could be normal. Now all he wants is to get back to his room, the only place that feels peaceful before he runs into someone else. He especially wants to avoid the army because he's sure he got drunk, made a fool of himself, and embarrassed himself badly. He remembers Ed telling him to give some kind of speech to motivate them since he never really does anything like that. Though honestly, that was just how Dion took it. Ed never actually said those exact words. Still, he heads to the training hall only to find it completely empty. No one is there yet, and since he's supposed to speak, he starts wondering where he should sit. Then he spots some wooden swords and decides to practice a little. He doesn't remember what happened while he was drunk, but at least this might help him understand how these guys fight. The second he swings the wooden sword, it slams into the ground, and he realizes it's way too heavy. As embarrassing as it is, he can't even handle a wooden blade, never mind a real steel one. With arms this weak, he'd better stick to a dagger. Then he senses something beside him. A whole group of demons is standing there, staring at him with wide eyes. Tion instantly wonders if they saw that, but from their point of view, he's just standing there glaring at them, ready to fight. Everyone rushes over, asking if their commander is okay after worrying about him. Then they start praising him, saying what he did on the last mission was unbelievable. Tion tells them to relax while trying to figure out what these maniacs are even talking about. To make it weirder, they all look at him like they're deeply moved, and he has no idea why. Sovi turns to the group and says he couldn't meet them after the mission, but he praises everyone who took part. His real aim, he says, is to give them freedom to train and act on their own. Sovi adds that they don't need the protagonist's help because they're already great at what they do. Then one of them suddenly pulls out a sword and rushes in. Right then, Dion loses his balance. He refuses to fall, but as he ducks, the blade whistles right past him. The attacker freezes, stunned that MC avoided it. Dion has no clue how that happened, but the others are already crowding around, asking if their commander is hurt. He quickly realizes this place is not safe at all and tries to turn away, only to slam his elbow into the guy's face and drop him flat. The man curses him, calling him a damn demon. Only then does Dion notice. The one in front of him is human. He remembers that dream with two versions of himself and wonders if one of them is messing with things because this can't be luck. As the soldiers call for their commander, he realizes none of them recognize this man. The intruder panics and says he has to get out now. But the second he moves, Dion is already there, cutting down at him. He knew he couldn't let the man escape. He was too dangerous, so the protagonist struck without hesitation. The intruder drops, and MC immediately orders them to inform the Demon King and throw the trespasser in a cell. Then he just waves and leaves, while the others are left thinking, the commander must be disappointed in us. An intruder got in, and he was the one who got attacked. Still, one of them can't get over how smooth Dion's moves were. 1 second he looked completely casual, and the next, he dodged in one clean motion, then turned into a sharp elbow strike. It was terrifying. The poor idiot went down instantly. He seemed so far above them that the whole army felt like nothing but his shadow. One soldier thinks he's trained hard, but he never guessed the commander was still this far ahead of him. Soon, everyone is fired up, saying they have to train harder so one day they might stand beside him. Meanwhile, Dion has sprained his wrist just from swinging that wooden sword. Still, the army can deal with the intruder, so he heads back to his room. Sometime later, he wakes up and finds Groggy already waiting beside him. The king mocks him for sleeping like a rock. Dion wonders if he's dreaming, but the king tells him this is very real. He knows him just woke up, but says he needs to come with him now. That is the last thing the protagonist wants. He just opened his eyes and wants to go back to sleep. Still, if the king came himself, it has to be serious. So MC asks if it's about the intruder. The king puts a hand on his shoulder, says yes, and tells him to follow. As they head downstairs, Dion starts wondering why they're going toward the dungeon. Is the intruder still alive? Did he reveal something important? But when they get there, the man is ripped apart with bodies scattered around him. He'd been completely destroyed. Dion can only ask what happened overnight. The king tells him to look closer and asks if the man seems familiar. He studies him. He was a human strong enough to butcher countless demons and even got stronger when facing the Demon King. Then the protagonist realizes it. This man is a hero. And Dion knows heroes facing the Demon King have only two choices: blow themselves up to deal huge damage if the king is close, or scatter their power into fragments, passing hero strength to others in the world. Most choose the second path since the Empire relies on those fragments almost like making more heroes, and that choice brings far more honor than the first. The king gives a bitter laugh and says it's absurd that they sent a hero like this into Demon Land. Maybe he wasn't a real hero at all, just a candidate or a failed one. Dion knows a true hero would be much stronger, but even so, no hero would be thrown away for nothing. There has to be a reason this man was sent here. MC then turns to the king and asks to speak to the man alone. The king agrees and says he'll wait outside. Dion tells him it won't take long. He wants to know why this man came straight for him and whether he brought any message. Instead, the man spits out his full name and calls him a filthy traitor. He says His Majesty trusted him to become a hero, but the protagonist betrayed the Empire and joined the demons. MC suddenly laughs, saying this must be a pathetic attempt to get his attention. The truth is the man was disposable. The prisoner keeps shouting about betrayal, but Dion cuts him off. The fact that he says that only proves how worthless he is. He says he can't understand what he did to make the Emperor hate him enough to send him here to die. After all, the Emperor knows everything. He knows why Dion is in the Demon Kingdom and what this is all meant to lead to. So was the protagonist really abandoned, or is there some plan behind all this? Now even the prisoner starts wondering if he was cast aside by the Emperor too. MC only waves goodbye and tells him to think hard before he dies. The man pounds the floor, screaming that he gave everything to the Empire and will never forgive that bastard. Outside, TM thinks about how weak loyalty really is. Talking to that man was a complete waste of time. The king asks if he's done. One look at his face tells him he got the answers he wanted. The protagonist says the choice is the king's, but in his opinion, the man should be killed. The king agrees and says they'll handle it. But in return, Dion owes him a favor. MC clearly doesn't like that, and the king explains that Joker sent an urgent request. This time, they weren't dealing with a candidate. They were facing a real hero. And as everyone knows, heroes and demons never mix well. Dion knows that if the one at the front isn't some abandoned pawn but a true hero, then the demons have almost no chance. But the king says he must be curious too. What is the Emperor thinking? Sending a fragment like that straight to them? This is his chance to learn the truth. All of a sudden, Dion wonders when he even ended up outside. And before he can process it, the Demon King is already coming over. At this point, it really feels like he has a split personality. That would explain how he tricked the human earlier. It was like another side of him took over, which is why he suddenly acted so sharp. Now he has no clue where the Demon King plans to send him. Even so, there he is waiting by the carriage. He remembers following the king to the dungeon, but after that, he somehow ended up outside with orders to leave, which just makes him even more confused. Why does the king want to send him to the front? He has no idea. Then Ed arrives and says they're ready. Dien says he gets it. Knowing the new hero is about to appear, since he can't refuse, he at least wants to see what this hero looks like. And on that part, the king was right. He is curious. Meanwhile, Ed thinks hunting those creatures only eased a little of his bloodlust, not nearly enough. Even with the front lines this dangerous, the boy walks forward with a smile. Then Renrenelle calls out sweetly to the commander, saying she missed him so much. A little thrown off, Diane asks what she's doing here. He feels nervous because she's second only to the king in power and she's hard to read. Then acting all sweet, she says she heard he's going to the front and brought him a small gift. He doesn't know what it is and immediately gets suspicious. But the second she says it can protect him, he grabs it at once, saying it's perfect. There is no way he'd turn down something that might keep him alive. Then he realizes he accidentally patted her on the head. Ed gets emotional, saying it's wonderful that she's helping the commander like this, while she talks about how much he cares for Dion. The two of them start going on about protecting him forever, and the protagonist has to tell them both to calm down and get moving. Inside the carriage, he keeps wondering why everyone thinks he killed that hero. He didn't. Not only did he not kill him, he never even tried to stop the self-destruction, and he didn't throw himself in front of the blast either. Back then, he was just another comrade. That brown-haired warrior speaks to him, telling Dion to leave. Confused, MC asks if he's serious, and the man says yes. He was a soldier of the Imperial Army, and ending this fight was his duty. He tries to answer, but the man cuts him off and says he's already done enough. The Demon King is stronger than anyone, and he can't promise everyone will survive anymore. At least one person has to take the information back to the Empire, and that has to be Dion. He knows the protagonist still has things he needs to settle. That's why he wants him to leave. He says MC is meant for great things, so he has to survive and return to the Emperor. With that, the man says goodbye and wishes him luck. After a long time, Diane starts wondering if the battle is finally over. He wants to know if the battle is over, but he can't make himself move. Whether it's guilt, shame, or something else, he doesn't know. In the end, he's the one who has to carry the news back, so he forces himself up to check what happened and get ready to leave. Then he suddenly comes face to face with the Demon King and the others gathered around the hero. The king asks for his final words, but the warrior just laughs and starts to glow. The second Dion sees it, he knows self-detonation. It looks like this is really the end, and now it's his job to bring the message back. But then a demon appears behind him and asks who's there. The creature attacks, yelling that he's hiding like a rat. The blow slams into the ground, but Dion barely dodges it. The thing came out of nowhere, and now he's in serious trouble. Another strike comes, and he leans back just in time, taking only a light cut across the face. Now all that matters is staying alive long enough to deliver the information. The monster rushes him again, but Dion avoids every hit, slides under it, springs up, and lands on the creature's head, driving a hoe into its neck. The problem is the monster moves, and he realizes the wound wasn't deep enough. He has no clue what to do next, and then the whole mountainside gives way, dragging both of them down. The demons nearby shield their faces as dust and rubble explode into the air, while Dion wonders if he's somehow still alive. Then he notices the beast is dead under him. He did kill the ogre, but after falling off the mountain, he ends up right in front of the demons who stare at him and ask who this is, someone strong enough to kill the 7th commander. Dion knows right away he's in huge trouble. He just killed a commander in front of the enemy army, and worst of all, the Demon King is right there staring straight at him. Then someone calls his name. It's the warrior, demanding to know why he is here and asking if he knew about the self-detonation. Dion apologizes and admits he failed to get away. The man tells him he wanted the protagonist to live more than anyone. To him, MC was the kindest person he'd ever met, and he wanted him to become the next hero. He asks if the world is watching, then begs the boy to keep living. Instead of exploding, he begins to shine, sending pieces of his power into Dion. The Demon King instantly realizes it's a transfer of power, but he knows that shouldn't be possible. He thinks the warrior was an idiot. passing all that power on purpose shouldn't work, and stopping the self-destruction just to try it was foolish. Dion lowers him to the ground, thinking that, in the end, he doesn't feel any different. He's still the same weak person he always was. But the demons around him whisper, shocked that he survived a hero's explosion. Even so, it's clear the cost was heavy. He drops to his knees and coughs up blood. Still, Dion is sure of one thing. He made it this far, but this was where his story ended. That's when the king asks why he's smiling and demands his name. He answers, the protagonist heart. The protagonist heart. The king says he likes him. While Dion looks for a way out, the king offers him a place by his side instead. MC is completely stunned, and the king calmly says no one will object. Everyone here saw what he did. He killed a commander and survived a hero's attack. He realizes he somehow lived through it, but this was never how things were supposed to go. After that, everyone in the castle believed he was strong enough to kill a commander and endure a hero's strike, one powerful enough to kill even the Demon King. Just then, Ed opens the carriage and says they've reached the border between the Demon Kingdom and human land, the front line, where fighting never stops. Jacker appears, beat up but smiling, and says they've been waiting for him. With shaking hands, Dion admits he should have stayed away from this place. But in the end, he never really gets a choice. He laughs and says life is a curse. Jakar thinks only their commander would show up to a battlefield laughing, but tells him to hold back for now. His time is coming. The protagonist has no idea what that means, so Jacker explains that he and the others will join the fight once the Empire attacks again. I still can't stop wondering, how does the king know Dion absorbed that power instead of just surviving it? So who's playing four-dimensional chess here? I need answers. Then I remembered that when he was possessed in the cell, he told someone he had a deal with the Emperor who knew everything. Could the Emperor be controlling his second personality? Man, I need to stop overthinking and just follow the story. I'll find out later. Meanwhile, on the Empire's front lines, word spreads that the Zeroth unit has arrived with its commander. His presence alone raises the soldiers' morale, while the humans on the other side look far less confident. Their captain hesitates. He didn't expect the commander's trump card to actually appear. He'd heard this boy was the most dangerous of them all. The officer beside him asks what they do now since victory isn't certain anymore. The captain says they'll send the assassin, but the mustached officer argues the odds are low. The captain says they at least need proof this person is real. The rumors are terrifying, but maybe they're fake, just something the Demon King made up to keep morale high. So this is the human side's hero. No, that's too simple. He says if the assassin can confirm the boy exists, that alone is worth it. The scene cuts to Ed wrapping Dion's bandages, while MC tries to figure out how to avoid the battle completely. The problem is he's the commander of Zeroth. How is he supposed to just walk away from that? Ed asks if he's okay, saying it's hard to bandage him when he's shaking so much. Dion says he's fine and tells Ed not to fuss so much. There's no need to be that careful. His real plan is simple. See the hero once, then run. But Ed only looks more worried, saying war could start at any second, so of course he has to be careful. He even gets upset that he never takes care of himself. The protagonist can't understand why Ed cares this much about him. All he does is cough blood and pass out. So why does everyone try so hard for him? Maybe Ed really is an angel in demon form, at least until he says they're ready to wipe those human bastards off the map. A moment later, Dion is wrapped up like a mummy with special treatment made by the Demon King himself to keep his body warm and in top condition. He even gets a magic cloak, and Ed says that must mean the commander is extremely important. MC thinks the king is only this generous because he has power to spare. Demon magic is limited, and once mana is used, it can't come back. There's even a legend that the more mana demons spend, the faster heroes appear. So if the king is using it this freely, he must be sure he can beat the next hero too. With that, the bandaged-up Dion is ready for war. Ed, full of excitement, says he's sure the Zeroth unit will win this time. He just thanks him and says he'll go check the battlefield and the troops. Ed gets emotional, saying he's never seen him this motivated. But Tion's real goal is to find the best place to hide. Of course, he ends up running into everyone, and they're all thrilled to see their commander there in person. The soldiers shout that now they'll definitely win, and Jakur agrees with the king. The protagonist's presence lifts everyone's spirits, but someone is watching from a tree, finally seeing the infamous commander of Zareth. So the boy is real after all, smaller and weaker looking than expected. Still, that strange calm before battle and the pressure around him show he's not someone to take lightly. Maybe the rumors really were blown out of proportion. The assassin can leave now and report that the boy exists or test how strong he really is. He picks the second option and throws a poison dart at Dion, who right before it hits, crouches and accidentally trips. The assassin freezes in shock, then runs off in panic. Meanwhile, Dion is totally confused, tripping over rocks before the battle even starts. He's sure he's going to die. Someone nearby asks what happened, and he gets up saying he was just stretching. But now everyone is watching him. So how is he supposed to find a safe place to hide? The man in the tree sees him walking back and wonders if he wasn't noticed after all. Or maybe Dion doesn't want to alarm anyone yet and plans to send his best subordinate after him later. He can't tell for sure. That brief clash wasn't enough to judge MC's real skill, so he decides the next try will be the last one. Then Ed asks what's wrong. Had he already finished checking everything? Dion says yes and quickly changes the topic, asking about the Empire's new hero. Ed says the man has hidden his face behind a helmet ever since he appeared, but everyone knows he's an amazing swordsman. From above, the assassin listens and realizes they're talking about Lord Kroll. Could they have already figured out who sent him? Just then, Tien suddenly blurts out, "What's this?" "Alcohol." He's annoyed. There shouldn't be any drinks there, and it makes him mad that others can drink while he's not allowed to. Ed apologizes and says it was actually prepared for him. The protagonist's face changes right away, and he asks if he can really have it. Ed says, of course, pours it for him, and Dien thanks him. He's thrilled, but then he hears something strange. He turns around, and Ed asks what's wrong. Dien says it's nothing serious. But the assassin had tossed a pebble to distract him, and when MC looked away, he slipped poison into the drink. The cup, a poison strong enough to kill on the spot. The assassin is sure it's over. He is about to drink it. He lifts the cup, pauses, and Ed asks what's wrong. Then Dion suddenly throws it to the ground, complaining there are bugs everywhere. Even the protagonist doesn't get it. Why did the cup slip like that? A fly had been buzzing around while Ed poured the drink. And when Dion raised the cup, it kept whining by his ear and getting on his nerves. He swatted at it without thinking and dropped the cup. At this point, it really feels like his second soul or some other side of him is helping out because this luck makes no sense. He starts to say sorry, but Ed spots the spilled drink eating into the ground, realizes it was poisoned, and quickly scans the area. Still, he finds nothing. Just confirms an intruder got close. At the same time, the assassin runs for his life, saying he has to report to the Empire. Lord Kroll needed to hear this. The demon army's commander was far too dangerous. Meanwhile, Jakar tells everyone an infiltrator came to kill the commander. The soldiers are stunned that nobody noticed. Jakar warns them, punishment will come later for letting the enemy get that close. Behind him, Dion breaks into a cold sweat. He was one step from dying. Ed apologizes in shame, calling himself useless for not sensing the intruder. Dylan tells him the opposite. Even Ed missed it, which just shows how skilled the assassin was. Privately, he thinks this commander job needs to end soon. Puts a target on him. Worst of all, that stupid assassin ruined his drink. Then he spots a bottle in someone else's hand. He calls for Ed. Ed thinks he's about to be punished, but MC only asks if that wine bottle was unopened. Ed says yes. So Dien snatches it from the other soldier and points out the poison was only in the cup, which means the bottle is safe to drink. Back at Kroll's camp, the assassin reports that Dion is dangerous. He's completely sure now the rumors were real, and they can't beat him. Kroll looks shaken. The assassin wasn't weak, yet he came back terrified. The only way to win against that commander would be with that one person. The mustached man asks if he means the other Imperial hero, and Kroll says yes. Only that hero could do it. But that person isn't here, so their best move may be to retreat. The hesitant man argues that if they pull back now, everyone will say they're afraid of the commander. Kroll slams the map and declares they are retreating. But if anyone chases them, he'll make sure they die perfectly. Besides, this land isn't worth fighting for. What he really wants is to show the demons that if they stay out of human lands, peace is possible. The mustached man agrees, but asks what should be reported to the Empire. Kroll says his orders were to retake stolen land, not push farther. Now that they've recovered what was theirs, there's no reason to advance. That's what he'll report. Kroll calms down. This won't stain his first campaign as a hero, and no one can question his skill over this. He just hopes the demons don't stir up trouble. The mustached man tries to comfort him, saying the so-called commander barely even fights. Then someone rushes in, shouting for the commander that the demons are advancing with Zeroth's troops, exactly what Kroll didn't want. and their Dion is cutting straight through the enemy. He's drunk, dagger in hand, and tearing through soldiers like a madman. Bodies keep dropping one after another, while Ed can only watch. After finishing the bottle, Dion pushed everyone into a full attack. Ed isn't complaining. They're winning because of it. Another soldier falls, and when he looks up, all he sees is him like a demon in human form. If that wasn't the deadliest thing alive, he didn't know what was. He cries in fear, knowing he'll die if he doesn't fight, but he's too terrified to even lift his sword. Soon, he'll just be another slashed-up corpse. Dion tells him right to his face not to freeze up, at least try. If he wanted to live, he had to fight with everything. But then a blow crashes into Dion, throwing him into a tree. Ed rushes over and demands to know who did it. Of course, it's the hero. He says that Strike was supposed to kill Dion in one hit. Ed, worried, asks if the protagonist can stand. MC realizes he only lived because of the protection Ririnal gave him. While Ed panics, the soldier from before is filled with hope. Sure, the Empire's savior has arrived. He starts celebrating, convinced he's safe, then Dion walks past him and cuts him down, sending his head flying. Brutal. After that, he walks up to the hero and says he'd been wanting to meet him. Cruel answers that hero is just a title, but Dion says he's heard about him non-stop. What feels odd is the voice. Sounds familiar, like they've met before, so why not take off the helmet? Cruel refuses. He won't remove his armor before an enemy, and he says the protagonist doesn't feel familiar at all. Still, as he watches the boy, MC flips his dagger in his hand, then says, fine. If that's how it is, he'll just finish this. A strike shoots toward the eye, but he ducks, realizing his opponent is faster than expected. Even so, he lands a counter with his dagger. They both pull back, and Dien praises his speed. Cruel charges again, forcing the protagonist to block. MC says he'll see for himself whether this man is really a hero. Cruel unleashes a storm of attacks, calling this the test, and notices that no matter how quick Dien is, his blows don't carry much weight. One hit knocks his dagger from his hand, and for a brief moment he seems unsteady. Cruel takes it as the perfect chance to finish him, but Dion instantly draws another dagger from his leg and catches the next attack. They stare each other down, then the protagonist drives in a hard kick, and both of them create space again. Cruel keeps thinking Dion's attacks are too weak. Maybe he's not even serious. If so, that only helps him. Then MC wonders if Cruel has figured it out. He raises his hands and says the fun part is over. Now it's time to end this. Cruel fires back that the war isn't over, especially since the demons invaded first. He argues it ended when they killed the commander of the invading troop. They already took back the land they wanted, so there was no reason to invade the demon kingdom further. Cruel tells him to shut up, but Dien keeps going. Why waste more strength when both sides can just protect their own land? Cruel knows it's not a bad deal. He already got back what he wanted, and his side hasn't suffered much. The problem is he feels like if he presses a little more, he might beat the protagonist. That's when MC tells him to look at his army. Cruel turns and sees his soldiers are exhausted and drained. No one is ready for another clash, so he agrees to retreat this time. They were at a disadvantage, and falling back was the smartest move, the one he'd already been leaning toward. Dien gives a little wave and says he hopes they never meet again. Cruel ignores him, turns away, and heads back to his troops. The demons celebrate, saying it was a nightmare, but luckily, they had a commander they could rely on. Jacker, though, wonders if stopping there was really right. The Empire had lost its nerve, and this was the best time to push. Still, Dion had wanted to fight, so Jacker assumes there must have been a reason to stop. He puts a hand on his shoulder and praises him, but the protagonist only mutters for him to go to hell, then drops. Groaning, he says this body is cursed. Jacker notices he's burning up and wonders if Dien really fought like that in this condition. Maybe that's why he ended the battle, so the enemy wouldn't notice how bad his body was. If he collapsed in front of the demon army, their morale would have been crushed. In the end, it was perfect judgment. No wonder he appeared out of nowhere and became commander. From beating the 7th Squad commander to blocking the hero's blast to even earning the king's approval, it all proved how gifted he was. Even so, Jacker still had doubts. But today, he finally accepts that DM truly deserves his title. From now on, the DM can rest easy. MC will handle the rest. Back at the DM in King's Castle, Rinrinel suddenly jolts up in panic because the crystal she gave him has shattered. Nothing should have been able to break it, so she fears he's in danger. She says she's leaving right away to find out what happened, but the attendant begs her to stay, reminding her the Demon King ordered her to guard the barrier. Meanwhile, Dion arrives, and the Demon King praises what he did. The protagonist glances over, and the king keeps happily praising him, saying Joker reported, "He did an amazing job." He asks about the new hero, and Dion says he'll give a full report. The Demon King notices the boy looks tense from that. He cuts off the battle report, saying they can talk later since the Second Army's commander also brought information. That commander was apparently the type who loved dressing MC up, and the king notices he doesn't seem to miss her at all. Still, there's nothing to worry about for now. She's far away, and they're just going over paperwork. As he checks the documents, he finds something strange. Then someone suddenly calls for the commander, and Dion finally wakes up. Now he's confused, wondering how he ended up in the Demon King's castle. What even happened? He wasn't supposed to be here after the battlefield. What pulls him fully awake is Ririnal hanging on to him, crying and sniffling because she was so worried. Dion is still trying to sort everything out, and then he remembers he drank again. He can't believe one bottle was enough to make him black out that badly. Meanwhile, Ririnal keeps clinging to him and says she panicked when the necklace broke. That makes the protagonist freeze. The necklace was supposed to protect him from instant death once, which means he really had been that close to dying. Even then, she gushes that he still beat the new hero, which makes it even more amazing. While Ringler sticks to him with hearts in her eyes, Dion realizes alcohol keeps making him lose control. Then he notices the paper in his hand and opens it to see the name Cruel Heart. The last name hits him right away. It matches his own. He lets out a laugh because that's one person he could never forget. Cruel Heart is his older brother. Then we cut to Cruel facing a broken crying Dion. The boy begs his brother for help, but instead, Cruel raises his sword and cuts him down. So that's why Dion ended up with the demons. His family was even worse than monsters. MC gently pats Rydranel on the head and says there's something he needs to handle. The purple-haired one says he's acting scary and asks if Rydranel is okay. But Rydranel just assumes he got mad about something and thinks it's wonderful. According to her, he looks beautiful like this. Back in his room, he asks why the Emperor made that bastard a hero when he already knows what happened. That question matters even more now since Dion had been thinking about going back. We then learned the Demon King had asked if it was time for the protagonist to return to the Empire, and MC said yes. If allowed, he'd gather information on the new hero. The king tells him to travel carefully since staying away from the Empire too long would raise suspicion. Then he touches Dion's chest and casts a spell, so he can always tell where he is. Waving him off, the king tells him to report back as soon as he learns anything useful. That was the deal between them. Even so, the protagonist still doesn't get why he has to act as the king's spy. One thing is clear, when the stress gets too heavy, he loses his memory. So the answer should be avoiding stress, but that's a lot easier said than done. Just then, Ed says he heard Dion's leaving for the human world today. MC confirms it. There's something he needs to check himself, and he asks what Ed is getting at. Ed brings up something the Demon King told him. Earlier, the king had asked how Ed would feel about becoming a commander. It was for the 9th Army, which still had no commander, and the king made it clear the offer was real. Ed had been serving as Dion's assistant, but the king said he was fully capable of leading an army on his own. Ed stopped to think. Becoming a commander had always been one of his goals, but he'd pushed that aside to stay by his side. So he asked what would happen to his current role if he accepted. The Demon King said someone else equally skilled would be assigned to support the protagonist. He also said Ed shouldn't force himself. If he refused, another commander could be chosen. Of course, that would mean giving the position to someone less fit for it. After hearing that, Ed accepted. Tion is left trying to figure out what Ed means, but Ed only says it's nothing and decides not to explain yet. Instead, he says he'll have the cooks prepare whatever food MC wants for the trip. Right then, someone enters to say the carriage is ready. Tion says goodbye and tells them he'll see them again when he returns. Then he pauses, thinking Ed might be stepping down, but he can't bring himself to say it outright. So he just asks if Ed wants anything since he won't be in the capital much, maybe some special food or something that keeps well. Ed quietly laughs to himself. Most superiors would never care this much about a subordinate. Still, he says he doesn't need anything. Ton accepts that and waves goodbye. Ed wishes him a safe trip, thinking he respects him more with every day, but that isn't the whole truth. In that earlier talk, Ed had actually told the Demon King he didn't want to be a commander. The position mattered, sure, but staying with the protagonist mattered more. As MC leaves, Ed wishes him well and vows he'll wait for him as long as he lives. Yeah. This really feels like a setup for something tragic. The next chapter opens with guards posted in front of a mansion, grumbling about how boring their shift is. Then Dion arrives, and the guards stop him, warning that this is the Hard family estate. The count is away, they say, so no one is allowed inside. He simply tells them to open the gate. As they stare in confusion, wondering who this guy thinks he is, he lowers his hood, removes the bandages, and says he wants to enter his own house. So what's the issue? The reaction is instant. Everyone starts rushing around shouting that the count has returned and bowing at the entrance. Honestly, Dion expected a much colder welcome, so all of this feels pointless to him. The butler, Ben, comes out to greet him. The protagonist smiles and says it's been a while, and Ben asks if the hunt went well. Caught off guard, MC answers yes and realizes everyone thinks he had gone off to hunt monsters. He's about to say it all ended fine when Ben reaches for his face and says it's a shame the monsters did that to him. Come on, Ben. Enough with that. Dion tells him he's not a child anymore, and Ben agrees. He's a respected count now. Ben asks if he wants his room prepared, but he says no because he has to see the Emperor first. He'd rather collapse into bed. But now that he's back in the Empire, speaking to that man comes first. And on top of that, he needs answers about Cruel. Ben says he understands and will prepare everything. Elsewhere, in an office, a purple-haired man named Velaton mutters that the Emperor's dog has finally returned to his master. He immediately asks Cruel, who's beside him, what they plan to do now that the younger brother is back. Cruel says he'll send a request to the Assassin Guild, but Velaton warns that could lead the trail back to them. Then he turns to Asild and asks about the other option. Asild, the one in glasses, asks if he means the Revolutionary Army, and Velaton says yes. They're the group trying to drag the Emperor off the throne, so even if they get caught, it won't matter to them. Cruel agrees and says he'll contact them instead. Velaton grins, saying he can't wait to see what the hero does. Back at the mansion, the maids are all over him, going on about how great Dion looks in his little cape. He's completely lost. Since arriving, they haven't stopped fussing over him, bathing him, changing him, and doing all kinds of extra nonsense. Worst of all, they're clearly imagining him in all sorts of outfits and poses. At that point, he decides he just needs to escape fast. Before leaving, he thanks Ben for taking care of the mansion while he was gone. Ben says it was only his duty, then adds that he'd actually been waiting for Dion to return because he's getting tired and wants to talk about retirement. The protagonist instantly panics. This is the only person keeping the estate running while he does basically nothing. Then Ben laughs and says he was joking, which only leaves MC angry and confused, so Dion tells him to get out already. As he gets into the carriage, he says he doesn't need much protection. Very few people in the Empire even know he's back. While riding, he thinks about how he had to play nice with the Demon King in the Demon Realm, and now he'll have to do the same with the Emperor. The bad part is the Emperor is just as terrifying. Adelia is the ruler who took the throne by force. He killed all 8 of his brothers and sisters, then killed the king and claimed the crown. Still, the throne is drenched in blood, and the country once known as a kingdom became simply the Empire. He was bold enough to rename it and, of course, the other nations answered with war. That war lasted 8 years and destroyed Dion's life. Those days were so awful that most of them are a blur to him, which might be better since he doesn't want the memories back. During that war, Adelia conquered another third of the continent and absorbed it into the Empire. For his part in the war, the protagonist Hart received the title of Count. He doesn't remember much about what he did, only that every day was a fight to stay alive. What he does remember is the goal he set for himself back then, the same goal that later left him trapped under both the demons and the Empire. As he's thinking about all that, the carriage suddenly starts shaking, so Dion steps out to check. A fight has broken out outside, and MC quickly spots armbands marked with an eagle. At least that makes the attackers easy to identify. He also sees their side as losing the fight when one of the men suddenly appears right beside him. Dion starts to turn, but the attacker grabs him by the neck and the whole place explodes. A moment later, he is thrown onto the carriage floor, and a man holding an axe sneers that he's found the Empire's little dog. The Revolutionary Army was born during that 8-year war as kingdom after kingdom was crushed. All that remained was the will to kill the Emperor. The scarred man tells Dion this is where he dies, but the protagonist doesn't look scared at all. He just glares back. Even now, he knows this all goes back to the Emperor. Still, he has no plan to die for their cause. The man mocks him, saying he's way too skinny to be called a hero. Dion tries to say he's not the Emperor's dog. For some reason, the man loosens his grip and demands his name. Mech answers, MC Hart. Mechart. The second he hears it, the man grabs him again and calls him the cursed dog for real. White hair, red eyes just like the stories. He tries to stab him, but the axe handle blocks it. Then the man slams him down again and says playtime is over. Blood is already pouring out and Dion is getting beaten badly. The scarred man can't believe this weak kid was called a hero. Maybe the rumors were wrong. He lifts the axe and tells him to blame the emperor for what's about to happen to this fake hero. Right then, a spear comes flying in, cutting off the attack and knocking the axe away. The scarred man turns and sees a few men laughing nearby. One of them says that throw landed perfectly. They're Imperial soldiers, and honestly they look even worse than the rebels. These white-robed fighters are the Death Knights, demons who once served under Dion during the 8-Year War. The scarred man tells his men to kill them, confused how they got there so fast. One knight pulls something from a bag and says it's been a while since he had a proper fight. As he takes it, the protagonist thinks their real terror isn't just skill. It's how completely insane they are in battle. They rush in like maniacs. It's obvious they're enjoying this. Just like their captain, they're bloodthirsty to the core. Blood sprays everywhere, and everyone watching is horrified. The scarred man remembers exactly why going after Diane was such a bad move. Then a sharp pain hits him. MC's hand is jammed deep into his arm. He throws him into the wall, but his arm is already torn to pieces. That has to be Dan's other side. You can see it in his eyes. The protagonist calmly apologizes, saying he meant to rip the arm clean off but wasn't strong enough. Then he tells him not to cry. It'll stop hurting soon. A moment later, the arm is cut off and the body drops. Dan steps out of the carriage in white clothes now covered in blood. He picks up the axe, thinking this man is basically dead already. Should he stop? No. This still isn't enough. He wants to make an example out of him so nobody forgets what happens when they cross him. He's completely ruthless. Then he unleashes a storm of blows, saying everyone needs to remember this sight. The Death Knights think the same thing they always do. Their captain never shows mercy. The blonde one mutters that maybe they shouldn't have come, but another tells him to look at the trash by Dion's feet. The men around them are terrified and beaten. Meanwhile, MC has turned his enemy into scraps. Then he asks why they're still standing. There were enemies left, and killing them was their job. The poor soldiers in front of him are shaking like crazy. That beating must have been brutal because the scene jumps to the castle where everyone is stunned by the blood-red carriage. Some guards yell that this is the Imperial Castle, and no one enters without an invitation. Dion just says his name and declares he's here to see the Emperor. At once, they beg his pardon. He tells them to say where the Emperor is, and they answer the ballroom. When he asks why, they explain there's a celebration for the new hero and his victory. Dion is still half-crazed, and now he hears they're throwing a party for a new hero. That hits hard because the person they're cheering for is his own brother. It makes you wonder how many times he was pushed down before this broken side of him was created. The scene shifts to the Emperor, Ed praising everything Kroll has done. Kroll answers that he only did what had to be done. Then Ed stands, toasts his first mission success, and the whole room celebrates. Suddenly, the doors burst open and Dion Hart walks in. Some are ready to scold him for barging in, but others already recognize the red eyes and white hair. The nobles, probably relatives included, freeze in shock. This is the honorary count, the protagonist Hart. Now it's obvious he isn't part of the imperial family at all. He's more like the Empire's butcher. As he passes Cruel, Tion thinks the man really did get a hero's fragment. Then he bows to the Emperor and declares glory to the Empire. He formally presents himself before His Majesty. The nobles whisper about all the blood. No wonder they call him the Vampire Count. No one knows how he was raised, but rumors say the MC Hart family treated him badly. The purple-haired man mutters that cursed Dion Hart actually lived. He was always hard to kill. Ed notices the trail of blood he left behind. He welcomes the honorary count, saying the protagonist may visit whenever he wants, just not soaked in blood in the middle of a celebration. MC apologizes and says he was attacked on the way there. Ed laughs and asks who was bold enough to target the Empire's hero, quietly glad he sent the Death Knights to protect him. Dion says nothing. Then Ed stands and says he must have much to report. He has things to discuss too, so they should move somewhere more private. The protagonist really is trapped between two masters, the Demon King and the Emperor. In another room, Ed says he's sure it was the Revolutionary Army. He asks if Dion needs a doctor while thinking MC's reputation is awful. In the Empire, more people hate him than respect him. Even so, no one has done more for the Empire than him. During the 8-Year War, he achieved things beyond words. And when the first hero was attacked, the protagonist was the only one who brought the body back, the sole survivor among the demons. Everyone else was eaten by monsters. Without MC, that warrior would have ended the same way. He was the first person to survive anything tied to the Demon King, though it came at a cost. So Ed asks if he found a way to remove the curse, the mark the Demon King put on him. Dien says no. Ed doesn't know the mark is really tracking magic that lets the Demon King always find him. He thinks it's a spell that weakens him. Ed realizes the protagonist barely cares about himself. Last time, he even went to the demon realm because it was the only chance to remove the mark on his chest. So now Ed says he'll have to go back there, acting guilty while really just using him as a spy. Ed asks how the demon castle has been. Dien says nothing much has changed except one thing. Ed tells him to explain, and MC brings up the assassin who was sent there. It looked like Ed wanted that person gone, but he was actually a hero candidate. So why send someone like that into the demon realm? Ed says the guy was a disgrace to heroes. He expected him to die long before reaching the demon realm, but the fragment carried him farther than expected. At least he died before leaking his plan, or rather the plan of Commander Zerath's troop, Demon Errant. Dien is shocked that the Emperor already knows even that much. He stands and says he couldn't refuse becoming commander, so he had no choice but to take the role. Ed says that's fine. The deeper the protagonist gets into that group, the more useful information he can bring back. Then he asks what MC came here to. He immediately wants to know why Krollhart became a hero. Ed should know his biggest regret from the war was not killing Kroll when he had the chance. Other than the protagonist, Kroll is the only survivor of the Hart family. If MC was abused that badly, a lot starts to make sense. Then we flash back to Kroll speaking to him as a child, telling him not to keep their parents waiting. The little boy softly apologizes and asks if it's time for dinner. Kroll tells him to hurry. Dion hesitates, wondering if they'll get in trouble. His brother pulls his hand away and tells him not to touch him because he's dirty from training. He awkwardly says sorry and asks Kroll to wait a second. He wants to walk beside him, but Kroll just keeps going. Then Demon bumps into his back. Kroll turns and asks if he likes that painting so much since he's always staring at it. The protagonist says yes because it shows them as a family. Kroll brushes it off, saying it's only a painting. Then he tells Dien to stop coming out so much and stay in his room more. MC always felt alone in that house. The maids whispered that he was different from the rest. His white hair and red eyes made him stand out. Maybe he wasn't even the family's real child. But when he looked at that painting, he could pretend he belonged. He wished he had black hair and green eyes like the rest of his family. At dinner, his father complains that Dion is late and reminds him he was told to come quickly. His mother asks if the protagonist is feeling alright. If he has a fever, he can stay home tonight. But MC says no. He wants to go alone. His father tells her to stop coddling him. Dion can't stay hidden forever. She says she can't help it. He's so weak, and she fears something will happen if he goes out. That only makes him angrier. They can't keep him shut away forever, and sooner or later, he has to appear in public even if people start talking. He then warns him to be very careful and never let anyone discover his flaw. Keeping his head down, the protagonist says he understands and will be careful. That flaw was everything about him. They hated his strange looks, his sick body, and how they thought all of it stained the MC Hart name. Then Kroll brings up the new fencing teacher. Dien wonders if his brother changed the subject on purpose so everyone would stop talking about him. Their father brightens and says yes, especially since Kroll keeps getting better every day. The second that teacher came up, the whole dinner mood changed. Back then, he truly believed his brother was amazing. Even so, he couldn't help thinking maybe he felt out of place because he just wasn't good enough. So he decided to train hard and become as strong and capable as his brother. Then maybe his family would finally love him. Later, as he walks through the halls, someone calls out to him. There's a few noble boys. They ask if he's Day on Heart. No doubt those 3 idiots died somewhere in the 18-Year War. The protagonist was too innocent to notice the bad intent behind their smiles. He thought they just wanted to be friendly, so he happily introduces himself as MC Hart. He starts talking excitedly about fencing, but one of the boys cuts in and asks why he's always alone. Maybe he was slow to catch on because everyone already knew he was the outcast of the Seahart family. the one kept hidden away in his room. The protagonist tries to deny it, but the noble boy steps in closer. He mocks MC's red eyes, says he's clearly not one of them, and that's why his family doesn't love him, why they threw him away. Before the boy can call him a stranger again, he punches him. He tells him to watch his mouth. His family does care for him. Then he gets hit right back in the face. Still, at least he swung first. After that, they just beat him down. While one of them keeps shouting that the protagonist isn't really a heart at all, he's a monster. Even then, MC is only thinking about his family. Before long, he's collapsed on the floor, unconscious, and badly hurt. Just before blacking out, he sees Cruel run over in shock. Then the story moves to the infirmary. The doctor says Dion's body is naturally weak. Stress hits him hard, and almost anything can damage his health. His parents are shaken, saying no one in his family has ever been like this. So how could it happen? Lying in bed, barely hanging on, the protagonist silently apologizes. As he looks at them, he promises he'll do better. He just doesn't want them to hate him. Then his brother, still gentle at that age, tells him it's fine. He says Dion doesn't need to prove anything. After all, no one expected anything from him in the first place. Pretty cruel, isn't it? And then it turns out to be a dream. MC wakes up for real in bed. His mother asks what happened, while his father reminds him he warned Dion to be careful while they were gone. Nervously, he explains that the other boys started it. Then he remembers they called him a monster, and he wonders if saying that would matter at all. Maybe his father thinks the same thing, so he only apologizes. His father says maybe letting him leave his room was a mistake, and he'll be confined again for a while. Better for him to stay there and think about what he's done. Dion can't believe his one chance to go outside only caused more trouble. The last thing he wanted was to shame the family. Later, while writing alone in his room, he hears people saying they feel sorry for him because he never gets to go out. He also hears his family laughing somewhere outside, so he goes to the window and sees his father walking with Cruel. He wants to be out there too, but part of him feels even wanting that is greedy. First, he has to earn that right by working until they finally injure him, until they recognize him. Step 1 was simple. Build enough stamina to last 30 minutes of practice. By the time he kept at it, night had already fallen. He says he's exhausted, feels like he might die, but still refuses to stop. He keeps swinging until Cruel suddenly appears and tells him to stop. Only then does Dion realize his brother is there. Cruel asks what he thinks he's doing and tells him not to be stupid. He already ordered Dion to stay quietly in his room and already said he didn't need to do anything, but the protagonist can't accept not even being allowed to try. Maybe they didn't want that because he was a failure. Then he suddenly backs down and says, fine. He won't do anything. He apologizes to Cruel, says he'll rest, and tells him to leave. After that, he stands by the window, wondering what he has to do to deserve being loved. Some time passes and the butler enters. He asks if Dion will eat in his room again. Now 14, MC asks where everyone is. Cruel, now 17, says they went out to deal with something else. Dion thought he'd be training, but Cruel tells him to come along. Morning practice is over and it's time for chess. Dion agrees and Cruel asks why he's acting so formal. It seems that every now and then, they still play this little game of chess. During one match, Cruel says the empire is unstable right now, so the family has been busy. But Dion is sure that's always the excuse, even knowing that sometimes he still chooses to believe the lie. Because once in a while, their mother comes in when she thinks he's asleep. She places a hand on him, apologizes, and tells him to rest well. Poor Dion nearly cries every time. He told himself not to expect love, but even the smallest sign was enough to give him hope again. Then Cruel says that after this game, he won't be playing chess for a while either. He says he understands, thinking it must be a pain for Cruel to keep coming all the way here just for this. But Cruel says no. If war breaks out, at least one member of the family has to go. Cruel asks why they're here, and a soldier says they've brought an order from the Empire. He asks for the boy called Diane, the protagonist, Heart. So that's what this is. The family kept him locked up, and now they're sending him off to die instead of Cruel. The butler points to the boy seated across from Cruel. At once, the Imperial soldier orders Diane to come with them. He says they'll explain on the way. As MC is dragged out, the knights whisper, wondering why they're taking a boy who can't even hold a sword properly. Then Cruel grabs the soldier's arm and says there must be a mistake. Dion isn't the one who should go. The man jerks free and says how Steinhardt already sent an official letter to the Emperor. They're only following orders. If Cruel wants answers, he should ask his parents. Being taken away, he still doesn't fully understand what they're saying. But one thing becomes clear. His parents are sending him to war. He's been sick and shut in his whole life. So what could someone like him possibly do on a battlefield? He pictures his mother's strangely sorry face and tells himself it can't be true. They would never do that. He turns back and calls for Cruel, but the door is already shut. In that moment, he wonders if his whole family really wanted him dead. Maybe getting rid of the failure who stained their name was easier for them. However, it connects later. The pain here is obvious enough. Then we jump to Daeon, awkwardly holding a sword, while an officer tells him to toughen up if he wants to live through battle. All the protagonist can think about is how heavy the weapon feels. And, of course, the soldiers around him whisper too, asking why the disgraced sickly son of House MC Hart was sent there at all. More than anything, Daeon just doesn't want to die. But from that day on, his life turns into hell, and soon he's struggling in the middle of battle. Bodies crash down over him, and all he feels is fear of dying among screams and the smell of blood. Pinned under a corpse, he cries that he wants to go home. Then a soldier rushes over and cuts the body off him. The man orders him to get up, grab a sword, and do something. If he can't use a sword, then use a dagger or even his teeth. Whatever it takes, he has to fight if he wants to live. Panicking, Tien says he can't die like this, and that's when it starts. He snaps and decides he will survive. From then on, he starts killing without pause, stabbing, slashing, striking at anything in reach. Sometimes he's shaking, coughing blood, wondering how much longer his body can hold together. He keeps asking when he can go home and why he ever had to be there, and still he drives another dagger into a man's chest. The scary part is he was talented. You shouldn't throw a 14-year-old into war and expect him to live, but somehow he does. And the years keep passing as he survives again and again. Sometimes letters come to the soldiers at the front, messages saying they're missed, telling them to stay safe, things like that. But Daeon, alone as always, gets only one letter. It tells him he's been promoted to commander and is being moved to another battlefield. That's when he decides to turn his house heart into a place of terror, and that revenge begins the moment the door opens, and he steps inside with the butler beside him or whoever it was. He says he's finally come to pay his respects. His father tries to peace pop. His father tried to speak, but Daeon killed him at once. In his mind, sending him away had been the right call. Their real mistake was staying in that house at all. They could have loved him, but even that was too much for them. He said goodbye and struck again. Then he burst out laughing like he'd lost his mind. With a hand over his face, he said they deserved it. They never should have thrown him away. All he ever wanted was their love. But even then, he wondered why it hurt this much. He'd finally reached the goal he'd clung to for years. So why was the pain still there? Then Kroll opened the door and found him. Daeon was covered in blood, crying, and completely broken. Cruel stared in shock and asked what he had done. The protagonist started begging for help, then stopped himself. A darker voice in his head asked if he really believed Cruel would save him. Daeon accepted that thought and attacked. Cruel could only fight back. In the middle of his madness, MC yelled that Cruel had always stood there and watched. As they kept fighting, he screamed that it hurt too much. Everything he had suffered came rushing back. Then he looked down at his blood-covered hand and understood his body was at its limit. Cruel moved in to finish it, and Daeon only wanted to kill him first. But he suddenly woke up, and it's hard to tell if he fainted, had a seizure, or something else. At his side was a beautiful woman named Lion Reiner asking what he was thinking about. He said it had been a long time, and she smiled, glad to see he seemed well. Then he noticed they were in the ballroom and got confused. What just happened? That's when it clicked. They were back at the Emperor's celebration, the one he arrived at covered in blood. The last thing he remembered was the revolutionary attack on the carriage. So, yes, we were back on the main timeline. I thought the family massacre might have been fake or a warped memory, but no, he really did kill them. Lion asked about his talk with the Emperor, saying he looked awful afterward. He had no clue what talk she meant and guessed the stress had pushed him over the edge again. When he asked what this event was even for, she acted like he had to be joking. How could he come here not knowing? The whole gathering was to celebrate Cruel Heart's first victory. Just then, Cruel himself showed up and said he was glad to see Daeon. He answered that now he understood why he'd had such awful dreams last night. It had been a while since they'd seen each other. At the same time, he bitterly thought about those green eyes and black hair, the mark of the hearted bloodline he never wanted to see again. More than anyone, Cruel was the one he didn't want to face. Cruel said that in the demon realm, he had come face to face with Zerotha's commander. Dion asked what the issue was, wondering if his brother somehow knew it had been him. But Cruel only said that Commander was great at firing up soldiers and somehow reminded him of the protagonist. He'd never seen troops with that much spirit. Since he'd heard MC was always an excellent commander, he wondered if the army would have been even stronger with him there. Tion suddenly laughed like a madman, apologized, and said Cruel had to be exaggerating. There was no world where the two of them would ever fight side by side. Cruel let it pass, though he noticed his eyes were the same as ever, cold and distant toward everyone. Full of hate for the man talking to him so casually, the protagonist turned away. He said he had other things to do and told Cruel not to bother him again. Then he went to get some pudding, thinking this party was terrible, and all he wanted was to leave. So why did that bastard Cruel keep trying to talk to him? He didn't want to say anything to that man. Then Cruel asked if he was hurt. Dien snapped that he was being annoying today. He could handle himself, so Cruel didn't need to act like he cared now. Whenever MC got hurt, he always had to pretend he was fine so they could keep doing what they always did, say nothing. The mood turned heavy when Cruel awkwardly tried to say more, but then Stave stepped in. He joked that seeing such brotherly love warmed his heart. Dame remembered right away that this was the noble leading the group against the Emperor. Cruel greeted him politely, and Stave brushed it off. He introduced himself to him, saying he'd heard a lot about him and was pleased to finally meet him. The protagonist only looked at the offered hand, then turned away. The guests were stunned that he had ignored a duke. This empire was packed with annoying people. Honestly, the demon realm had been better. At least the people there were interesting. Whispers spread through the party while Stave stood there in silence. Devcon ignored him anyway, acting like none of it mattered. No chance he was going to answer while eating pudding and risk drooling everywhere. That would be humiliating. So that was the reason he looked bold, but it was just bad timing. Seeing the Duke start to get irritated, he finally decided to greet him before this got worse. But then the Crown Prince, Elpidus, walked in and called for the Duke. Dion kept chewing, wondering if he'd somehow smeared honey on himself because people would not stop coming up to him. Elpidus said the place was chaotic tonight and Stave apologized for being involved. The prince told him not to worry and said it was his own fault. They hadn't spoken sooner. Inside, though, he was asking himself why Stave was talking to MC at all. He couldn't let that man carry out whatever he was planning. He looked completely set on protecting him no matter what, and I still don't know why. Then someone else suddenly rushed over and hugged the protagonist. At last, he had another intense little fan on this side too, Ilithia Desert. She said she had missed him so much. Then everyone froze in shock because that hug made him cough up a huge amount of blood. Now people were shouting for doctors. Our guy had just taken massive damage. Was her hug really that strong? Lime quickly covered his mouth, telling him not to talk or the bleeding would get worse. Then the Emperor arrived with the first hero beside him and a general called Nemesis. Seriously, with names like Nemesis and Cruel, it's like these people were born to sound evil. Althea was falling apart, apologizing over and over because she hadn't controlled her strength. Her brother apologized too, but the Emperor waved it off. A hero like Dion wouldn't be coughing blood from just a hug. He was clearly already injured, probably from an attack on the way here and internal wounds. MC, meanwhile, was overwhelmed. Too many people had suddenly gathered around him, talking about him and making a fuss when all he wanted was some peace and to leave. The Emperor told him to see a doctor, but he insisted he was fine. Soon people started whispering that maybe his weakness came from the Demon King's curse. For Dion, that was perfect. It was exactly what he wanted them to think. So he asked to be excused and said he was leaving. From what I can tell, he really did lose his mind back then, and this nicer personality may be something he built to hide the darker one. Still, this story loves keeping everything unclear, so we're left guessing. But right as he tried to leave, he stumbled and nearly passed out, only for Cruel to catch his arm. Great. When he needed help, it had to be Cruel. Dion slapped him away and told him not to touch him. He didn't need his help. After 8 long years on the battlefield, he hated this man with everything he had. So why was this happening? The Emperor stepped in and told him to calm down, saying he was clearly not well and should go home. Dion understood it for what it was, a polite way to throw him out. Normally that would be insulting, but this place felt so awful that he just accepted it. He walked out the door and the hall went silent, but Stave kept staring at Cruel. I still don't get why Cruel cares about the protagonist when he knows the protagonist killed their parents and saw it himself. Outside, Stave told Cruel that his younger brother had shown him open disrespect, and even after all the chaos MC caused, the Emperor still hadn't punished him. On top of that, Cruel himself was being strangely soft on the boy. Cruel said he didn't want to ruin the mood, but Stave cut him off. That wasn't the point. He knew exactly what kind of state Cruel had been in when he came to him before. Then we learned Cruel had once asked Stave to sponsor him. Standing before him was a man who had lost both his family and his home, and Cruel said he could become the finest sword Stave would ever use. Stave knew Cruel had other ways to survive, other roads he could have taken. Still, he agreed. He wasn't stupid enough to reject a hound willing to serve, but he wanted to know why Cruel had asked for that. Cruel told him that this time, he wanted to be the one who protected. Steve admitted he had never understood why Cruel wanted that role. Now though, he realized Cruel wasn't trying to protect someone else. He was trying to protect himself. Was he afraid of Dion? Cruel lowered his head and said yes. Stave answered that they were both walking the same road now, getting rid of the Emperor's dog. With a hand on his chest, he felt how important this was. That tightness in his heart told him Dion was a threat to everything, and he swore he would kill him someday. By the carriage, Lion asked if he needed help, but he said he was fine. Then he looked up and saw the mansion entrance wrecked and on fire. Worse, the Death Knights were there too. For a second, he thought it had to be a dream or some hallucination. His stress had pushed him to the edge, but the heat against his skin proved it was real. And he demanded to know what kind of disaster had happened here. The soldiers call him captain, but one corrects them. He's a count now, so that title doesn't fit anymore. He's just about to ask why the place is such a wreck when a bomb suddenly drops right into his hand. Stunned, he hears Lion warn him to be careful. Dion hurls it away, and it blows up in another part of the garden. He demands to know why they're attacking like this. Leon checks if he's hurt, and the soldiers around him look just as worried. Then someone steps out through the flames. A man walks from the fire and says the cursed one really is a hero. He had tried to catch the protagonist by surprise, but the protagonist threw the bomb to the perfect spot and killed him on the spot. The soldiers are stunned. MC had already shown up and taken one down while he himself hadn't even noticed the intruders. That's when he realizes the Revolutionary Army attacked again. His men explain those attackers came to destroy his home, so they rushed over to stop them. Dion, though, wants to know why all of them are here in the first place. The soldiers just stare, confused. They already told him, but he figures that if they're all running around after him, they must have messed up and lost their posts. That actually gets to them. They say the captain really does care, and while they've had problems before, none were bad enough to get kicked out. He tells them to quit being disrespectful and tries to walk off. This kid really can't catch a break. No matter where he goes, people keep bothering him. Right now, what matters is that the Revolutionary Army attacked his carriage and his home too. They clearly came to kill him. Then he spots one survivor from the Revolutionary Army starting to get up and trying to run. Dion needs answers, so he has to catch at least one of them. That's when the butler shows up, smashing one man to the ground and grabbing the other, saying they barely made it out alive. So, yeah, this is no normal butler. He tells Dion he's glad to see him safe. After hearing about the carriage attack, he expected something much worse. He also asks what happened at the palace since the protagonist looks far more shaken than when he left. Just as MC starts to answer, someone cuts in saying they were attacked by the Revolutionary Army, so of course he's upset. The butler finally tells him to go upstairs and rest while he keeps watching the captured man in the back. The prisoner swears that one day Dion Hart will die. Not exactly a bold promise unless the protagonist is immortal. Anyone could say that. 3 people stood in the way of taking down the Emperor, Commander Nemesis, Chancellor Ardle, and without a doubt MC Hart, the army spearhead, and the one who shaped the 8-year war more than anyone else. Worse, he worked in secret, so no one could guess his next move. People said he went off to hunt monsters, but they knew it was always some hidden mission instead. One man starts calling Dion nothing more than the army's dog, but another grabs him by the collar and tells him to shut his mouth. They were the ones fighting the Emperor, so they were the reason that war happened in the first place. The man tries to argue, but the other doesn't bother debating. He pulls a knife, says he needs to rest, and kills him right there. Watching that, the butler just thinks about how annoying this cleanup is going to be. The next chapter starts in a poor, empty city. A starving girl thinks about how she hasn't eaten since that day, but in the slums, crying doesn't get you food. Then a friend shows up and says he got a piece of bread. It came from the Church of Salvation, which sometimes gives out water and a few other things for free. She says that can't be true. There has to be drugs in it or something. He tells her not to be stupid. The crippled man next door ate some and felt fine. She shoots back that he'd eat anything, drugs or not. He tells her to stop doubting everything. They gave him the bread after he told them she'd been starving for a week. When she refuses it, he tries to take it back, but she quickly snatches it away. Even so, she still can't understand why anyone would hand out food and water for nothing. The boy gets up and says if she doesn't trust it, he'll go back and bring more bread. In his mind, even if there is poison in it, that's still one way to die. Anyway, the girl stands, calls out to Paul and says she'll come too. If what he said is true and people are really giving out food, then this is their only chance to survive. Back at the castle, a week has passed since Dion returned to the Empire. The place is already fixed, and now the Death Knights, his so-called mad dogs, are going to work with him for a while. Totally unexpected, and he has no clue why. His plan had been to use his time in the protagonist demands to know which idiot approved this useless project that will waste time and money to build. The butler calmly says he did. MC instantly switches tone, calls it a great idea, and approves it. Ever since seeing the butler kill those men, he decided not to push him too far. Better to let him handle this stuff anyway. Then shouting catches his attention, and he looks outside. Fight has broken out. The Mad Dogs, his men in white, are clashing with Imperial soldiers, the same troublemakers as always. Tion asks if those idiots seriously have nothing better to do. The butler explains the Emperor used to keep them busy with missions, but now they're under his command. And since he hasn't given them anything to do, they've been training, wandering around, and picking fights. The protagonist has no desire to command these men, but the butler says the answer is obvious. His Majesty must care a great deal about him. The Emperor would never leave a force this strong at some far-off estate where betrayal could happen easily. Sending them here showed how much trust he placed in Dion Hart. MC is sure of the opposite. The Emperor dumped those lunatics on him because no one else could handle them. He also asks why there's so much paperwork. He already gave Hart territory back to the Emperor a while ago. If that man really cared, he'd manage the land himself and leave him with none of it. That's when the butler reveals something the protagonist somehow didn't know. For a while now, the Emperor has officially named him the sole ruler of the Heartlands. Tien is horrified and demands to know why that cursed Emperor would do this. The butler warns him the official notice should arrive soon. MC jumps to his feet. He wants to know how to give this house back. When he first got the title of Count, he already wanted to refuse it because he didn't want to serve as a Margrave, a border lord stuck right beside enemy land. And the reason he wants nothing to do with this place is simple. All his worst memories are tied to it, so he says he won't accept it. He'll go to the Emperor and return everything. Then someone announces that the Crown Prince and General Nemesis are here to see him. Naturally, Tion has no idea why those two came. Nemesis hates him, so his visit makes even less sense. Painting, wondering if he seriously planned to keep that thing when building his new mansion. Someone welcomes them, and Elphodus quickly apologizes for the sudden visit, but says he needs to speak with the Count. A little earlier, Alethea was upset after hearing Dion's house had been attacked. Her brother tells her not to take it so hard. She covers her face and says the protagonist will probably never want to see her again, so all her effort was wasted. Then she stands and tells her brother to admit she's beautiful. As a princess, she says, she can't make the first move. Maybe she isn't especially gifted, but she never meant to cause trouble. It's obvious she's trying to win Dion over. Alphides reminds her again that it wasn't her fault, even though she really did hit the boy as hard as she could. She says she'll apologize, and he asks if she plans to go see him. The moment she nods, he says no. Usually, he lets her do as she likes, but this time is different. If she goes to him or he comes to her, it'll turn into a scandal. The strange girl says that would just make marriage easier, but he cuts her off. He knows everyone sees her as innocent and naive, and that's the image she works hard to keep. Then her face darkens. She admits she doesn't love Dion, but he could still be very useful to everyone. Another dangerous one. Seriously, can't anyone let this boy live in peace? Elphidos warns that if she acts that boldly, no one will keep believing she's the harmless princess. If she wants to lose that image, that's her choice. But she says no. She'd rather do everything she can to stop the nobles from fighting harder over the throne. Besides, all her effort to win over the Count wasn't wasted. She made her interest obvious, and now everyone knows it. That means no other girl will try to get close to him. If that's what it takes to keep someone as talented as Delane loyal to the Emperor, she accepts it. Her brother pats her head and says she's thoughtful. He knows she has reasons for everything she does. Still, he's told her many times that she can stop whenever she wants. She smiles sweetly and says she understands, but it's clear she's hiding something much darker. Then she asks her brother to find out what Dion thinks of her because she doesn't want the Empire's treasure staying angry over what she did. And that brings us back to the meeting. It may not be the biggest issue around, but Alphadosh needed to make sure MC stayed on the Emperor's side. Meanwhile, he is still wondering what those two are even doing here. He greets them politely, and Alphadosh tells him it's fine. He can sit down. Diane immediately asked why they came. The blonde prince said both he and the general had something to say, but it would be brief. The two traded cold looks, and the protagonist clearly wasn't happy. The general's stare was sharp enough to drill through him. MC already knew the prince's "it's nothing serious" usually meant the exact opposite. Then Jacques brought up what happened at the celebration, saying Azile had gone too far with him. Dion remembered coughing up blood, but brushed it off. Jacques thanked him for not taking it as an insult. Even if it caught him off guard, that was when Jacques made a personal request. MC paused, and the prince kept going. If he was willing, Jacques wanted them to be friends. Poor Dion, the prince was smiling like crazy, and he was way too soft to shut it down. Jacques said he wanted to know the protagonist better, but the protagonist stayed so busy they barely got to meet. The protagonist wondered if that was truly why he came. Jacques answered that as crown prince, there were many things he couldn't do, like simply visiting someone he wanted as a friend. So he used the celebration incident as his excuse to come talk. He played the sweet, friendly prince perfectly, even though Dion knew there was something rotten underneath. MC said he was very grateful for the offer, but before he could finish, the general hit him with that hard stare again. So he changed course and said it would be an honor to be friends with such a great prince. Jacques brightened at once, happily declaring that they were friends now and would grow closer. The protagonist, meanwhile, was not happy at all. Jacques wasn't stupid. He could tell Dion felt awkward and had likely agreed out of pity, just like the rumor said. He quickly pushed further, saying he'd visit soon so they could train together and have tea after. MC was just about to refuse, but Jacques stood up first. He said he had a lot to do and gave his goodbye. Then he left, already excited about seeing his new friend again. Diane, though really did not want to stay alone with the general, the man addressed him as honorary count him and said it had been a while since they spoke in private. The protagonist started to answer, but the general cut in and said he'd be direct so he could leave quickly. The emperor wanted MC to hand over the revolutionary soldier he had captured. They wanted the man to lead them to the group's base so they could wipe them out. But since he and his troops caught him, he had the right to refuse. Grateful that he got straight to the point, the protagonist said he didn't care and told him to take the prisoner. Once they were at the cell, a prisoner was brought out. MC pointed him out and said that was the one, but the general said he had heard he was attacked by 3 people. One died in the explosion, but the second death was never confirmed. Diane asked why that mattered. The general told him to explain how the last one died. At the same time, he thought to himself that he never hated anyone for no reason. During the 8-year war, he had watched the protagonist's personality change up close. Diane had been the first noble to lower himself to an ordinary soldier, so he stood out. At first, he was weak and barely made it through battle. Later, cruelty became the way he survived. He had once grabbed the boy by the shoulder and told him to get up, but he had already been standing there for 3 straight days. Surviving wasn't his fault, but he still had to face what came from it. The general understood. Then Dion looked up and asked what he was even talking about. That was when the general noticed something split inside him like another self. The protagonist said his wounds were fine, and the general tried to bring up the battle. But MC met his eyes again and said he truly had no idea what he meant. The general realized he had 2 sides, one bloodthirsty and focused only on survival, and another normal one that forgot the horrors he had done. That dark look on Diane's face made it clear enough. To the general, MC couldn't carry the weight of his actions, so he escaped from them in the worst way possible, all while wondering how long the protagonist planned to keep pretending. MC only asked what he meant by remember. The general thought maybe things could change if Dion finally took responsibility, but he said he wasn't there, so he didn't know the details. Maybe some dogs attacked the man. Right away, the general realized he was a fool for expecting anything different, so he said he was leaving and told the protagonist not to follow. Of course, he knew that dog story was nonsense. He was sure Dion killed the soldier and used that strange second self to do it without facing it. In someone carrying that much responsibility, weakness was disastrous. To him, MC was a serious threat. So why did the Emperor keep him so close? And not just him. Even the demons seemed to know something. Too many pieces were moving at once. Then Dien came to and muttered that he must have dozed off. He asked how long he had been out and Ben said not long. Still, Ben wanted to know if he felt better because he had been seriously worried when he collapsed. His body was weak to begin with, so pushing himself like that was dangerous. The protagonist said he was fine and just needed rest. Then Ben suggested sending those crazy mutts out on a monster hunt. Tien thought that actually sounded pretty good since they had been causing non-stop trouble. Ben added that monsters had been showing up near the border, so the timing was perfect. MC smiled, and inside he was thrilled. Then Ruranel was already waving and saying they'd see each other at the border. So much for staying at the castle. In the end, Dien got dragged along too. In fact, they were already arriving at the border. He demanded to know why he had to come. The answer was simple, so he wouldn't miss the fun of the hunt. The protagonist wondered what kind of maniac thought watching bloodshed was fun. He tried hard to stay behind, but they kept hanging on him and begging. Everyone insisted he couldn't let only them enjoy it and promised to help him rack up plenty of kills. MC tried saying he had things to handle at the castle, but Ben stepped in and said he'd take care of everything like always so MC could relax for the week. The soldiers were touched by Ben's kindness while he was basically thinking, "You jerk, I don't want to go." Then the butler explained that if the protagonist stayed behind, those rats would just try to follow anyway. This way, it would be easier to kill anyone chasing him. In other words, it was a perfect break that also solved the problem. With all that in mind, Dien couldn't really refuse. Besides, if he stayed at the castle while half the world hunted him, he might actually die. One soldier told him to cheer up, saying he'd heard MC came back from the last hunt with a huge smile. MC knew that smile was only because he had been hanging out with demons. Now orcs and shamans were already appearing, and the soldiers got fired up, ready to get to work. He, on the other hand, already missed the demon world. Then he looked at Adelia and sighed, realizing even she seemed tired of this mess. When he asked for someone to command the Death Knights, she was the first one chosen. Unlike these lunatics, she was what a true warrior should be. She asked if he wasn't going to join in, but Dion said he'd let them enjoy themselves for now. He was fine sitting back. Meanwhile, the others were already arguing over who would kill more. They kept trying to pull the protagonist in, but he told them to keep enjoying themselves. He had a bad feeling that if he stepped in, something would go wrong. Then suddenly, he sensed something, and an arrow slammed into his shoulder. Rodronica screamed for him, while Dion realized that if he hadn't turned his head, it would have gone through his neck. But who would dare launch an ambush like this? Unless someone wanted war with the Empire, no one should have the nerve, so it had to be another group of assassins after him. Nearby, hidden in the brush, an archer drew a second arrow and wondered how Dion had dodged the fatal shot. At that point, MC was fed up with all of them. He told Adelia to cut the arrow, and she moved at once. But she knew any movement would bring terrible pain and shoved the arrow deeper into his arm. Dien ignored that, called the dogs over, and ordered everyone to use the drugs. From above, someone watched the fight and asked if that down there was the Empire's hero, him. The man beside him said yes. That white-haired boy was the one leading them. The first man grew uneasy, wondering if this was some kind of internal conflict. Then he saw Dion was hurt and said it had been 2 years since the 8-year war. The feared protagonist had been wounded, and the Empire definitely wouldn't want another war right now. If they finished them off here and claimed they were attacked for no reason, they might even squeeze compensation out of it. But below, the men were swallowing pills, and Ririnal wanted to know what they were. She asks what the pill is. MC says it shuts down your reason, and she points out it was banned because it's too dangerous. That warning means nothing to him, who cuts people down without a second thought. The men take cover and lift their blades before rushing in. Dion jumps off his horse and says this is the first one. A second later, the man is covered in blood. He warns him not to move unless he wants to lose both legs. Then he tells the soldiers they have one prisoner. The rest can die. The army charges and the enemy force is wiped out. He orders Lion to watch the captured man and make sure he doesn't get away, but then he notices some soldiers hesitate before delivering the last blow. The others were already dead, and this one looked like he was dying anyway. Dion steps in and hacks the man apart dozens of times, then reminds them they've spent 8 years fighting like dogs. So why did they suddenly start acting like humans again? They were still weak and pathetic with no real chance to live. He taught them over and over that mercy gets you killed. Everything they do is to stay alive. The attack squad realizes they messed up. They understand that lesson the hard way. As the scene turns to Cruel, the butler asks why he paid half the reward for just a wound. When the Duke clearly wanted Dion dead, Cruel says he knows the goal was murder. He only added one extra condition. The butler pushes back, asking why their money was spent that way if the protagonist had to die. Cruel tells him he'll take full responsibility. The man can't understand it. Why would the person who should hate MC the most act like this? Meanwhile, Cruel thinks Dion's end will be decided by him alone. He's keeping him alive because he wants the kill for himself. So when the Count made his offer, Cruel secretly arranged to pay half the reward just for injuring him. Back at the battlefield, the protagonist keeps cutting enemies down while someone nearby mutters, "This is the worst sight he's ever seen." With those red eyes, MC doesn't look anything like the Empire's hero. This isn't what they were hired to face. Now it becomes clear why that night group has its name. They don't seem human at all, but like demons. Honestly, in this story, the demons feel more like the good guys. Dion walks up and asks if the man is desperate for money, stupid, or both, then drives in a knife and stomps him down. He says he doesn't enjoy dragging torture out forever, so the man should just tell him who sent him, and they can end it quickly. The scene shifts as someone reports to the Emperor that the Kingdom of Arian filed a complaint, saying the Dions were hunting near their border. Their troops clashed, fought back, and now Arian claims it was an invasion. The Emperor ignores that and asks only one thing. Was the boy ambushed, and is he alive? The report says Dion survived, but an arrow hit his shoulder, so he won't fight properly for a month. The Emperor asks if those fools are demanding compensation, and the answer is yes. He immediately understands. They think hurting him means the Empire won't risk war. Too bad they're as weak as they are dumb. It seems he's been holding back these past few years. The informant nervously suggests they could claim responsibility for arranging the ambush instead of starting a war, but Ed simply orders them to prepare for war. Both men are shocked and beg him to rethink it. The 8-year war only ended 2 years ago, and nobody wants another one. The Empire is broke. Ed doesn't care. Once they conquer more land, money will follow. If they handled one 8-year war, they can handle another. The Chancellor argues that the army isn't ready, and the people won't support this. But Ed cuts him off, reminding him he's a tyrant. He was already planning to conquer the rest of the continent, and the timing couldn't be better. The moment he killed his brothers and sisters, he chose this road for good. He won't turn back even if it's become a chain around him. And right now, that chain is pulling him toward another disaster. The Chancellor thinks there is nothing wrong with living by your own duty, but Ed's priorities are clearly twisted. All he can do is pray that if those disasters really come, the Empire survives them. After the Chancellor leaves, the Emperor asks Nemesis what he knows about the Church of Salvation. Nemesis says it's the cult gaining a crazy number of followers in the slums. He adds that it's not surprising when life gets hard, people naturally cling to religion. Ed agrees, but says the group has grown far too large and should be crushed before the war begins. He wonders if Dion should handle it as punishment for the trouble he caused. Even with an injured arm, wiping out a cult would be easy for him. Nemesis rejects the idea right away, saying the boy is too dangerous. Ed asks if that's because the protagonist is cruel for no reason. Nemesis says that isn't even the real issue. It's how hard he clings to survival. The boy has 2 personalities, and his mind is fragile as sand. The worst thing they could do is push him into a situation that makes him break for good. But the Emperor only laughs and says he knows that better than anyone. Nemesis asks why he'd still do it, and Ed answers that if MC acts out, that's MC's fault too. Nemesis warns that a broken sword ends up hurting its owner. Whatever he does will also fall on Ed. Ed says it doesn't matter. This is just part of being Emperor. Then he tells him to stop. That's enough. He's chosen to be a tyrant, though sometimes he's kind to the people he values, and that's the only reason he's overlooking this disrespect. He won't punish a subordinate over something this small. Nemesis understands the threat and apologizes. The Emperor tells him to relax. He wouldn't keep someone that dangerous close without a reason. Then we go to the past. When Dion asked permission to wipe out his family, in that moment the Emperor could clearly feel the boy's hatred and rage. He was a genius thrown into war at 14, knowing nothing, then trapped in it for 8 years. When he finally returned from the battlefield, that was the first thing he asked for. The emperor said the hearts hated him for taking the throne by force, so he had no reason to refuse. Still, he asked if Tian really thought he was strong enough to bring down such a powerful family. That was when the emperor decided to shape him into a sword. The protagonist only asked what he needed to do. To him, it was the perfect plan, and the hero's death made it a success. MC returned carrying that man's body. The emperor praised him and asked if he'd changed his mind, but MC said no. In the end, the emperor had to admit he was a hero even without that so-called fragment. Then he remarked that the Heart Mansion probably wouldn't stay quiet that night. The protagonist simply thanked him, and that was where the cruelty started. But fate is strange, and when Cruel returned later that night, he found Dion had slaughtered everyone in the house. Worst of all, Cruel himself survived. The emperor says that, in the end, Cruel became the perfect way to keep MC under control. He killed the family without the emperor ever directly ordering it. He only gave permission. But Cruel lived, and if the protagonist wants to kill his older brother, he'll need the emperor's help. On the other side, Cruel works for that duke because it's the only way he can stay alive. The two of them became each other's leash. As long as Cruel lives, Tien will remain at the emperor's side. Honestly, it feels like the boy might kill you soon too, but whatever. Next chapter, MC is surrounded by bodies being dragged all around him. Wondering what this is, a voice tells him to give in to the madness, saying everything they do is just to survive. He covers his ears and tries to calm down, but then a shadow comes from behind, covers his face, tells him not to think about it. He has to accept that his family ignored him in the end, even though he was always there. Suddenly, he wakes up and wonders if it was just one of those dreams again. His shoulder still hurts, and he remembers the arrow that hit him. The problem is after that, at the border, he barely remembers anything. Still funny. This is one of the rare stories where the main character leaves and comes back in just a chapter or two. In most stories, they'd be gone for 10 chapters. He even thinks that without that strange dream, he'd believe nothing happened, but his wounded shoulder says otherwise. Then he asks about, remember, who shows up at once and says, who would have thought they had a spy there the whole time? One man was about to collapse, tried to speak, and got stabbed immediately, dead on the spot. Remember says, they'll now work for the dead. Someone comes to carry the body away and warns him that Dion has returned. Remember says, fine. He'll meet the boy and tells them to find out who that man was serving. But hold on. The guy is dead. Are they really getting answers from corpses now? How are they supposed to figure that out? Then we cut to Remember speaking with Dion. He notices the injury and asks if the protagonist is alright. The protagonist says it's nothing serious. The butler points out that MC uses his right hand, so he can still keep fighting. Then he says the smell is awful since he just killed a spy and is still covered in blood. He claims he meant to take the man alive, but something went wrong. He really can't get a moment of peace. The butler asks whether he learned who attacked him. Tien says they died before he could find out, and he barely remembers anything anyway. The butler warns that whoever planned this is dangerous. He adds that Duke Alistair is one of the biggest suspects. For once, that actually makes sense. Either way, Dion can't deal with this alone. The butler says asking His Majesty for help would be best. Right after that, he apologizes for speaking too boldly. The protagonist says it's fine, though he's already planning to see the Emperor himself and talk about giving back the Empire he never wanted. He wants to wrap this up fast and finally live the quiet life he's always wanted. But when he gets there, he learns Duke Alistair is already meeting with His Majesty. MC says that's fine, but he's clearly thrown off. He came to talk about that very man. So why is he here? Then that fake Lydia runs up all emotional, calling out to him. Her brother keeps her close and greets Dion. He answers the greeting. The shady prince smugly says they're friends. I'd like to think he's decent, but no chance. Everyone here is rotten. Then, Alphatus suggests they wait together before seeing His Majesty. A moment later, they're seated at a table, and that clingy girl is hanging off Dion's arm. The protagonist is clearly annoyed. If he'd known those two were here, he never would have come. Alphatus mentions MC drinks a lot of tea and offers to send him some later. He says that's not needed, but Alidia suddenly pushes a cookie into his mouth. Then the prince tells him to be more careful. He heard Dion join the hunt and came back in terrible shape. The protagonist says it's fine, but Alphida tells him to take care of himself. Since he doesn't want to be emperor, the one in that role now has to stay alive a long time. Namsi nearly chokes hearing that. He plans to stop serving this man and leave this place as soon as he can. Alphadas explains that if he ever took the throne, it would mean something happened to Ed, and he doesn't want that. As far as they're concerned, His Majesty is like a brother, and they want him happy. What happened to being his sons? These people all lie the same way. Emperor. He explains that the current ruler used to be the 9th prince, but he spared those two, and somehow they truly love and care about him. Then Dion brings up the 1st prince, father of Alphadas and Alethea. Unlike the others, he was kind and decent. He raised the 9th prince alongside his own children until he died. They were basically brothers, so it seems he truly forgave him. What a lovely family. Hard to believe they ended up slaughtering everyone. The protagonist says if the 1st prince had lived, the 9th prince might never have turned that violent. Then Alphadas takes fake Alydia's hand and tells MC they're counting on him. She quickly adds that they shouldn't pressure him too much. Dion says he needs the bathroom and walks out. Fake number 1 says he ran away, and fake number 2 agrees. The talk clearly got too heavy for him. Alphadas feels guilty because he meant every word. He knows that no matter how calm the emperor seems, there's still a blade at his throat. Then someone shouts that if this keeps up, that man will stay on the throne forever. They say this has to be settled soon because the nobles are fed up and justice must be done. Alphadas has heard things like that for 2 years. He ignores it, but it's obviously turning into a real threat. Then Aletheus says the emperor needs someone fully loyal at his side. Tyan is incredibly capable, so keeping him close is a blessing. That's why she's trying so hard to win him over. Alethea says it would be perfect if he became a beast completely loyal to His Majesty. So loyal that if any noble raised a sword at the emperor, the protagonist would kill them without hesitation. Honestly, hesitation has never been the protagonist's problem. Tion wanders through the castle looking for the bathroom. When a door suddenly opens, he recognizes the shocked man standing there. MC walks over wondering why he's so scared and stares at him while asking if he knows where they are. The man suddenly draws a sword and attacks out of nowhere. Tion throws up his arm and gets cut. He's still trying to understand why this lunatic attacked him when he only wanted directions to the bathroom. Turns out the man had been stealing documents and thought Tion had caught him. What really shocks him is his rotten luck of all people he ran into him. Then someone grabs him by the neck and lifts him up. It's J-Car. Maybe there's some deeper game going on here. Who knows? That thought just crossed my mind. Tyan asks what J-Car is doing there, and J-Car snaps back, asking the same thing. When he notices the protagonist's injured arm, he squeezes the thief's throat even harder, and the man begs for air. Several papers slip to the floor, and when Dion bends to pick them up, Duke Alistair steps in to inspect them. He remarks that they look very important. Then he asks if MC came to see the Emperor, and MC says yes. He just needs a quick talk. Alestra says Dion caught an intruder, so His Majesty will probably grant whatever he asks. Even with Jakur stepping in, he says he likely could have handled it himself. Then that whole group of fools comes rushing over, calling for the protagonist. Alestras grabs him at once and asks why he's bleeding. Blood is running from his nose and shoulder, and they're already shouting for a doctor. Jakur says it must be from the fight, and Alestra adds that the spy's blade may have been poisoned. But Tion doesn't want anyone realizing his body is just that weak. Then a man rushes in saying he heard there was a patient. The second he sees MC, he freezes. Every time he treats this kid, the nobles watch like they'll kill him if he makes one mistake. Alphides asks right away if it's poison, but the doctor says it's only a shallow dagger wound. The prince grabs him and tells him to check again. Tion is coughing up blood, so it can't be just a scratch. Then another voice says it's the Demon King's curse. Ben walks in and everyone greets him. So apparently the whole castle knows he went to see the Demon King. Earlier, Ben had already said he came to bring the protagonist to the Emperor. Tion, desperate to get away from all this, says he can't keep that man waiting and leaves, thanking everyone for worrying about him. Watching him go so calmly, Alphides thinks MC simply doesn't care about the demon mark since it's incurable anyway. To him, he is just a tough kid who keeps everything inside. That part at least is true. Outside, Alistair gets into his carriage. The worst part is that the paper he saw was a plan for the war the Emperor meant to start. He never expected that mad ruler to rush into another war so soon. The man was losing it. Alistair decides to help things along a little, just enough to get something for himself too. Then the Emperor praises Dion for catching the spy and asks if he's hurt. The protagonist says no, but the Emperor notices he's drenched in sweat. He reminds MC that as one of the Empire's greatest assets, he doesn't need to hide his condition. MC says he'll remember that. In truth, he's sweating because he took a heavy hit earlier and still hasn't said anything. More importantly, he desperately needs the bathroom and still hasn't gone. The Emperor asks why he came, and the moment Dion mentions the heart territory, he cuts him off. If this is about giving it back, the answer is no. He is stunned because he hasn't even explained yet. When he tries to bring up returning the army, the Emperor shuts that down too. The troops stay, the castle stays, and nothing will be returned. But if the protagonist handles a small task, the Emperor will grant him another request. On the paper, MC sees the name Church of Salvation. The Emperor says it's a growing cult and wants Dion to deal with it. He looks uninterested until the Emperor says he'll just give the job to J-Car and let him claim the reward instead. That makes the protagonist stand up and say he'll do it. MC realized Ed always dangled Cruel in front of him to force his hand, then Ed raised the stakes. He and Cruel would both take the job, and whoever finished first would get the wish. Dion got up at once and said it would be done sooner than Ed expected. He had no plan to lose to Cruel. So, yeah, that whole 4D chess theory was wrong. Forget that. A little later, the protagonist was sitting down with tea. He said it had started tasting the same every day. Ben reminded him the tea came from the prince, who said he really liked it. On top of that, Dion still had to drink the nasty medicine the doctor gave him. While they were talking, a sealed walked in. MC asked if she had finished looking into the Church of Salvation. She handed over a report. The short version, they gave out free bread and water and asked for nothing back. Unlike most cults, they also didn't worship one clear leader. All they wanted was for people to believe salvation was coming, which made Dion even more suspicious. Handing out that much food wasn't cheap. A group like this would need noble backing, but they weren't asking for money, and they didn't even have a visible religious head. So what were they really after? After all that tea, he got up to use the bathroom. Iseult quickly asked if he was planning to handle this himself. She warned him it would be dangerous and said they were going together. Dion had no clue what she meant, and the next thing he knew, they were standing in front of the Church of Salvation. Iseult pulled out a disguise and told him to change because things could get risky from here. The protagonist couldn't believe it. He just wanted to use the bathroom, and somehow he got dragged into this again. He told her he had something to do and warned her not to follow him. All he wanted was to pee in the alley. But, of course, someone followed anyway. When Iseult tried to sneak up behind him, he vanished right in front of her, used the alley in peace, and came back out looking completely relaxed, then noticed someone nearby. It was Kroll. The moment Dion turned back, he coughed up blood and lowered his head in shock. At first, it seemed like Kroll hadn't noticed, but he attacked right away, and MC blocked it. Kroll said one injured arm wasn't enough to stop him. He thought he meant the cut from the castle, but then Kroll grabbed his other shoulder, pressed down hard, and forced him back. That was when Dion wondered how Kroll knew about the arrow wound. Kroll said if the protagonist could still move around this much while hurt, then the job clearly hadn't been finished right. MC finally understood. Cruel was the one who had ordered him killed. Just then, Iseult appeared at the alley, and Dion grabbed her and pulled her away. She was more worried about him coughing blood, while Cruel recognized her as the captain of his knights. The protagonist moved in front of her and told her to stay back. He could fight Cruel himself and maybe keep things under control, but if she attacked the famous hero, everything would blow up. Cruel then asked if MC meant to infiltrate the Church of Salvation. Dion brushed past him and said he didn't need to answer. Kroll warned him anyway. If he dug too deep, he'd be in danger. That only made him wonder why the man who tried to have him killed was suddenly worried about him. What a thoughtful brother. Later, Kroll looked over a paper and said that if Dion's life was almost over, he should care more about living quietly. The protagonist already had a weak body, and the Demon King's curse was still eating away at him. He couldn't have much time left. Wait, maybe that 4D chess idea did make sense. Cruel did try to save him before, or maybe not. Then MC started smearing mud all over his face. He said no one could know they were nobles. Iseult hesitated because it smelled awful, but he had expected that she was born a noble. So this kind of thing wasn't easy for her. Still, he said there was no way the commander would leave him alone after promising to stay by his side. So she grabbed mud from the ground and spread it over her face too. The idea was to look filthy enough to pass as poor people seeking help. Then Dion remembered Cruel had told him to rub mud in his hair too. He still thought that made no sense. The protagonist told Azil to hide her sword and follow behind him since he would enter first. At the entrance, he spotted a green-haired woman who seemed familiar. Dion stepped closer, tripped like an idiot, and slammed face first into the ground. The woman rushed over to ask if he was okay and tried to help him up, saying he must be so hungry he couldn't even stand. His hand was already stained with blood from all the coughing, so they brought him inside. Before going in, he flashed Isilde a thumbs up, and she realized the plan had worked. He looked exactly like a worn-out beggar. But when she tried to enter too, the woman at the door said they weren't taking anyone else that day. She gave Isilde bread and water instead, told her to eat and come back later. Isilde tried to ask her to wait, but it was too late. The woman had already picked up on her noble air and calm, trained movements. She clearly looked like a knight or a spy. Luckily for Dion, that stupid fall helped. Inside, he looked weak and starved enough to fool anyone. The woman even brought him tea, sure he had come straight from the slums. He thanked her, and she went to get him food. Meanwhile, MC kept wondering why he hadn't found anything suspicious yet. The church seemed normal. The people looked content, and even the guards acted like proper paladins. But that was exactly what bothered him. Everything was too clean. Then someone asked if he was too hot, and he said no. He wanted to keep the cloak on. She replied that he should take it off even more so and lowered his hood, revealing the white hair and red eyes tied to the curse. The woman froze for a second, then touched his face and commented on his eyes. Dion played it up, saying he knew she must think they were ugly. Even his family didn't like them, so strangers reacting that way made sense. She awkwardly said they weren't ugly and asked if he'd ever heard of him. Someone from the Empire with the same eyes, pretending not to know, he asked if that was some imperial hero. She said yes, but warned him to stay away because that boy was more like a bloodthirsty vampire than a hero. Diane could only think that his reputation was getting worse by the minute. Then she asked if he knew what this place was, and he said he only knew they gave out bread and water. She explained it was the Church of Salvation made to save people suffering because of Edat. According to her, the emperor was why everyone lived so miserably. If he were a good ruler, none of this would be happening. The protagonist realized Ed was being openly trashed here. She even said if the emperor had done his job, the protagonist wouldn't have fallen in muddy streets. Still, she told him the Church of Salvation wasn't like other groups. They didn't believe in money, only in salvation. That just confused MC more. It sounded nice, but there had to be some hidden reason behind it. So he asked who would save him if he became a believer. He was finally getting close to the truth, but she only said he'd learned that after becoming one of them. He kept moving through the church and still found no real proof. The food didn't seem poisoned, and everyone looked calm. Then someone tapped him on the back, and when he turned, he saw a sweet little girl, the same one from the beginning with her brother. She asked if he was new, and he said yes, noticing how cheerful and healthy she looked. She introduced herself as Ririnel and said he must have had a hard life to end up here, but now he didn't need to worry. This place gave food and water for free. He thanked her, gently patted her head, and said this really did feel like salvation, all while noticing guards nearby watching his every move. Then a boy from the corner called for Ririnel to hurry up and pray, and Dion instantly noticed the kid was staring at him like he wanted him dead. After they left, he tried to figure out how to move around without the guards noticing, but then someone called out to him. Outside, Isolde had heard something strange. She was trying to find a way in through the back, but nothing worked. Then she saw a few loaves of bread roll across the ground and heard someone shouting for security. She moved closer and heard the green-haired woman say there was an intruder. If it hadn't been a hero, everyone there would have been punished and replaced. Isolde first thought it was Dian, but maybe it was cruel. Then something inside started getting wrecked. Turns out Isolde had charged in herself, demanding to know where her lord was. The protagonist stayed hidden in a corner. For a moment, he thought he'd been found, but luckily, someone else drew the attention away. One man even offered him more bread. He was the same one who had tossed it out the window earlier, which was how Isolde found it outside. After that, Dion slipped into the prayer area. But when he pulled back a curtain and looked inside, the priest was there with the green-haired woman, and both immediately asked what he was doing. But he was already gone, and all they found was an open window. The priest told them to clean up fast and make sure no one else got inside. Still, the woman felt like something was off. Then behind the curtain, Kroll suddenly grabbed Dion. Let go already. MC couldn't believe he had run into that creep again. Both of them turned to the green-haired woman as she announced it was time to pray for salvation, saying every true believer would be led down the right path. But instead of starting the prayer, she began talking about what real salvation meant. The crowd lit up and thanked her. She said they were about to enter a room. Only true believers were allowed to hear in. Then she touched the wall and her arms slipped right through it. Even though it looked solid, she explained that they could walk straight through. After that, she told everyone to enter the portal, and it was obvious this was magic. Even the two little kids skipped inside without a care. Before long, the whole group had gone through. So this church was clearly hiding something. They were going way too far to keep their secret buried. Dion finally pulled himself away from Kroll. Honestly, he was starting to miss that fake princess, Alethea. They bickered for a moment, and then both of them started testing the wall, trying to figure out how to get through. Dayan felt a jewel hidden behind it and realized the barrier was powered by special magic. Humans had learned this kind of power during the war with the demons. But since humans couldn't use special magic easily, they stored it in crystals like this that only made things shadier. Why did this church have such high-level magic? He almost wanted to quit the mission. But if he did, Kroll would get his wish. Just then, someone burst in shouting there was a problem, and Dion hid at once. The man rushed by, saying Seelan had to hear about this right away. He ran to the jewel, called for her, and reported an intruder tearing the place apart while yelling for the Lord. The protagonist had no clue what was happening. Then something on the man's back shattered again. Lion had arrived. She demanded to know where he was. Grabbing the man, she pressed him about who this Lord even was. Lion knew she couldn't reveal her side, and she definitely couldn't say Count or Hero, or she'd expose too much. So all she could say was that her lord was her lord. The man kept asking for a name, saying it would help if she just told him. She kept stumbling over her answer while Diane noticed the crystal link was still active. On the other side, Seelan was listening, and the second she heard that voice, she knew who it was. It was the suspicious person from the gate, now asking about the Lord. And on top of that, a strange red-eyed person was inside the building too. Now she was sure Dayan was here. She had guessed the Emperor might send him, but not alone. Meanwhile, Krul was calmly talking with Seelan, asking how she had gotten inside. He wanted to confirm she wouldn't help him see, especially since she knew he was there for a test from the Duke. Besides, he had already learned the most important part, then he remembered where he had seen her before besides Stave. So Krul had just been messing around there. She left, saying it was a favor since they served the same master. Still, she promised to tighten security so Dian wouldn't get in. What she never saw coming was him casually walking in through the front. She went back to the pulpit and apologized for the prayer delay, while silently wishing the protagonist wouldn't show up and ruin everything. This all had to follow that person's plan. Leon was busy knocking people around, but none of them seemed to know anything useful. Then Dean showed up, called out to her, and told her to stop making a scene. He said they should get out first and talk later, but she dropped down and apologized for failing to follow him properly. He told her it was fine, but she kept going, saying his perfect enemy infiltration and his skill at gathering information had deeply moved her. Right there, she swore to follow him forever. Dayan just stood there confused, unable to understand why this weirdo was saying all this in the middle of a mission. The only way to get her back on her feet was to pound his chest and swear he'd never betray her loyalty. After that, he said it was time to leave because the Mortal Knights still had to investigate. Lion begged him not to bring those lunatics. They'd kill everyone. 3 days later, he was at the castle, wondering why it was so hard to find a sorcerer in that area. Out of almost 100 in the Empire, 99 were in the south, leaving the north with almost none. He just hoped Krul hadn't already handled it. Then Recronel came in and said they had found someone who could remove that, or at least a place where they might get help within a day. Soon, he was on a mountain above the city where some sorcerers were said to live. Lion told him to rest after their rush to get there, but Dayan said they needed to find someone fast before that person arrived. And, of course, Krul was already coming up, making MC wonder how that bastard had shown up again. He couldn't believe Krul had caught up this fast. Suddenly, a rock flew out of nowhere and smacked Dion in the head. When he turned to the side, Krul was already there, and it turned out one of the villagers had thrown it. Bawana declared disaster had arrived and said they should kill him. They needed to drive him out of the village at once. Leon immediately snapped, asking how she dared talk to her lord like that. Dian was annoyed too, asking what this disaster nonsense was supposed to mean. Lady, she really shouldn't have thrown that rock because he was almost slipping into cursed mode, calling himself a simple sinner. Then he stopped and figured she had to be out of her mind. Just then, someone told the sorceress to calm down. That was when Dayan realized she was the one he had come to find. But she suddenly grabbed his arms and told him he must not hate anything. He couldn't hate anyone or anything there, or a terrible disaster would happen. Not understanding any of it, he pulled away, asking why she was getting so close. Right then, another woman touched her shoulder and gently told her grandmother to calm down. At last, another woman stepped in, hopefully not another fate. The old lady kept warning her about the disaster, but the granddaughter said it was fine and nothing would happen. You couldn't judge people before even knowing them. Then she said they had been waiting for him. She introduced herself as Ran and apologized to Dion. He said it was fine, and she quickly asked if he had come looking for a sorcerer. He had no idea how she knew, but she said that was easy for a sorceress like her. The moment he formed the thought, they already knew he was coming. Was it because of the Church of Salvation? Diane started wondering if their magic really worked or if she was tied to that person too, since everything seemed connected. Now he was worried because if he refused her help, Cruel might reach her instead. So he grabbed her hand right away and thanked her for helping him. Meanwhile, as Cruel watched them leave, he thought it didn't matter how the protagonist got a sorcerer. Even if the Duke wanted proof, that man cared most about winning, and Cruel planned to get one too. He wanted to talk to the old woman, but before he could, a strange woman appeared and suddenly hugged him, saying she had seen him there too. Cruel was confused, but she told him he'd suffered enough and didn't need to worry. No one there hated him. She knew no one in this world still loved him, but he had to be careful because people without love didn't live long there. That was why he had to survive and win the fight to outlive the other. Even if he was the one who would start the apocalypse, if he stayed alive, then the apocalypse wouldn't happen. And if he ever felt close to death or wanted to die, he had to kill that boy first. Honestly, it felt like the villagers already knew the whole story. At that, Cruel raised his sword to her neck, saying he knew how to survive and warning her not to come any closer. Inside, he reminded himself that long ago he had already decided he wouldn't die before Zhang Bao. Meanwhile, Diane asked Ran if she could see the future too. She said yes, she could even see his future right then. He still didn't get how they knew he would come, so she explained it wasn't exactly seeing the future. She just knew a certain boy with certain goals would one day reach this village. While they were talking, a nearby man watched them, wondering who they were. Ran said she had to be careful when talking about someone's future. But one thing she could say for sure was that the hate inside him was like a forest fire, small at first, then huge enough to burn everything. That boy was dangerous enough to set all of it off. Could it be that village kid, the one now introducing himself as Dan and asking to go with Dying, saying that if MC was really going to face that disaster, he'd need Dan's help later. Then Dan shared the day he learned his fate. Suddenly, the woman was slammed into the wall, and everyone started asking if she really was a sorceress. The boy just stood there, confused and lost. Meanwhile, the woman said he really was a traitor who would one day serve that disaster. So his grandmother had foreseen that he would help someone cursed. From that day on, the whole village hated him. They called him disgusting. But Dan had no idea what they were even accusing him of. Only Ran tried to stop them, and that was the only reason he got through it. What Dan couldn't understand was how the people he'd grown up with, his friends and neighbors, turned on him so fast. So he made up his mind. If everyone would hate him over this, then when that so-called disaster came, he'd accept it. After a long wait, that person finally appeared. The moment Dan saw him, he knew he'd found the disaster. Do I know exactly where this is going? Not really, but we'll probably find out soon. Before long, the protagonist was back home, and Dan was with him. Lane explained that he'd brought him from the village. Dan admitted he wasn't well educated and wasn't some great fighter, but he promised not to disappoint his master. The protagonist considered sending him away, but decided to deal with it later. Right now, another mission came first. He said everything was ready. The knights had to gather, and it was time to move. Dan asked to come too, but the boy refused. For now, it was better if he stayed at the house. Tion said fine, though he clearly didn't like it. The protagonist still couldn't figure out why this suspicious guy was so desperate to follow him. Since he didn't know Dan's real motive, it felt shady. So why keep him around at all? Probably because that future-seeing girl had singled him out. Later that night at the Church of Salvation, the fire was already burning, and our boy's forces moved in. He'd warned them ahead of time. The plan was to burn the place and slip in during the chaos. His order was simple. If anyone looked suspicious, kill them. Even outside his cursed state, the protagonist isn't exactly gentle. Still, he did hold back a little. He banned the drug that made people lose control, and he told them not to kill the believers. Some knights thought it would have been easier to just slaughter everyone, while others found it strange. Their captain was usually ruthless, so the softer side felt off. Then Rand showed up and said that order came from her. There was no need for that much blood yet. That only made the soldiers more curious, and they asked when that time would come. She told them they'd know soon, and that was enough to fire them up. Inside the church, everything was being wrecked. People ran for their lives, and anyone who tried to fight back ended up dead. And, of course, everyone recognized the white uniforms. Little Thea grabbed one knight and demanded to know why they were doing this, begging them to leave. She knew they'd come to destroy the church and kill her too. She begged them to go somewhere else because this was all she had left. But the knight drew his sword, saying they had to make an example of her. Paul, the slum boy, yelled for her to get away from him. The soldiers froze, and then the knight's sword fell from his hand. At first, it seemed like someone had stopped him, but no, he'd come back to his senses. Without the drugs, they couldn't turn into complete monsters. Deep down, he knew this church was those people's last hope, and they'd rather die than watch it be destroyed. Outside, the survivors already knew who was behind it all. The Emperor's sword, Dion. Now they swore they'd never forgive the Emperor for taking away the only paradise they had. In the prayer room, Rand studied the crystal and said the power inside it felt different. It seemed made for communication in bending space. Then a magic circle suddenly appeared, and she jumped back, realizing this wasn't just a spell. It was powerful magic hiding as one that mattered because real magic was supposed to belong only to demons. Dion said that made no sense in human territory, but Rand insisted she'd suspected it from the start and was sure only magic could activate it. That made him wonder if the demon knew about this. Rand asked for more time so she could study the structure and maybe open it. The protagonist doubted a sorcerer could solve something that complicated. This was way beyond normal magic. Only someone truly skilled could do it, and since she opened it, she clearly was. He'd seen that kind of reaction before from a green-haired woman, so Rand wasn't normal either. Once the path opened, Dion said it was time to go in. But the second the three of them stepped through, it looked like nothing had changed. Rand said it had. A magic circle was there now, covered in symbols that protected a door ahead. At least the door opened, and they stepped out into a forest. Lion looked confused, and Rand guessed it was some kind of spatial link. The spell above probably connected that door to another place. So when they passed through the crystal, they were sent into a church located somewhere else. Dion asked if she knew what kind of spell it was, but she admitted she didn't fully understand it. The real problem was that the door could lead to different places. So if they didn't solve it right, they might walk out into the wrong forest. It was complicated, but she said she needed 10 to find the correct route. The protagonist just hoped he wouldn't run into Cruel again. As he paced around, he wondered if there was anything useful he could do. Rand noticed he seemed uneasy and suddenly pulled out a ladder, telling him to rest there. But then she realized he'd vanished. She started calling for him while the protagonist suddenly found himself face to face with Cruel. Outside, the whole church was burning. Salon watched civilians being evacuated and knew it wouldn't take long for people to learn who had done this. To her, this plan was weak. If it were her choice, she'd lock everyone inside and kill them all. But with Dion involved, the real priority was getting the evidence far away. The boy needed to uncover who was behind everything to destroy the organization, and she was set on making sure he never got what he wanted. So while Cruel stood nearby with a torch, ready to burn more evidence, she was carrying papers out. The moment MC pointed out they always met at the worst times, Cruel dropped the torch. Naturally, everything caught fire. The protagonist demanded to know what he was doing and rushed to stop him, but his brother caught his wrist. He asked Cruel if he was stupid, reminding him they had the same mission and there was evidence here. The problem was that, in this calmer state, Dion didn't have it in him to simply cut his brother down. Instead, Cruel shoved him into someone's arms like he was laying him down, then walked off. The protagonist was furious. He wanted to snap and tear him apart. Beating his own chest in frustration, he started thinking about who could really be behind the church. There weren't many people in the Empire who could set up something this huge. Then he asked himself which royal held the most power, the one with the purple crest, and the same one Cruel served. Obviously, it was that bastard, Stave Lester. His face changed at once as he realized those bastards had been using him. He drove his elbow into Kroll's face, but Kroll barely reacted. Instead, he threw the boy into Lion's arms, and she quickly asked if he was okay. Then came the warning. If he wanted to stay alive, he'd better not say a word about what he saw today. Now our boy was in bed, wrapped in bandages. He kept thinking about the document Cruel had hidden in his shirt. Now that he knew Stave Lester was behind it all, he understood he'd never really had a chance from the start. Then Lane entered the room and told him Ron had already left. That discouraged the protagonist a little, but then another memory hit him. And right after that, someone came in to say he had a visitor. This guy never gets a break. It was a summons from the Emperor. Since Tion hadn't won, he now had to face his punishment. The next chapter opened with Ed jerking awake in bed. Ever since taking the throne, he'd never slept peacefully. The people he'd killed came back to haunt him every night. Worse, even after waking, he could still see them staring at him, saying they hated him and asking why he was the only one still alive after what he'd done. As he clawed at his own neck in agony, Alphides came in and called out to his uncle, saying Dawson Cruel had arrived. He asked if his uncle was okay since he looked so pale and guessed it had been another nightmare, but the Emperor just snapped at him to leave. Even so, Elpidus noticed his uncle wasn't looking at him directly. His eyes were fixed on something off to the side, which was strange. He asked if his uncle was seeing things, and Ed replied that it didn't interfere with his daily life. Alpidus wanted to call a doctor, but the Emperor told him to calm down. It was only stress from preparing for war, and he had no plans to get rid of it. If anything, he secretly liked seeing those visions. He told the boy not to worry. It wasn't a big deal. Even so, Elpidus asked how long he meant to keep carrying this guilt. After all, he'd already compensated every victim's family, and he cared enough to remember all their names by heart. So was this one of those cases where the Emperor killed everyone because he thought it had to be done? The Emperor said no. None of it was normal. Those people would still be alive if not for him. Then he said the 8-year war had been his choice, so the blood of both allies and enemies stained his hands. That was a burden he'd carry for as long as he remained Emperor, but he didn't care because he had too much to do to let it break him. Then the story cut back to the protagonist staring at Cruel, while Cruel stared right back. They locked eyes with pure hatred until the Emperor walked in and welcomed them both. They bowed, but the protagonist found it strange. Even though the mission was done, the Emperor still looked annoyed. It told them to lift their heads. He'd heard the job was finished. Still, he'd also heard Count Dionheart had shown too much mercy. Why had he let so many people involved stay alive? At the same time, he was the only one who moved troops to arrest people. But in the end, it was Cruel who brought back the proof that exposed the mastermind. So while both of them had done well, Cruel would get the wish because his part was the most important. The protagonist already expected that, and Cruel thanked him. The Emperor told him to name his reward, and he immediately asked for our boy's county. He knew Danhart was only holding it as an honorary title. That caught the Emperor off guard, but he turned to the protagonist's heart and asked if he would accept it. The protagonist wanted to refuse with everything he had. He'd rather die than give it up. Instead, he said it had honestly just become extra work, so he'd be glad if someone else took it. Ed said that was fine, but there was a problem. Since another holder already existed, Cruel couldn't get the same title. He would need a new surname or a different title. So which would he choose? It turned out Cruel had lost his place in the Hart family when our boy took over everything. The Emperor even offered to change his name and drop the Hart part, but Cruel refused. He wanted to keep it as a reminder of his revenge. He planned to destroy that family with his own hands. So that was the issue. There couldn't be two honorary counts in the same family. The protagonist, though, figured this might actually be the best option for him. Cruel said he had no interest in changing his surname, and he didn't want to inherit anything from House Hart either. Tion found that strange because unlike an honorary title, the Hart name carried real history. At that point, they were the only descendants left, and the seat of the true family head was still empty. Tion first thought that Spot was his, then remembered he was only honorary. So maybe Kroll wanted the bloodline to end, but that didn't fit either since he also refused to change his last name. The Emperor said he had made the same choice himself. They really did act like brothers. Then he suggested giving the land to Duke Elister. Cruel wouldn't need a title, and he'd still run the place because the Duke would leave it to him. Cruel agreed, and the Emperor sent him away, but he told DM to stay. They still had things to talk about. The protagonist basically congratulated himself, already knowing more work was coming. Once they were alone, the mood turned heavy. DM thought this was where his punishment would start, while the Emperor noticed how tense he was. Maybe because he just lost that land, he wished the boy would stop bottling everything up and just speak honestly. Then the Emperor revealed that another war would begin soon. The Church of Salvation had fallen at just the right time, and now they could deal with the Kingdom of Arion, which had been causing trouble for a long time. TM asked if he really meant to go to war with them, and the Emperor said this was only the beginning. Even in his calmer state, TM wanted no part of another war. The last one had already taken 8 years out of him. Still, the emperor said TM would handle the demon kingdom. He wasn't about to watch someone conquer the whole continent without acting, so TM had to stay by that man's side and make sure he didn't meddle in the war. At least that was better than being thrown back into non-stop slaughter. The emperor thanked him, reached for the mark, and said that by the next time they met, it had better be gone. Thiam only said he'd try. Still, he'd at least be going back to the Dummins, where those two actually seemed to like him, unlike that weird Alicia. Then the story moved to Cruel, who told Stava Lester that Hart County had been given to him as a reward. The Count remembered that the last time he spoke with DM, the boy had talked about giving that place back. So now he asked if Cruel had chosen it because of his brother. Cruel said no. He just didn't really want anything else. Stave still didn't look fully convinced. He apologized and guessed Cruel might be tense about the meeting ahead. Cruel brushed it off and said it was fine. After all, he was responsible for the reward he chose. Stave praised all his hard work and asked if there was anything else he should know. Cruel said no, hiding the fact that the protagonist had already learned Steve was behind everything. They had tried to keep TM away from it, but he found out anyway. Now the problem was that things would get messy if Steve ever found out he had allowed TM to learn the truth. As Steve left, he told Cruel to hurry or they'd be late. Cruel stayed behind, thinking he had to make sure Stave never learned that TM knew everything. Even so, he kept staring at our boy's shadow. Weirdly, he was acting like this because he was scared Stave might kill TM. I thought TM was supposed to be the dangerous one. Outside, he praised Seelan for what she'd done with the church. She thanked him and said not to worry. They still had plenty of followers, and soon they'd get what he wanted. That finally made their goal clear. Honestly, it was pretty simple. While they gave out bread and water, she casually told people that Duke Alistair was paying for it. That made him look like a savior of the poor, while more and more people turned against the emperor, while the Duke became everyone's rescuer. And since the emperor wasn't even trying to protect his image, the job was almost too easy. Stave said that, and then the story cut to a meeting where everyone was asking why they'd been called in so suddenly. Listening to them complain, Stave thought they were idiots. If they'd all been summoned at once, it could only mean one thing: the greatest weapon of the current emperor. Another war was coming, and yes, the order had come from the emperor himself. I thought this would be some secret meeting, but nope, it was an official summons. The moment he walked in, everyone stood and saluted, praising the empire. He told them to sit, said he knew they were busy, and got right to it. From that day on, they would prepare for war. The nobles panicked right away. It had only been 2 years since they came back from an 8-year war. He answered that the war had only stopped because no one dared challenge their power anymore. Now after just 2 years, their enemies had already forgotten their place. One advisor admitted Aryan had crossed the line, but said that still wasn't enough reason to start another war. There had to be another way. The emperor said it wasn't only Aryan. Others had started underestimating the empire too. Elsewhere, men in turbans were talking about Count Dion Hart, saying he was hurt. The so-called vampire count might be out of action. A man in a blue turban said, if that demon was injured, this was their chance to bring down the empire. Hard times make heroes. And after that endless 8-year war, only 3 were left alive. Of course, the most famous one was the protagonist. The emperor said the boy's very existence crushed enemy morale, but Dion Hart's name wasn't the empire's only strength. It was time to remind the continent of that. Their goal had always been to rule the whole region, and now they were going back to that plan. The nobles hesitated and said it was still too soon. There was still a revolutionary army to deal with, and pulling soldiers from the capital now would be too dangerous. The emperor said that was exactly why he called them there. He wanted an answer to that problem. When they kept pushing back, he slammed his cup down and reminded them they were forgetting who he was. He was the empire, and he decided what would happen. Any refusal after this would be treated as a direct insult to him. The whole room went quiet, and he declared the war settled. By the next meeting, they needed a real plan for dealing with the revolutionary army. Easy for him to say he starts a war and leaves everyone else to solve the mess. I'd hate that too. As the nobles left, they muttered that this was bound to happen sooner or later. That war-crazy man was always going to do something like this. Then the emperor called for Duke Alistair and pointed out that the person leading the Salvation Church was someone who met with him all the time. The Duke apologized and said he had failed to control his people. But then the emperor put a sword to his throat and asked if he really took him for a fool. This was the same ruler who had already killed 8 brothers, and now he wanted to know if the Duke truly thought he was merciful. Alistair quickly said no, but the Emperor went on, saying he'd heard an interesting rumor about him being a sinner and Duke Alistair being salvation itself. The Duke tried to laugh it off, saying that was just nonsense from ignorant fanatics. Ed nodded and said they were wrong. He was much worse than a sinner. At that, Alistair told him to stop pretending because His Majesty couldn't kill him. Ed replied that maybe he had forgotten he was the last duke left in the region. Alistair answered that even so, he knew he wouldn't be killed because if the Emperor cut down another noble, the rest would never support this new war. The Emperor laughed, pulled back his sword, and said the people calling him a sinner had it wrong. Meanwhile, Alistair was already hurrying down the hall, thinking that if he wanted to take the Emperor's power, he first had to remove the one protecting him. It was time to act. Then we cut to the protagonist with Elpidus, who asked if he was going to the Demon Kingdom. Dion Hart barely knew that himself, so how the hell did Elpidus? He tells him to relax. He speaks with the Emperor every day, so he naturally knows most of what goes on. Then he adds that MC also knows the Emperor is dying to start another war. The order is simple. If the demon moves against the Empire, Dion must come back at once and help defend it. No exceptions. As cold as ever, he says he'll remember that. Elpidus gets up and thanks him for his work. Seriously, he's really trying to boss the protagonist around. And this time, he didn't even use his sister to soften him up. Once he's alone in the hall, Elpidus feels uneasy. MC isn't just absurdly strong on the human side. He's also one of the demon commanders. He has no clue what the Emperor is planning. But one thing is clear, Dion could betray them whenever he wants. That's why Elpidus keeps trying to stay on good terms with him, even if his personality makes that almost impossible. Then the most honest girl in the story asks how the talk with Dion went. He says it was nothing major and she didn't need to be there. What she should worry about is becoming crown princess. She grumbles that it's boring and she doesn't want it, but he tells her to wake up. As second in line for the throne, she has duties. Alethea says he looks way too tense, probably because of all this talk about war and the Revolutionary Army. Then she grabs his hand and pulls him away, saying he needs to relax and have some tea for once. That leads to Alfida admitting their uncle has been seeing things, the people he killed still haunting him. And oddly enough, Alfida says that even if it may be wrong, Ed is precious to him. He'd even stand against the whole world for him. He says no doctor has figured out what this sickness really is, and she says the answer is obvious. It's guilt. In the middle of the flames, the Emperor turns and says he'll take responsibility. Then Ed says Alethea has to understand they don't have time. The moment he learned about the hallucinations, he started getting ready to take over the Emperor's role, and that work is almost done. Until then, he'll handle what he can while she focuses on her studies. So, yeah, he says he wants to protect the Emperor, but it also sounds like he's preparing to replace him. He says that when they were saved, they were still children, and being a child in that palace was basically a crime, especially after everyone else had been killed. Meanwhile, Dion is back home wondering how much the prince knows and what the Emperor really meant by making that kid deliver the message. Ben, who somehow is still part of this story, stays beside him and asks why he looks so troubled after meeting the Emperor. He asks if he has something to say since he's been standing there the whole time. Ben says yes. He wants to start making money, not because he's greedy or anything, and he's even ready to give all the profit to Dion. The protagonist steps closer and says he's been questioning Ben's motives since the day they met. No one follows a stranger for no reason, and now he's suddenly talking about earning money just to hand it all over. Either he's trying to fake trust or he truly wants to serve him. Either way, Dion doesn't care. He gives him a sheet of paper and tells him to follow what's on it. If he does, money will come. Whatever Ben's planning, he'd better not become a problem. Alright then. Looks like Dion's moving again, heading back to the demon realm. But the whole group shows up, saying he can't leave without at least saying goodbye. Wirenal apologizes. She tried to stop it, but the news spread. Dion still pulls up his hood, gets on horseback, and rides off with a quick wave. One of them tries to chase after him, but Wirenal yanks him back off course. They all stumble into each other, fall over, and get left behind. Azald apologizes for letting him get away, while the others just pray he survives again somehow. As usual though, Renal notices someone from the Revolutionary Army hiding nearby, and he's smiling too. Seriously, is this guy the one behind everything? Dion really has a cursed life. He can't trust anyone in this place. At least the demon realm feels more honest. Now he's heading back, only to walk straight into an ambush from those idiots who are obviously about to get cut down and tortured. The next chapter starts at the Revolutionary Army base. One of them asks why they're waiting to move until after the Emperor has taken half the continent. Joker says that's the plan, but the revolutionary Captain Daniel wants to know the reason. Joker explains they need the war to hit a point where the Emperor can no longer end it, only drag it out. That's when they'll attack. By then, his army will be split everywhere, even around the palace, and the defenses will be stretched thin. Daniel says he gets it when defenses are weak, killing everyone gets easier. Joker praises that answer and calls him a genius. Then someone suddenly rushes in and reports that Dan had abruptly left. Daniel is thrilled, and Joker says this is a huge chance. You never know what might happen. The captain thanks Joker for the help and says he'll send someone after MC to see what's happening. Then he heads out right away. Joker just sits there smiling. It's pretty obvious anyone sent after Dion would just end up dead, and that's exactly what happened. The first one was already taken out, not by him but by another squad guarding him. Then that squad got wiped out too. They were following the Emperor's orders, and even they didn't survive. Now Velatin is tracking the people tracking Dion. So Joker and the Revolutionary Army are basically working against each other too. They just don't know it yet. Joker wants to cut off the Emperor's information on the protagonist, hoping that makes him more nervous and more likely to mess up the war. Meanwhile, Velatin's mission is to find out where his brother is going. I honestly thought they knew by now that Dion was close with the demons, but apparently not. Then the story moves to the church where everyone has been abandoned and Adelia is crying. Paul blames himself, saying he never should have brought her to this so-called place of salvation. Even if they were starving, they should have been more careful. All this place gave them was false hope, and then it ripped that away too. He tells her he's going to join the Revolutionary Army. He wants revenge on the Emperor for taking away the little happiness they had. He reaches out to her, asking if she wants to come with him. But unlike before, when she said yes, this time she stays silent. So he says, fine. He'll do it alone if she wants to stay there and be abandoned. Then he looks back and remembers you can make friends, but don't get too close. He should have kept that rule because then he wouldn't have gotten attached to Adelia. Now he's crying saying it's too late. He can't just leave her. Meanwhile, over in the calmest place in this story, the Demon King's castle, Ririnal misses him and wonders when the commander will finally come back. Someone next to her asks how much longer they're supposed to just wait. Then Ririnal suddenly takes off on her broom, saying she feels a strange presence coming closer. She rushes to the gate and lights up the moment she sees Dion arrive. That look says it all. She pops right up in front of him, all smiles, saying she missed him and asking how the mission went. He only lets out a short sigh, but inside, he's startled she appeared out of nowhere. Dion says it was exhausting, but he finished dealing with some strange religion problem and other matters. Ririnal doesn't even know what religion means, so he explains it's like people following one person with all their heart, kind of like how they follow the demon. She says that's dumb. You shouldn't blindly follow someone like that. If anything, people should be following MC instead. Like that demon church? He asks, and she brushes it off, saying it's nothing, then asks if he's going to see the demon. He's in the central garden right now. And apparently, there really may be people worshipping Dion, which honestly fits this crazy demon realm. In the garden, the demon is meeting with the Queen of Mermaids, the Fairy King, the Vampire Queen, and the Dwarf King. They already know he's preparing for war with the Empire. The Abyss isn't home to demons alone. These other races live there too. The demon says he didn't expect them to care this much about humans. The Fairy King answers that they have to care. Once the Empire takes the rest of the continent, they'll be next. And with humans and demons always fighting, the other races won't stay untouched. The king says that's a pretty bold claim, but the timing is perfect because his informant from the human world has just arrived, Captain Dion. Seriously, this kid is everywhere with the Emperor 1 minute, then talking to the demon the next. The demon is already excited, asking if his trip went well. Touching the mark on his chest, he says they have a lot to talk about. Before Dion can answer, he asks if it's true. The Emperor plans to conquer the whole continent. He is about to say yes, when the elf suddenly cuts in, saying he's heard about this so-called informant. But really, who there would trust a human? Honestly, it is suspicious how easily everyone's trusting him, but we know the demon always has another card to play. He tells them not to worry. As long as he's here, they can trust Dion. Still, the protagonist realizes something. If he ever betrays them, everyone in that room will turn on him. Then the demon asks what orders he got from the emperor, and MC hesitates for a moment about saying it in front of them. He answers in front of everyone. The emperor's order was simple. If the demon king stepped into the war, he was to get in the way. And if the king fully joined the fight, he had to return to the human side and help defend it. He says it plainly. No lies. No tricks. And because he's so direct, nobody doubts him. The demon king just says he expected that. It was the obvious order. And Dion brings up something else he found in the human world. He says he was looking into a group called the Church of Salvation, and one of their seals had strange magic mixed into it. The demon king thanks him and tells him to go rest, but Dion notices something's off. News like this should have shaken the demon king. Instead, he doesn't look curious or upset at all, which feels strange. Just then, the doctor appears beside him and startles him. The protagonist coughs up his usual blood, and the doctor quickly says he'll handle it before leading him away. The demon king only keeps watching him. Back in the meeting, the elf king asks why he isn't investigating this. What demon would dare use magic in the human world without his knowledge? Then he flat out says the demon king must have ordered it himself. The demon king snaps back, telling him to watch his mouth. The blonde elf slams the table and warns him to be careful. His race can sense changes in the world, and he can already feel it. Soon a hero will appear, someone unlike the others, a danger to the whole region. The demon king says he isn't afraid of that. When that hero comes, he'll deal with it himself. He even says he's been bored, and this long silence needed to end. The elf king answers, fine. It's his chest that may end up with a sword through it. With that, the four rulers begin to leave, and the vampire queen slips out without a word. They're all holding back, knowing they can't count on the demon king and thinking about talking in private. Then the demon king asks why they're being so disrespectful. He says he won't tolerate that kind of insolence from a runaway elf king. Everyone there nearly folds from the pressure, struggling to breathe, but he says he'll overlook it. They're only children. This time, he'll let them go, but the elf king should be careful what he's thinking. Meanwhile, Dien heads down the corridor. The doctor tries to help, but MC tells him to stop bothering him. The doctor thinks back. The boy has always been like this since he arrived. He's constantly coughing up blood, and the demon king always orders someone to treat him, but Dion never accepts proper care. So the healer keeps failing to deal with the damage left from that fight with the hero. He only tells him not to worry. He won't die. The healer didn't do anything wrong, so he should go back to his other duties. Still, because Dion never agrees to treatment, Ben swore he'd find a way to cure him someday. Once again, he asks to do a checkup. The protagonist flinches when Ben gets close, but Ben shows him a magic stone made with his blood and the demon king's. He explains that if Dion feels anything, the stone can speed up his blood flow and help him recover faster. The catch is it only works in the demon realm near the king's power. MC says he doesn't need it, but then Ed appears. This kid really gets no peace. Ed looks him over from head to toe and says he's going to scold Ben for not caring for him properly. Then J-Car shows up too, saying he wants to speak with Dion alone. Luckily, Ed steps in and pulls him back, telling him to let him rest. And then seriously, he slams J-Car against the wall for talking so casually to the commander. J-Car quickly apologizes, saying he'd met Dion before, and even showed him something once. Now he brought a little gift, an oddly lively plant. Ed immediately says there's no way the protagonist is getting that creepy thing. J-Car just asks him to deliver it, and Ed reluctantly agrees before sending him off. A little earlier, Tion had told Ed not to kill him since he hadn't done anything wrong. Because of that, Ed gave in, took the plant, and delivered it to MC. Now he is in bed, staring at this creepy thing as it lets out bizarre little cries and hums right in front of him. It's so disturbing that he jerks back, thinking the thing is about to kill him. As he moves, a knife suddenly sticks into the wall beside his head, and he wonders if the plant attacked too. But then someone enters, saying he never disappoints. It's amazing he sensed a hidden dagger. This is the commander of the 2nd Division, Rai Renal. Hiding a sly smile behind her hand, she asks how he dodged a throw from someone skilled in infiltration, invisibility, and assassination. Dion barely cares. The weird plant scared him more than she did. Rumler Renal keeps pushing, wanting to know how he noticed her perfect attack. Then she asks if he felt hostility from her. Of course, she says she'd never dare go that far. She knows he could kill her at any time. Then she tells him to relax and says she brought him a pile of gifts. It's basically a stack of clothes, and she makes him try them on right there. Why? Who knows? All of a sudden, a masked man rushes in, apologizing. He says he knocked but nobody answered. After hearing did Tion had returned, he came to pay his respects. Then he smacks his sword into the door like a fool and drops to the floor. A green-haired demon named Velaton, assistant to the 8th commander, comes in to help him. Dien just sits there, completely confused about what is happening in his room. Meanwhile, Rumernal waves goodbye and heads out, but stops at the door to tell Commander Hero she'd heard some idiot in the first city talking nonsense about the commander. For some reason, the commander sinks to the floor, and Velaton tells her to stop treating him like that. The protagonist just wants these lunatics out of his room as fast as possible. The 8th commander, Hero, was born from the Demon King's own shadow. He first served as the castle's guardian, but once their land expanded, he was given a secret mission. His job was to stop any demon from leaking what Dion looked like. Whether a demon mentioned him by accident or during the hero's battle, Hero made sure no one learned MC's appearance, also known in the human world as Demon Errate. That's why no one in the Empire had any clue what the commander looked like. Later, Velaton speaks with Hero in another room and says he's glad the information was protected again. He asks if he can finally speak to Dion, and Velaton agrees. Sure, the boy will appreciate everything he's done. He had just started to relax in his room with his little plant when Hero suddenly appeared and stared him down. Dion jumps. Hero says he only came to pay his respects and report on recent events. From the shock, the protagonist spits up blood again, and then Ben rushes in to ask if he's alright. Hero is so shaken that he's ready to kill himself for making the commander suffer, but both of them stop him at once. MC tells him to just return to his usual work while wondering why Hero is the only demon in the kingdom who looks at him so calmly, like he could kill him if he chose. And since he's literally the Demon King's shadow, he's clearly no weakling. After that, Ben leaves and Dion finally gets a moment alone in the room. He realizes he's truly back in the demon world. People belong with their own kind. Since the Emperor ordered him to act as a double agent, he should keep doing his duty. Smiling to himself, he thinks the demon kingdom will eventually fall. The flower shrinks at that smile and makes a scared little noise. Later, he decides the first step as a spy is gathering information. In the library, he looks around in surprise at how huge it is. As he walks by, a girl notices him but keeps reading her newspaper without saying anything. Then she realizes who he is and turns red with embarrassment. She shoots to her feet and loudly welcomes Eric. At once, all the nearby demons bow to him. Dion thinks that even though he's used to this by now, it still feels scary. He decides to grab what he needs and leave, but one book catches his eye. He pulls it from the shelf and asks if it's a report analyzing the Empire. Turns out to be a report on the current heroes, Adelia and Renal, and the protagonist asks if they update it every time new information comes in. He opens it and reads about the first hero, Aseld Nemesis. She actively supports the current Emperor and the former 9th Prince, an ally of Ed. After serving as Supreme Commander in the 8-Year War, she was made a Marquis, the only noble without a family name. The second hero is Ben Stigma Primero, the illegitimate son of Viscount Lawfully. He was drafted into the 8-Year War, given a new surname and the title of Marquis, then sent to fight barbarians on the Empire's southern border. His physical strength is said to be incredible. Seeing that, Dion wonders if they have a file on him too. They do. He's listed as the third hero. Luckily, there's no portrait. The note says that by the Demon King's order, investigating him or showing interest in him is forbidden. MC thinks there's no way the Demon King would overlook something like this. He keeps reading and moves on to the fourth hero. The entry says Cruel Heart is related by blood to the third hero and serves a duke who opposes the Emperor. Dion shuts the book with a hard slam, clearly annoyed. He burns with anger, thinking he still knows almost nothing about that weirdo. Nearby demons see his mood and panic, deciding to get away fast. Then he spots another book. It was written by Cobber. No, by the Demon King himself. The first line says a warrior is someone chosen. That chosen one receives the power to destroy the Demon King. Their talent, strength, smarts, lifespan, and everything else are above normal humans. He thinks he already knew that part. The book goes on. Fragments of a warrior can enter humans for no clear reason, turning them into beings called heroes. Even if their power is below a true warrior's, they're still far beyond normal people. Again, none of this is new to Dayan. Then one line catches his eye. It's about the Demon King. The protagonist figures this might finally be useful. Before he can keep reading, the Demon King suddenly appears beside him and quietly asks what he's doing. Startled, MC drops the book. Trying to explain, he awkwardly points at it and says he dropped it. Flustered, Tian turns to him, apologizes, and reaches down to pick it up. The open page says the warrior and the Demon King exist as proof that the world is still immature. He lifts the book and wonders what the world's immaturity even means, hoping he didn't damage it. Then he asks what brought His Majesty here. The Demon King just smiles at the book in the protagonist's hands. He takes it from him and says he needed that one. Tian is caught off guard, wondering why this book matters so much. He studies the Demon King, confused by the way he's staring at him. With a pat on MC's shoulder, the Demon King apologizes for taking his book. MC hides his irritation and says it's fine. The Demon King says he has to leave and tells him not to mind it. Just keep doing what he was doing. He wonders if he'd noticed him gathering information or if that was permission to keep reading. A while later, the protagonist leaves the library still unhappy. The girl there bows and wishes him a safe trip. He walks off with a faint smile, thinking he should just go back to his room. Some spy he is. He'd be better off sorting things out there. On the way, he overhears two demon girls talking. One asks what the celebration is for. Why throw a holiday just because the 5th Squad's commander finally came back? Tian pauses, wondering if some event is coming up. The other girl says that should be obvious. With that woman's personality, she stayed away so long because she got buried and studying the junk outside. MC remembers all, the 5th Squad commander, and thinks that fits her perfectly. Even the Demon King kept her outside the castle because of that curiosity. Then the girl adds, this isn't only a welcome back party. Mrs. All and her deputy, Sir Darnavin, are meeting. The other girl blurts out what she just said. She's shocked that a man with the emotions of a corpse could actually be dating someone. He coughs to get their attention. The girls jump and realize it's the commander of the Zero Squad. They panic, wondering how long he'd been standing there. Tian, meanwhile, seriously thinks this confirms demons really do date too. Well, of course they do. His stare only scares them more. They grab each other, burst into tears, apologize, and beg for mercy. Then they notice Dion is already gone and wonder when he left. A little later, the protagonist walks quickly, telling himself he couldn't care less who's dating who. What matters is the party. If there's a celebration, there should be special wine from the demon realm. He opens a door and finds an empty room piled with trash. Looking annoyed, MC asks if it's already over. He checks the bottles and realizes this isn't even the special stuff, just ordinary wine. He picks one up and figures all brought it from the human kingdom out of curiosity, so he came here for nothing. A few demons carrying brooms walk in and freeze when they see him there. Tian wonders why they're reacting like that. One points at him with a shaking hand and asks if he's the Zero Squad commander and if he drank all of it. That instantly sets him off, and he demands to know what they just said. He thinks he hasn't had a single drop. So are they making fun of him? Two of the demons bolt, shouting that he's using informal speech, so the alarm has to be raised. Dion, totally confused, tells them to stop. Instead, they race through the castle yelling that the commander of the Zero Squad is drunk. The alarm spreads through the whole castle, shocking every demon around. Someone shouts that the commander of the Zero Squad, the demon Eret. Even the Demon King is surprised, asking if Eret is drunk already. Soon, a huge group of demons storms into the room. They form up around Dion with shields and weapons ready. The protagonist stares at them, baffled, and asks what they're doing. One demon yells for everyone to hold their shields and prepare themselves. If even one of them falls back, they'll all die, because when the Zero Squad commander drinks too much, he kills everyone. Dion gets furious, thinking he already said he didn't drink. Still, the mood around him feels familiar. Back in the demon realm, everyone always reacted like this to him drinking. Sometime earlier, the Demon King had said this was his direct order because MC loved to drink too much. He angrily asked why he was the only one banned. The Demon King wondered if he truly didn't get it. Deep down, the protagonist knows he really does lose control when he's drunk. Still, he thought they could just stop him if anything happened. That only made him more annoyed. He couldn't understand why these weirdos acted like it was the end of the world. One demon that was face red from drinking, he asked if that demon was the enemy. That was the day everyone truly learned what Sir Eret was like. The demon told him he'd already said no, so why keep asking? If MC planned to get drunk, he shouldn't cause trouble after, but he ignored him and swung the dagger. The demon snapped and shouted that fine, he was an enemy. So what now? Maybe this was for the best anyway. He'd never liked that the Demon King created a special position for Dan and brought him into their ranks. Why should the angry demon had barely asked if that was true when MC drove the dagger into his chest. He coughed up blood, stunned that he hadn't seen it coming. He stared at him with a chilling look and slowly repeated that he must be the enemy. Then he kept stabbing, and one commander died almost instantly. After that, new rules were made in the Demon King's castle. First, if the Zero Squad commander asks whether you're the enemy, answer no right away. That's stage 1. Second, if he asks why, give the clearest answer possible. That's stage 2. Third, if he seems suspicious anyway, take a defensive position immediately. One demon quietly asks why they're defending instead of attacking if they want to survive. Another whispers that if they hurt the Zero Squad commander, the Demon King will kill them. The first is shocked and blurts out that this is insane. A third demon quickly covers his mouth, telling the idiot to shut up because he's talking too loud. They must not provoke the commander. The Demon King will handle him. Their job is just to stay alive. Then demon turns toward them. That terrifies them enough to duck behind their shields, and one of them wonders if he just smiled at them. He starts to speak, but the Demon King enters and tells Eret to stop. At least he was nearby. Demon looks over and realizes the Demon King came himself, and Ed and Ben are with him too. Is this getting out of hand? The Demon King asks if MC can hear him, and the MC starts to panic. He can hear him just fine. He just has no clue how to get out of this mess. The Demon King thinks he's still only at stage 1 if he's this calm. He tells him not to ignore him and just listen. No one here is his enemy, and nobody plans to attack him. There is no reason to kill anyone, so he should put the bottle down. Before he can finish, Dion sets the bottle on the floor and says he doesn't want to fight either. He figures if he follows along, he can finally make them understand he isn't drunk. Their shocked faces throw him off. Ben blurts out, "Did he just speak politely?" The protagonist asks their pardon, still trying to figure out what was strange. He usually talks that way, so why are they acting like this? The Demon King asks irate if he's really drunk, and Dion calmly answers no. He says he only looked at the bottles because they came from the human realm. At least now, he thinks they're finally hearing him out. The two demons who had been panicking start to think they're safe. After a short silence, the Demon King asks Irid if he's really that bored, leaving MC confused. With a smile, the Demon King scratches his head and says he should have guessed after that library visit. He thinks he only went there to spy. Then the Demon King asks if he'd like to visit the second city with Devilania. She already asked for permission to take him out of the castle. Dion apologizes and asks where he's supposed to go and with whom. Inside, he's furious and wants no part of it. The Demon King pats his shoulder and says that if war may break out soon, he should go now while he still can. The protagonist leaves, wondering why everything keeps turning out like this. The Demon King calls Ben back, so he stops while Dien and Ed leave the room. Pointing at himself, Ben asks if he will come see him before he leaves. Sometime later, the Demon King reads a newspaper in his office. It says the Kingdom of Elion is surrendering and the Empire has won. He says he meant to act once the Empire had taken at least half the continent, but it looks like he still has time. He lifts a glowing crystal and announces to the whole demon realm. From this moment on, magic is banned across all demon lands. They cannot use any magic except through sealed magic tools already made. The only exception is when a life is in danger. The commanders of the 2nd, 4th, and 8th divisions must make sure anyone using magic for no good reason gets punished as they deserve. If needed, they may even be killed. Devilania smiles when she receives that order. Adelia smiles too and says it looks like she'll have plenty to do. Hill says the king gave him this task because he trusts him. The Demon King lowers the crystal and thinks that in normal times, he wouldn't care much about a warrior appearing, but war changes everything. Right now, all they can do is push that appearance back for as long as possible. At the same time, Ed asks if Tien is really going alone. Ben says he doesn't need to worry because he'll be with him. The protagonist, Hart, tells them they don't need to come along. The Demon King stares out the window and wonders, even if the world won't unite, who can predict or stop a typhoon? In a garden, the king of the elves sits with tea and senses something. With a serious look, he realizes the entire demon realm stopped using magic in a single instant. He smiles and says it's already too late. He doubts the king even knows the warrior's arrival is very close. The world has finished preparing. Now it's only waiting for the right time. The moment the world sends the warrior will be the worst possible time for the Demon King, and in the end, it is simply waiting for that exact moment. At the same time, Margrave Amanville tells His Highness that he asks forgiveness, but they are having trouble continuing the war. Ed gives him a cold, frightening look and asks what he means. Amiable says he understands that Ed accepted the surrendered nations and spared their people and nobles, unlike in the 8-Year War. But if the nobles of defeated countries stay alive, their national spirit won't truly break. After all, the soldiers gained through war won't stay loyal to the emperor. If this keeps going, they'll start running short on manpower at the front. Supplies can be replaced, but soldiers cannot. For the empire's people, he says, the war must stop. After saying that, he bows his head. Sure, he's doomed. Still, he had to say it for the empire's sake. He doesn't regret it. He only hopes for a painless death. Ed says nothing and just thinks, which shocks Amiable and makes him wonder if Ed isn't angry at all. Then the man beside the Margrave asks what he's talking about. Can't they just get more troops by drafting commoners? Ed stays silent and lets them talk. They say it's too soon to panic. They're already telling the people to fight for the empire. So what's the issue? Exactly. They can just send the poor from the slums to the battlefield. Ed slams his fist onto the table, shutting them up. Sitting straight, he says he can't judge their talents, but they sure know how to bark. Do they really mean they can fill the army by throwing commoners into war? They won't offer their own troops, and they won't volunteer to lead them, yet they easily suggest sending citizens instead. Do they even know why people pay taxes? That money is for safety and peace. Citizens may defend the empire, but the empire also has a duty to protect them. Amiable is stunned by those words and calls out, "Your Majesty." Ed grabs his sword and says it's time to make things clear. He points the blade at them and says the war will not stop. If he needs more soldiers, he'll order them to join the fighting. The rule will match the 8-Year War. If a family has more than 2 men, at least half their private soldiers and 1 family member must serve. If they refuse, then 2/3 of their private troops will be sent instead. Drafting citizens is the last resort. If they still don't get it, he'll say it plainly, go prepare for war. Terrified, they all quickly agree with His Majesty and leave. Ed stays behind in the office, sword still in hand. He slides it back into the sheath and thinks he knows he has no right to be angry that they want to dump the war on others. But if their emperor isn't normal, shouldn't his subordinates at least have some sense? They're disgusting, just like he is. Ed lowers his head and sees a huge pool of blood from his hallucinations spread beneath him. A faint smile touches his face as he thinks the visions must be getting worse. They never used to affect his daily life. Then he hears the laughter of the ghost in the room. More ghosts walk toward him, calling his name and telling him he has to die. Ed calls them impatient freaks. They keep coming, laughing, and telling him to join them. Tired, Ed asks why they're in such a rush when he wasn't planning to live out his full life anyway. In the Southern Empire, fighting with the barbarian tribe never stops. With the emperor silently allowing the slaughter, the second hero, Stigma Primero, is there battling them. Reading the paper, he says the empire has declared war on the kingdom of Sirhan, so the emperor has ordered him to prepare. His growing army, already worn down by barbarians and southern disease, fighting barbarians is fun, but it doesn't compare to real war. The man beside him asks if he really loves war that much. Stigma says it's not about loving war. Walking over to a barbarian still clinging to life, he says the emperor rewards real merit. Then he finishes the man with a slash to the neck. Stigma says there's something he wants to ask the emperor for. During the 8-Year War, he got the title of Marquis and a huge estate in the south, plus a mountain of gold and jewels. That had been enough until he heard what Dion Hart asked for. He wanted permission to wipe out his own family with his own hands. Stigma smiles and thinks the idea hit him like lightning. How could anyone even come up with that? It wasn't just shock, it was pure joy. He wonders if MC will join this war. The man beside him says if he means that honorary count, then maybe. But later, Stigma smiles and says he can't wait to meet him. For now, it's time to get ready for war. They should burn the rest since they might carry disease. He leaves the village. His soldiers set on fire, thinking that just like that freak, he too should ask for the right to destroy his own family. At the same time, inside a carriage, Devilania says with clear annoyance that she thought they'd be alone. Ben replies that it's the Demon King's order, and even without him, they still wouldn't be alone. After all, they brought plenty of troops from the second detachment. Devilinia says the strange part is that they didn't bring any of Dion's own squad while heading to the second city through the outskirts. Bean says he knows the Zero Squad is elite, but those troops would only slow Sarella down. Looking out the window, he wonders why he'd bring his squad at all when they're only going to the second city, and why do they keep talking about the outskirts, even the Demon King? Why is everyone so nervous about the outskirts? The protagonist can't figure out why they were sent this way. He starts tapping his foot and remembers Ririnal gave him a protective pendant before they left. Even stranger, Ed made sure he was wearing his armor, like they were getting him ready for trouble. But is that really it? A bad feeling creeps over him. He wants out of here, then the carriage suddenly stops. Tion tears up, thinking, please let everything be okay. A demon opens the carriage door with urgent news. They're surrounded. A huge swarm of demonic monsters closes in. MC watches the warriors fight them off. The second squad is holding its ground, but there are way too many monsters. He looks around and realizes standing still won't help. They have to act. Assault scans the area in disgust. These things are crawling out from everywhere. Bean explains that every city has a commander for protection, but the outskirts don't. Dien stares at them, confused by how calm they are. It's almost like they expected this. Asold points out that, with numbers like this, the monsters could invade more than just Demonland. He starts panicking. Why was he invited to take a walk through the outskirts? Damn Demon King. Keeping demonic monsters under control is the Demon King's job, so they don't spill into other races' lands. By sending them through the outskirts, he basically led them right along the borders of other territories, and Dion, like an idiot, agreed to it. He wants someone to wake him from this nightmare. Asiel turns to him and says she'll go first. He needs to save his strength since there are so many. The protagonist thinks he doesn't want any part of this. How is he supposed to handle that many demonic monsters? Then Bean calls out to him from behind. MC notices and figures Ben wants to say something, especially since he'd been coughing up blood again. He turns and Bean asks if he's really in shape to fight today. That catches Dion off guard. Was his trying to avoid battle really that obvious? Bean may treat him well, but he's still a demon. If he realizes him is weaker than him, he could kill him on the spot. Bean thinks it over and says he always avoids fighting unless he's drunk or his life is on the line. That's how it's always been when he's sober and not cornered. The protagonist starts to answer, but Bean adds that any normal demon would see that as weakness. Tien thinks this was bound to happen sooner or later. Demons aren't stupid. He says he wasn't trying to fool him, and Bean quickly says he gets it. The two of them awkwardly apologize, and MC asks what Ben was trying to say. Bean says there may be countless enemies out there, but they're only demonic beasts. To him, they're so low level they're not even worth handling himself. Tien just stares at him. Bean reminds him that he's his personal doctor, so, of course, he understands how he thinks. He is furious. This idiot seriously scared him. Then Ben pulls out a bottle of alcohol and says not to worry. He prepared something special for him. The protagonist lights up at once and asks if it's a Demon Realm special. That makes him suspicious, looks uneasy, and says it's all he has, so he won't stop him. Tion's suspicion grows as Ben pours him a glass. Ben says all he has to do is relax and get in the mood. Just drink. MC thinks even he shouldn't trust something this shady, but he still takes the glass. He watches the others fighting and realizes he probably can't avoid battle. So if he's gonna fight, he doesn't want to do it, so he tells himself he won't overdo it this time, downs the drink, and Ben stays beside him. Ben sighs and apologizes to Dion in his head, remembering what happened at the castle. The Demon King had told him that if he hesitated in battle, he should give him a drink. He's too restrained when sober. So restrained that he even looks weak, but once he drinks, he loosens up fast. Back then, Ben had been surprised, but now he realizes it was true. Even though Dion likes fighting, he's unbelievably patient when sober. With a sly grin, the Demon King had asked if it wasn't better to let him vent before he snapped. Ben thinks that's exactly how the ruler of the Demon Realm works. He uses everything. Now in the present, Ben wonders if this was too dangerous. He gave the protagonist alcohol while he was still sick. It might be smarter to apologize now when MC suddenly slams him hard against the wall. With a chilling smile, he says Ben finally used his head. He thinks alcohol and medicine must be some kind of key, something that weakens the wall built inside him. He never tried very hard to hide it, but he still didn't expect them to use that key this openly. He asks if they think he doesn't have much time left. The Emperor is moving faster and bolder, and the number of demonic monsters keeps exploding. There's no time to wait around. It's not that DM doesn't understand the urgency. He drives a dagger into the wall right beside Ben's head, terrifying him. Then he glares at him and says being close to him doesn't give Ben the right to use him. Ben struggles against the hand at his throat and apologizes. He realizes this isn't just the alcohol talking. Dien says he'll let it go because Ben has done a lot for him, but next time it won't work. Acting like he cares doesn't change that. Pulling the dagger back, the protagonist tells him to remember whose personal doctor he is now. As he walks away, he adds with a smile that he didn't expect much from him at first. Ben lowers his head thinking he's an idiot, and MC was completely right. His face burns red as he reminds himself he's his doctor now, not the Demon King's servant. He starts to say something, but a demonic monster charges at them, and someone shouts a warning that it's heading for the Zero Squad commander. Dien watches the monster calmly while Ben calls to him trying to stop him. The protagonist slips into thought. He's sick of twisting himself up just to survive. That doesn't mean he'll let anyone else use him. If anyone is going to take advantage of him, it'll be him. He charges forward with a frightening grin and says he'll decide. He stands still, drenched in monster blood as a crowd of demons gathers around him. Glancing aside, he calls for Ben and says to contact the Demon King by video call.
Ben ist stein.
He says magic use outside the walls was forbidden, but that doesn't matter now. The Demon King answers and asks what happened. Ben wouldn't use magic out there without a reason. He cuts in and says there are far more monsters than they expected. The Demon King agrees. He thought 2 commanders and 1 squad would be enough. He says reinforcements are on the way. Can they hold for 15 minutes? Demon turns away and says he'll try. The Demon King comments that he must be furious. The protagonist walks toward the mass of monsters, thinking they keep coming from every side. Do they really have to last 15 more minutes? He hasn't faced a mess like this in a long time. The demons spot him and shout that MC has joined the fight. Now they're saved. Dien thinks if he'd collapsed the first time despair hit, he never would have survived the 8-year war. He rushes at a monster that lunges for him, thinking the only difference now is that his enemies are demonic beasts. How to survive this? Then a monster strikes him hard enough to make him cough blood and drop one of his daggers. Ben breaks off mid-fight and shouts his name. Dien snatches the fallen dagger back and thinks fast about what he can still do. Then he kills the huge monster with a brutal stab through its back. Looking at the others around him, he thinks his real skill isn't killing. The spreading fear. Demonic monsters still obey their instincts, so if fear crushes them, they'll retreat. It might not work on all of them. Ben, worn out, says none of them will dare touch him. He thinks if the monsters pull back, they can survive for now. But long-term, that isn't enough. He calls for assault, and she turns at once. The protagonist tells her they need a trap. He decides they have to kill as many monsters as possible now. One beast tries to flee, hits the trap, and is instantly decapitated. The others notice thin threads spread all around them. Tion thinks that the second they move, those threads will slice their limbs off. These monsters probably still don't get it. They're surrounded by a web of nearly invisible threads. Devilania says she got them into the trap, but it won't hold for long. So what now? She figures the net-like setup placed by Sir Eret's orders has trapped the monsters well and slowed them down. Ben starts treating Dien after the fight and notices something is off. He warns that MC's hand was only patched up for now, so he has to be careful. He just gives an annoyed snort, then he heads toward the trap, but Devilani stops him and asks if he's really going in there to kill them himself. Without the right skill, those threads would be almost impossible to notice. She isn't doubting him, but Devilani only gives a creepy smile and says he'll see for himself. Sometimes luck is on his side. Right after that, he bursts forward and slips past every hidden thread in his path. Looking up, he spots 2 monsters coming at him with their weapons. They attack together, but Dion twists away at the very last second, and both monsters hit the trap. The threads chop off their limbs. Devilania stares in shock and asks how that was possible. He pulled them right into the thickest part of the threads. Can he actually see them? The protagonist keeps cutting through monsters with the traps and his own strikes. Then he turns with a pleased smile and realizes he can see it, moonlight glinting off the threads in a faint flicker. Flying straight into a trap, killing it on the spot. Tion isn't sure if it's because he spent his life hiding from light and heat, but he's always been sensitive to light and more at ease in darkness. Maybe that's why he can do this. Smiling, he looks ahead and wonders if it's just luck. The monsters freeze, staring at him in fear. Watching this, Devilania says the battle has turned. The monsters are now too scared to rush in blindly. Ben looks over and says there are still too many. Something bad could still happen. Tion's already at his limit and his hand is hurt too. Ben asks when the reinforcements are coming. Suddenly, MC's injured hand starts shaking hard from the pain and he coughs up blood. Ben calls out, but he quickly cuts him off and says he needs to stop. Embarrassed, Ben says he should quit trying to treat him. The protagonist asks if they didn't expect this already. There's no point in weak efforts now. They need to stick to the plan. Still coming at them, Tion fights on too, but feels like he could drop at any second. Even though he avoided most direct hits, the shock is building up inside him. On top of that, his right arm won't move. Ben, meanwhile, battles a crowd of monsters with his bag, then notices something terrifying and shouts for Sir Adrit. Tion drops to the ground, unable to move as several monsters rush toward him. He thinks he just needs to hold on a little longer. Then someone saves him, driving a dagger into a huge monster's head. That same person quickly takes down the others trying to reach him. An unknown voice greets Sir Eret. Turns out to be Salaga, commander of the 7th detachment, saying it's been a long time. She says she ran over as fast as she could. After hearing there was a party, Tion slowly gets up, wondering if she really said party, staring at her in disbelief. He thinks he's about to die. So what party is she talking about? He grabs his injured hand and wonders what happened to it. Then he notices all the monster corpses around him and thinks, what happened here? Then he remembers the alcohol. Ben gave him wine and after that he joined the battle. Did he do it again? Salawa suddenly steps right up to him with an angry look and shouts that this isn't Sir Eret. Tien has no idea what she means and awkwardly asks for forgiveness. With a chilling aura, she says he was just in front of her a moment ago. So why and how did this happen? What does she have to do to see Sir Eret again? MC wonders what's wrong with her. She's honestly starting to stress him out. Silua picks up a monster and tells Sir Eret it's a demonic monster, so he should grant it eternal rest with his dagger. He just stares blankly, wondering what this crazy woman is doing. Silua then she was supposed to come as backup. Silua loudly assures Sir Eret not to worry. Her subordinates will crush all the monsters except the ones meant for him. Right after that, several demons charged the remaining monsters. Devilinia watches and calls it complete madness. These are the reinforcements the Demon King sent. But how did they even leave the border to come here? She just hoped Saloa didn't bring the whole squad. Saloa says she left a deputy in charge. Besides, aren't they perfect reinforcements? Clapping happily, she says that since they almost figured things out, Sir Eret should too. But before she can finish, Ben reaches Dion and says he can't push himself any further. He needs to rest while Ben handles the rest. Ben knows he must have disappointed him badly before, but asks for one more chance. The protagonist doesn't remember. Ben turns to the commander of the 7th squad and asks why she doesn't help the commander of the 2nd squad. Sulua looks offended and refuses. Later, after the last monsters are dealt with, Devilania goes over and says that except for the ones who escape, they wiped them all out. Ben says the treatment is done and MC can move his arm again. MC nods and thanks him. Devilania turns back and says things seem settled now. So isn't it time for the commander of the 7th squad to leave? Salua asks if she really wants her gone after all that, saying she didn't know Devilania could be so cold. Smiling, Devilania says it's for her own good. They are heading to the 2nd city, and she knows who's guarding it. Salua instantly gets angry and says it's the commander of the 10th squad. Clutching her head, she says she'd better leave because she doesn't want to see that freak who doesn't deserve his position. Then she bows to Dion and says she'll look forward to meeting him again. He watches her and thinks he didn't expect her to back off that easily, though he's glad she did. They mention the commander of the 10th squad, which means they're talking about Gassadil. Why does she hate him that much? Sometime later, they all reach the 2nd city, where the commander of the 10th detachment greets Sir Barrett with a bow and a smile, saying it's been a long time. As the townspeople cheer, Dion stands there exhausted and thinks he finally gets what's going on. The people are thrilled that they came and throw a celebration for them. He ends up sitting on a flower-covered throne carried by several demons. He's painfully embarrassed and Gassadil asks what he thinks of it. He put it all together in a rush the moment he heard the protagonist was coming. It's called a palanquin from the human world, meant only for people of high status, which suits him perfectly. MC covers his face, thinking this is unbelievably embarrassing. Then he buries his head in his hands and says nothing, making Gazadal ask if he has a headache or if something else is wrong. Tion thinks, is something bothering him? Of course, this whole mess is in just a short time. He already understands why Salua hates the commander of the 10th Division so much. Gazadal, clearly worried, says that if he explains what's bothering him, then he can help. But he gets cut off when Ben rushes in and knocks him aside. Calling out to Sir Eret, Ben asks if his head hurts and says he should let him treat it. Everything stops as Ben fusses over him while everyone watches. One of the residents asks if that means this is the commander of the Zero Squad, saying he wondered who would get carried around in such an embarrassing way. But if it's the commander of the Zero Squad, suddenly it feels cool. Since no one knew much about him, only rumors spread. They can tell he's human because he gives off no demonic energy. But how can a human have an aura like that? Even other commanders struggle to please him. Soon, all the townspeople gather to see the mysterious commander of the Zero Squad, a man given that powerful title by the Demon King himself, accepted by the proud squad leaders, while his role and powers remain a mystery. Some even say that after seeing him in person, he seemed second only to the king in strength. Dayan stays silent for a few seconds, gathers himself, and quietly says one word away. Gazadal doesn't hear him, apologizes, and asks if he said something. He repeats himself, and that leaves him stunned. Then Gazadal spins toward the crowd and yells for everyone to get out. He's baffled by all the demons swarming around them. He says they need to clear them out right away. The protagonist is horrified. This fool got it all wrong. The flowers and pollen were making him sick. That's what he wanted removed, not the innocent townspeople. The soldiers start forcing the citizens back, shouting that the commander of Squad Zero is angry and wants everyone gone. They even threaten death if anyone stays. Dizon just stares. The residents whisper among themselves. Walking beside him, Adelia thinks this is going to bring a lot of trouble. Dizon spots several demons carrying posters with his face on them and wonders what kind of mess this is. Now one of them tells the others they should all pray for Sir Eret together. They immediately put their hands together and start loudly praying for him. He has no idea what he's looking at. Then he remembers what Ririnal once said, that if they wanted to believe in something pointless, they might as well believe in him. The protagonist freezes. Don't tell me this really became a cult around Eret. He's sure this has to be Ririnal's doing. That only makes him madder. He even gave her cookies to keep her from pulling anything weird. He glares downward and says nothing. Gazadal nervously apologizes, asking forgiveness if he somehow offended him. He's so tense, he even wonders if there's a fishing line around his neck. There is Adelge is holding it in her hand, saying maybe he upset Sir Eret and asking if she should kill him. Jayan is mortified. He thought commanders weren't allowed to kill each other, or maybe that was just for show, and they actually could if they wanted. He cuts that thought off and quickly says everything is fine. He climbs down and tells them there's no need to kill another commander. Then he starts walking off, saying they should just go shopping. That was the reason they came. Right? Deep down, he thinks one wrong move could get him killed on the spot. Adelio puts away the line and says they'll do as he says. Gazadal brightens up, calls him by name, and promises to serve him with all his heart, like his life depends on it. Dion thinks he believed he had some protection, but he was completely wrong. That thought leaves him on edge, and he decides he has to stay alert. Sometime later, on a street in the second city, Adelia happily says she bought so many great outfits today. Dion has changed into clean clothes. Suddenly, rushes over, cuts in, and offers him a mango, saying it comes from the southern part of the human kingdom. Adelia gets annoyed, shoves him back, and asks if he can stop interrupting. She also asks where all the bags went. Gazadal says they visited so many shops that they must be hungry by now, and he handed the bags to his men. Tion wonders why no one can just leave him alone. Then he nearly walks into a horse, but Ben catches him in time. He calls out to Eberet and asks if something is wrong. Looking ahead, Memsi says the demonic monsters should mostly be near the bay. What's strange is that the castle gates are standing wide open. And with all these goods from the south of the human kingdom around here, is the border really that close to? He stops when Gazadal suddenly turns to him and anxiously asks how he knew that. Dion is thrown off by the question and wonders what that means. Sometime later, they take down. He reveals that they opened a border near the southern part of the human kingdom. Ben is stunned and blurts out how he managed to hide that. Gazadal asks when else the people of the city would ever get a chance to explore the human world. Since the border had appeared anyway, he figured they might as well enjoy it a little. Dion is so embarrassed by this whole mess that he smacks his face with his palm. Legocidal says they even gave orders to move in secret so they wouldn't be found by humans. And as far as he can tell, they did everything they could to stop demonic monsters from crossing over. He looks around and feels a little relieved, but what happens gets off his horse and says they need to report this to the Demon King. Gus Hun sadly says he knows. Dion adds that first, they need to confirm it themselves. He needs to see whether this place really connects to the southern human lands, and if it does, which country those lands belong to. He moves on and tells them to follow. At the same time, in a small southern country, a man shouts asking what was just said. Demons covered in blood crossed into the human world. That's insane. Another man says he'll call the royal doctor at once, but the ruler refuses, saying a doctor won't help this. He had known demons were using the southern border, but since nothing happened, he chose to ignore it. Now of all times, this happens. He's certain the Empire has gone mad, and he wants no conflict with the Demon Kingdom at all. Then he's told there's an even bigger problem. The ruler snaps, asking what could be worse than this. The answer, one of the demons has been confirmed as Adelia, commander of the second squad. As for the other strange figure, judging by how everyone treats him, he appears to be the famous commander of Squad 0. The ruler is shaken and asks what he's doing here. This must be hidden. He raises his voice and says that no matter what they do in the human world, they must hide the fact that the commander of Squad 0 and his group entered his country. Meanwhile, Ben tells Surere to keep himself fully covered under his robe. The sunlight in the human world is much stronger. Dion pulls up his hood and thinks about how hot it is. More than that, why did they all have to follow him? Adelia asks where he wants to go first. The busy main streets or somewhere quieter. The protagonist thinks he wanted to visit the human world alone. They all should have stayed behind, maybe like Guy's hotel. Still, Adelia does know this world, so maybe she'll help. He says they should start somewhere they can watch how locals live. First, they need to figure out where they are. Adelia says that means going to the market. Ben stops her after noticing someone nearby. She asks what now, and then 3 men bow before them. One apologizes for blocking their way. Dion studies them and wonders if they're local knights. The man lifts MC is confused. They think his group are mercenaries. He had expected trouble instead. Then the man pulls out several items and asks them to accept a small gift, gold and robes. They guessed the group's clothes would be covered in blood after the fight, so they brought replacements. Ben and Adelia glance at their blood-stained clothes when he says that. Dion suddenly realizes he was so lost in thought that he forgot how suspicious they all look. Anyone should be able to tell his companions aren't human if they aren't covered by robes. So why are these people welcoming them instead of chasing them off? The man holds out the money bag with trembling hands and asks him to take it. He looks at him and realizes they're scared, but not shocked. So they've dealt with demons before. That means this southern country already knows about the border between the worlds, so they're hiding the fact that demons come and go as they please. Dien suddenly laughs, shocking the man in front of him. For the protagonist, this is a huge relief. If they've chosen to ignore the demons, that makes things easier. The men only grow more nervous, wondering why he's laughing. He figures they just want his group to leave quietly. The 3 men bow again and wish them a safe trip. Adelia thinks Sir Oret seems to be in a good mood. MC keeps laughing, amazed they even handed over money. As far as he's concerned, they don't need to worry. He has no interest in causing trouble. The men keep bowing as he and the others walk off until one of them suddenly looks up. He notices Dion's clothes are far too clean compared to his blood-covered demon companions. That strange presence confirms it for him. This must be the commander of the Zero Squad. They had done all they could for their lord. After that, the group spends some time in the country's market. The protagonist walks through the street looking around. He admits it's kind of fun, but first he has to gather information. Then he bumps shoulders with a man passing by. Dien grabs the man's shoulder and Devalania rushes after him. She loudly calls out to Sir Oret. The man gets nervous and asks if he's okay. Did they really hit each other that hard? Devalania wonders why he's so shaken over a normal person. MC, meanwhile, can feel her suspicious stare and starts to panic. Bug Ben suddenly grabs the man and shouts, asking how he dared to do this to Sir Oret. The poor man, flustered, quickly apologizes. He asks why Ben is making such a big scene when Devalania stayed calm. Both of them feel awkward, and Ben reminds himself he's a doctor, while Devalania thinks she should have been the one to snap first. They switch roles in an instant. Ben asks if Sir Aird is alright, while Devilania grabs the man with a terrifying look and asks how she should deal with him. The protagonist thinks it's fine and wants them to stop already. A crowd gathers fast, asking what's going on. One man raises his hand and shouts that they need to catch this freak. The other man charges over and backs him up. MC figures they're royal knights. Now everyone is staring at them just like he feared. He raises a hand and apologizes, saying they never meant to cause trouble. He's clearly embarrassed as the guards move past him. Instead of taking him, they seize the man he bumped into, shocking Dion. The man panics and asks why they're grabbing him. One guard yells, asking how he dared to cause a disturbance in the middle of the market. They decide to take him away. As the guards drag him off, the man starts crying and says they only brushed shoulders. He heart watches in shock, thinking the human world follows the law far too well. So this is really how things work here. Sometime later, someone tries to snatch their money bag, but Ben catches the hand first. With a scary glare, he asks how this little thief dared rob Sir Aird. Did she already write her will? He squeezes the girl's hand hard enough to make her cry. A guard sees this and, confused, tells them to wait. One of the guards takes the girl away while the other bows and promises to handle it. After a little more time, Tion tries a strange fruit, immediately feels sick, and wonders why it tastes so awful. The guards instantly grab the seller and demand to know how he dared try to poison him. They call for the scoundrel's arrest. The protagonist thinks the fruit was just a little spoiled. There's no need to jail the man over that. Every time something happens, the guards appear right away. Sometime later, the locals beg for mercy, saying it won't happen again. They can't understand why the knights are even here. Dion frowns and figures they're trying to settle things quietly before it turns into a public mess. The townspeople whisper to each other not to go near these people. They can't keep investigating like this. They need to head back. Then he hears someone nearby loudly complain that he said not to sell DST leaves to just any merchant in town, want to import DST leaves. An annoyed seller says, maybe they should meet these Dan merchants and see what kind of freaks they are. Then he notices him standing right in front of him and goes silent. Nervous under that stare, he asks what he wants. The protagonist says he wants to ask about buying some DST leaves. The seller instantly turns friendly and says so he's the customer. He'll pack some right away. To him, MC looks like an ordinary traveler, but that terrifying aura says otherwise. Maybe he's a noble hiding who he is. Dion stays quiet, thinking about the DST. Because the number of plantations is so small, it's nearly impossible to find in the empire. That's why nobles pay a high price for it. What kind of southern? The merchant thanks him for the purchase. Ben tosses over a bag of money and says he can keep the change. Devilania walks up and asks if the protagonist is done. The guards watching them the whole time say they're finally leaving. It's surprising they went without causing a riot, but one of them still doesn't think that was the Zero Squad commander. The real one was always coughing blood and looked weak all over. So who was that? He doesn't know. He just hopes they never come back. Meanwhile, at the Empire's camp in a safe zone, Ed sits at a table and says he came all this way for a private meeting, only to ask that. He pauses, then asks what exactly was said. Illuster smiles and says he wanted to ask whether Ed remembers the death of the first prince, the father of the current crown prince and princess, and Ed's older brother. Ed orders everyone out of the tent at once. When they're alone, he glares at him and repeats the question about the first prince's death. A good man, the only one who ever cared for him, the best of them all. He died by Duke Greatest hand, right? Illustra says that's the official story, but asks if Ed knows who really killed him. A twisted smile spreads across his face as he says Ed already knows. Ed answers with a cold smile, calling him insane. He remembers learning the truth only after Duke Greatest and his whole family were executed for the prince's murder. Illustra had been behind it all, but with the uprising going on, the nobles had no choice but to ignore his crime for the time being. Who would have guessed the criminal would confess it himself? Ed asks what he's trying to do. Alistair says he should first explain why he got rid of the first prince. If he meant to place someone easy to control on it but never expected that useless one to become ruler instead. Ed realizes that after taking the Duke's place, only one person still stood above Illuster, the Emperor. Illuster had always been like this. Ed closes his eyes and slips into memory. In that flashback, the current emperor says he'll be back soon. Looking at his sleeping children, he smiles and says it won't take long. Until then, Ed must watch over them. Ed stands before him, thinking he should have stopped him the moment he sensed something was wrong. Back then, he said everything would be fine, and there was no need to worry about it. He bowed, and the ruler gently patted his head. Ed thinks that if he'd known this would be the end, he never would have let him go. When he first heard his brother had died, he should have investigated properly instead of rushing in with a sword. But rumors spread that his own relatives had killed him to steal the throne, and that drove Ed to draw his blade. He hates all of it, and now he's exhausted. A luster goes on. The first prince's murder, the Church of Redemption, and Dion's role in the 8-Year War, all of it. Some time ago, MC's parents stood at the castle gate guard, repeats that he can't do anything, and no request to change the list ever reached them. His mother breaks down, falls to her knees, and cries that her poor son is too weak. She says she could barely even hug him for fear he'd get sick. If only she had known this would happen. His father begs to see the emperor, saying he'll explain everything himself, and asks them to let them meet the protagonist's heart. The guard says the emperor isn't in the palace right now. His mother cries out, asking why he's never there whenever they come, then begs the guard to at least pass on a message. As they keep pleading, the luster walks by and listens. A sly smile slowly spreads across his face before he gets into the carriage. He handed the papers to his servant and told him to burn them too. Those papers included a correction request. The one drafted from the Denenhart family should have been cruel. Aluster says he forged the records and hid them so no one knew MC had been taken by mistake, at least not at first. But after the war, once he learned the truth, he did nothing and watched him slaughter his family. If he ever learns everything, how will he react? Ed's eyes flare with rage. He calls Aluster by name and asks if he wants to die that badly. With a smug grin, Aluster asks if he really didn't know. Then he reminds him he can't kill him. If Ed executes him without a proper reason, Aluster's name will live on, and Ed's image will get even worse. People will just call him a ridiculous tyrant. Ed cuts in and asks if he really thinks shame scares him. Aluster says no. That's not the point. The real damage would be to the royal family and its heirs. He's sure Ed doesn't want that, and he keeps smiling like a snake. Then he adds that Ed acted ignorant all this time, so doesn't that make them partners in it? Ed glares at him and says the second Aluster finds an opening, he just won't shut up. Aluster says, of course, he'll drag this out as long as he can. He's waiting for the day Ed kills him himself. After leaving the tent, Aluster thinks the Emperor is only alive because he isn't allowed to die. That look in Ed's eyes is the same as before. If Aluster wants his plan to work, Ed has to stay alive. Ed buries his fury and vows he won't rest until Aluster dies, the most miserable death possible. As he prepares to ride off, he thinks the same thing. He won't die before killing Aluster. That's the real reason he came here. He also managed to gain influence inside the Revolutionary Army. Everything is moving just as he planned. Later, Ed rides off alone in no clear direction. Behind him, members of the Revolutionary Army race through the trees after him. He notices but keeps going. Then he yanks the reins and stops his horse. He stays still for a moment, hearing only the wind. Ed glances back with a grin and says he only wanted to clear his head, but it's hard to do that when pests keep chasing him. Right after that, the revolutionaries step out from hiding and draw their weapons. Ed looks them over and asks if they came all this way just to meet him. At the same, Daniel returns home and calls for his mother. His mother, knitting in her rocking chair, says she heard he'd come back after the mission. She touches his face and notices he's been hurt. Daniel smiles and says there was a clash with a bloodthirsty knight on the way to Ilion. It's nothing serious, so she shouldn't worry. Holding her hands, he admits he can't hide anything from her. She tells him she won't ask what he does or where he goes because she trusts him. For a world where everyone is equal, without class or rank, one man gathered people to kill the emperor. His mother gives him a scarf she made and gently tells him to be careful. He's the one calling for the throne to be destroyed and a fair world built for everyone, and he does it for her. Daniel's mother was a noblewoman who ran away with a commoner. She kept living that simple life even after his father was killed by a cruel noble. Even as stress made her weaker, she never stopped talking about her dream. When Daniel was little, she told him about a world with no kings or nobles, no social ranks, a world where everyone could rule their own life and work freely. Daniel never forgot those words. She hugs him and says she hopes he'll see that world one day. Watching her grow weaker, he swore he'd make that dream real. Now Daniel rests on his mother's lap and says he's a sinner. He fights for the revolution, but many have died because of his orders, and soon they'll start a war that puts everyone at risk. She keeps stroking his head and quietly asks if he wants to stop. Daniel lifts his head and says no. For his fallen allies and for her, he will reach his goal. He asks her to wait for him, and she smiles warmly, saying of course she will. She trusts him, but he has to come back alive. Then she holds up the small jar hanging from her neck and says that if he is hurt, she'll drink the poison inside and follow him. Daniel is horrified and begs her not to say that. Just then, a revolutionary soldier rushes in and says there's an emergency. Aiden has led troops to kill the emperor. Shocked, Daniel asks him to repeat that. They're really trying to assassinate the emperor. At the same, it looks like others came to visit too. They don't get what he means, but then Ed sees Ghost standing beside them. He gets off his horse and asks if they know how he took the throne. Clearly, they don't. Not even who led the 8-year war and won it. Suddenly, he pulls a dagger from under his clothes, stunning the soldiers around him. Then he drives it into his own hand, which shocks them even more, and they ask what he's doing. The ghosts vanish from Ed's sight, and he tells them not to worry. He just got rid of the dead pests that were bothering him. He shakes the stabbed hand and says with a faint smile that this feels much better. Dropping the dagger, he walks toward them and says, now they can continue. Do they know the nameless hero with the fragment or why he travels without guards? One soldier snaps that they don't need to listen to this nonsense. He tries to give the attack order, but Ed cuts off his head in a single swing with a chillingly calm face. Ed asks if they've ever heard the saying, don't forget the past. A girl rushes him, screaming that the emperor must die. He blocks her strike and says people say that because those who forget repeat their mistakes. Then Ed starts cutting through the soldiers at high speed and shouts that if they had remembered who he was when they chose treason, if they had remembered him from the 8-year war, or even bothered to learn what he did on the battlefield, they never would have dared attack him so poorly. He keeps slaughtering them without slowing down. His overwhelming power shows in every swing. He handles a long sword with one hand, wild and brutal, just like his spirit. Then he suddenly stops, surprised that he can't move farther. Turning back, he sees a soldier clutching his cloak and grinning, saying he finally caught him. Who fights while wearing something this troublesome? He doesn't get to finish. Ed yanks the cloak and stabs him through with one hand. That strength is enough to split mountains and even cut the sky. Ed smiles and asks why he would throw away the little signs of his position. The last soldier stares in terror and realizes he has remembered everything, the talent hidden behind the titles of emperor and tyrant. Ed slowly walks toward him and says everyone takes him too lightly. This is the last one, right? He recognizes that form and emblem. And if he remembers right, their leader isn't stupid, so did they run off on their own? He raises his sword and says that if so, then there's no reason to keep worrying about the Revolutionary Army. The soldier shakes in fear, thinking of the name that stood above all others, the fragment holder, the hero, Ed Desert. After killing every revolutionary sent to assassinate him, Ed stands by his horse and wraps the hand he stabbed himself. Looking at the bodies, he thinks the Duke must have sent them. He had to know they were no real threat. So was he using the army to bring Ed down but not letting them be the ones to kill him? The revolution wants equality, but the Duke only wants more power. In the end, clenches his fists in anger and asks how dare that man use him. After the failed attack, a revolutionary soldier reports that 1/9 of their army is gone. Their plans will have to change because they don't have enough men. Paul, now one of the soldiers, asks in shock if he really said 1/9 had fallen. Daniel, clearly upset, asks what Aiden was thinking, attacking the emperor head-on like that. They worked hard gathering resources, and now it's wasted. Until they rebuild their strength, they'll have to pull back again. He thinks Aiden had worries about delaying their great goal, but he never should have acted this recklessly. So why did he do it? Paul points out that once the emperor moved toward the battlefield, his route became hard to trace. So how did Aiden find him? Daniel thinks it over and realizes only someone with enough power could get that information. Then he remembers a luster and thinks that, looking back, someone saw Aiden talking with Shaolin before he left. Did she and the Duke plan this to set the revolutionary army against the emperor? A while later, Ed returned to his castle. One servant rushed up and asked if His Majesty had come back alone. Arto ran over, saw the blood, and shouted that the sun had barely risen and he was already ambushed. Ed just answered that if he had died, then that would have been fate. Arto, deeply shaken, asked how he could say that so calmly. Walking past him, Ed said it was only a joke, then asked if the Chancellor really couldn't tell a joke from the truth. Ardo wilted at that and begged him not to joke about something like that. Ed fell into old memories and asked the Chancellor if he remembered. One of his sisters said she wanted to make their country rich. One brother wanted to build an empire so no one would ever look down on them, and another dreamed of uniting the whole continent. They had so many plans that they could spend all day talking about them. But because of what he did, none of them got to make those dreams real. So now it was his duty to fulfill their wishes. He said he couldn't turn away from the path he chose. That was why he had to carry such a heavy burden. With every hour of his life already planned, he couldn't even picture dying in some pointless way. Ardo looked at his hand and noticed the wound on Ed's left hand was still bleeding. He figured Ed kept reopening it. The man meant to be the Empire's center suddenly looked fragile. Ardo told him that duty mattered, but he still shouldn't throw away his own safety. Ed cut him off and said he should have led with that. He didn't think his body had any real value. So what if it ended up near death? Then he stopped, turned, and smiled, asking if Ardo really wanted to waste precious military resources fixing a piece of meat. Ardo was horrified and could only cry out to His Majesty. It kept walking and told him not to worry. He planned to burn bright to the very end, and thanks to someone dying soon wasn't even on his mind. At the same time, in the demon realm, a new commander of the 9th Squad, Dronzer, had appeared. He was already in a fight, calling out Earthquake. Dronzer claimed magic was his specialty even though he mostly relied on his heavily trained body. His opponent was Durnovan, deputy commander of the 5th Squad. Durnovan dodged aside and thought it was just a crude power hit. He sent magic to his fingertips and struck fast with claw attacks, but Dronzer blocked it with a shield skill. Aseld and Jocker sat together watching the match. Velatin was there too following the fight. Dion sat beside Ririnal, wondering why Dronzer shouted spell names when he barely used magic, but that wasn't even the main problem. What bothered him more was why he had to be here at all. Looking up, he wondered how this even happened. Right after arriving at the Demon King's castle, Dronzer had asked to spar, and the protagonist managed to avoid it by saying he was tired. Sometime earlier, Dronzer had laughed and said he'd been waiting for this for so long. He asked Sir Eret to judge the match, then added that once he had rested, they should fight too. Remembering that, MC realized this was how he got stuck here. Then Dronzer noticed Alt staring at Durnovan and said that in romantic novels, a knight entering battle dedicates his win to the main character. Hugging her, he asked if that was true. Alt said that if he won, then he should dedicate his victory to her. Durnovan agreed at once. The two started kissing, and an annoyed Dronzer shouted for them to get started already. He called out to Sir Eret and begged him to begin so he wouldn't have to suffer through this any longer. Dion agreed, then wondered what a proper opening for a demon spar even sounded like. Do your best, don't get hurt. None of that fit. So since they were in the demon realm, he smiled and told them to try not to kill each other. That should work, right? The moment he said it, everyone went silent. He was instantly embarrassed and wondered why the mood had changed. Now he kept thinking, did he say something wrong? He thought that kind of line would suit cruel, foolish demons just fine. Then someone nearby called for Sir Eret, making him turn toward the voice. It was Myers, commander of the 12th Squad, pressing a fist to his chest. Dion was surprised he spoke at all since he had heard Myers was very quiet. In fact, Myers looked more like a squad leader than anyone else there. The protagonist asked if he wanted to say something. Myers lowered his head and tried to speak, but no words came out. Then he quickly hid behind his deputy, Dahar, leaving him to talk instead. Caught off guard, the deputy turned around and saw that Myers was either terrified or completely embarrassed. Dahar bowed. He introduced himself as the deputy commander of the 12th Squad and asked permission to pass along a message. Then with a bright grin, he said it was incredibly cool when Sir Eret told them not to kill each other. Just thinking that he would allow the fight to end only when one side could no longer continue or surrendered, and, of course, he would never accept surrender. Dion, confused by that wild reading of his words, tried to stop him. MC couldn't finish because Dahar loudly praised him again, saying no commander before had ever been so cold-blooded. Keep it up, sir. With that, he straightened and said he was done. The demons around them approved, and he was so stunned by the nonsense of it all that he had no words. Assad smiled and said that thanks to Sir Eret, things had gotten more interesting. Still, he didn't think they'd see a winner anytime soon. Jocker calmly added that was probably true. Since Durnovan had once been offered the job of 9th Squad commander, the two were likely on the same level. Velatin said she had heard there were a strange number of refusals for the squad leader post this time. Dion turned, surprised, and wondered if Durnovan had stayed a deputy even after getting such a good offer. Veletin said he had turned it down, and the third person offered the job had been Trover, right? At that moment, Trover used a blindness spell and jabbed with his finger, but Durnovan avoided it. Asold said he had wondered why Durnovan refused, but after seeing him today, the reason was obvious. All said it was because he couldn't bear being apart from her. Startled, Asold turned and said she scared him. Tian was surprised too. He hadn't even noticed when she got there. Holding her stomach, All called to Sir Eret. She said she had heard that sometimes when two people love each other, they can make a child. Was that true? The protagonist froze, realizing she meant pregnancy. As he searched for an answer, he thought it sounded like she wanted a child, but he had believed demons couldn't have children. Glowing with a warm aura, Alden said she had heard children like that were called blessings. A dark aura rose from MC as he stared at her. Meanwhile, Trover lifted a huge rock and shouted, "Meteor." He hurled it, and Durnovan looked up at it without changing expression. Alden said she wanted to receive his blessing too. Don's fist tightened. A worried Ririnal softly called, "Sir Eret." The dark aura around him only grew heavier. He remembered what he had done and thought that if a child was called a blessing, then he never finished the thought. The fight kept going, and Durnovan pushed forward. All looked at Diane in confusion and asked why he seemed so upset, but Asold covered her mouth and told her to stay quiet. Richernal worried over what had come over him. If this battle wasn't exciting enough, then what would he even find interesting? Trying to distract him, she called to Sir Eret and asked if he knew Trodran had originally used magic. She admitted it didn't seem very impressive now. He calmed down a bit, let out a breath, and asked why Trover didn't use it anymore. Glad he was finally interested, Ririnal explained that his mana had completely run dry. Mana used for magic couldn't be restored, and she was sure Dan already knew how flow control worked. But because Trover cared more about fun than anything else, he burned through all of it, and he hadn't had much mana to begin with. The protagonist asked if that meant the commander of the 9th Squad could never use magic again. Ririnal said no. There was another way. They could use the Demon King's power stored in their bodies. Since they were all his children, their bodies were made from his power itself. You could call it the purest and strongest mana there was. Could be used. Dan immediately understood what that meant, staking your life on it. Watching the fight, he realized Trover knew all this and had still wasted his mana just for fun. He really was insane. Trover then slammed down with a heavy punch. Durnovan barely dodged and got back up, muttering that the guy was annoyingly slippery. Now looking a little tired, Durnovan asked if he was done yet. Trover leaped at him and shouted, asking if he really hoped for that. Then he stacked move after move. Earthquake, blind, and a physical buff. MC thought he had literally combined every skill he had. Dust burst up, and MC covered his face with one hand. Then he noticed a large rock flying straight at him. One look was enough. He knew he was too late to dodge. Suddenly, Ed stepped in front of him and knocked the stone away with ease. He turned to him, stunned, as Ed looked back with concern and asked if he was all right. He couldn't understand how he had smashed a rock that huge like it was nothing. The protagonist tries to answer, but a fit of coughing cuts him off. Blood rises in his throat, and he curses this weak body for failing him again. He looks toward the arena and wonders if the fight stopped because of him. Trover panics, saying he never meant for that rock to fly his way. Sir Eret will kill him for this. Durnovan dryly says he must be pretty bold to strike the commander of the Zero Squad. Ed drops to one knee, lowers his head, and begs for forgiveness. MC flustered just calls his name. Then he and Retinal glare at the arena, and he mutters that a dust-filled room was the worst possible place for him. He adds that he also never expected anyone dumb enough to attack him. The protagonist feels the fierce aura coming off them and can't figure out why they're acting like this. Durnovan barely reacts, but Trover looks terrified. Dion pats Ed on the shoulder and tells him he's fine, so he doesn't need to step in. He turns away, then he says he should probably go rest. They can call this a draw and finish another time. In his head, he wonders if they can ever act peacefully and why they can't fight without dragging him into it. Someone reminds them that he was told not to interfere, so any payback would be his own choice. And since he called it a draw, maybe he really does want the match to go on until someone dies. Ben comes running down the hall, shouting for Sir Eret. He says the pendant reacted. Dang Nine looks at him and thinks, just as expected, he's already here, more ruthless than any demon. A little later, the Demon King smiles and tells Eret it would be best for him to visit the Empire. He also apologizes for summoning him. So suddenly, MC looks at him and thinks it makes sense he marked him the moment he saw him. Then he asks if something happened. The Demon King spreads a map over the table, agrees, and asks him to look. So the talk about building an empire wasn't just empty words. He is stunned by what he sees and blurts out that they've already taken half the continent. The room goes still. That sends him into a memory. He remembers asking remember who he really was, only to hear that he served the true hero as a butler. The protagonist told him that wasn't what he meant. What he wanted to know was why someone like him had come to that estate under the king's orders. He seemed too suspicious and far too strong for an ordinary butler. After thinking for a moment, Remember said he came from Hesperus. Then he asked if that was what MC wanted to know. MC was caught off guard and asked where that was, annoyed because he had asked about his identity, not his homeland. Back in the present, the Demon King says the Empire won't stop with the human world. Sooner or later, it will point its blades at his kingdom too. That leaves no reason to keep watching from afar. Dark energy spills from him as he declares he'll join this game. He places a hand burning with power on the map and says he'll turn everything against the Empire. He'll even change this war from a simple human land dispute into a fight for the survival of both humans and demons. Tion watches, moved, and realizes the real war is only starting now. The Demon King pulls out his watch and says he has to leave at once. It's dawn in the human kingdom, so if he goes now, he'll arrive by morning. He notices the watch and is about to speak, but the Demon King asks if he's interested in it. He says it's useful since telling time in the demon realm is hard. The protagonist bows and says he'll be going then. As he does, he remembers he still has that watch and feels a little embarrassed that he likes it so much. After returning to the demon realm, the king had simply handed him the first thing within reach, still trying to give him something. Demon is about to leave the office when the Demon King stops him and says that this time he can come back without gifts, but he still needs to bring something useful. Information, for example. Later, the Demon King sits alone in his office and says he didn't want to send him, but it has to be done by the rules. This war is a game between him and the Emperor, and the prize is MC. He pauses, sets his wine glass on the table, and thinks that the only real rule is simple. If either side tries to seize or kill Dion directly, that side is a coward and loses. So he has to play fair because he doesn't want this fun game to end too soon. That means using him carefully. At the same time, the protagonist walks down the hall saying he has to leave on a mission right away. Ed answers that he understands and will start packing immediately. Back in his office, the Demon King says MC is a very useful card, but a dangerous one too. With a sly smile, he says a war of attrition is about to begin. Sometime later, Dion stands in his room, thinking he's sure to end up in battle before long. Will he have to bite down on that rag again and go through that nightmare? The thought pulls him back to the war. In that memory, someone handed him a rag and asked if he was sick. There were no visible injuries, yet he kept coughing blood. The man asked if he was an imperial soldier. He shot him a cold look and warned him to leave or he'd kill him. The man said he'd heard weak soldiers were always the first targets in battle. Whether he was swallowing blood or biting a rag, he should hide it. Green suddenly grabs his head, making Ed worry, and asks if he's alright. The training ground really wasn't the best place for this. Before Ed can finish, the protagonist says he's fine. He wonders who this kid really is. He doesn't need to hide his condition anymore since everyone already knows. But back then, that advice had been useful. Ed still asks if he's really okay and says he should get checked just in case. MC says there's no need, it's just stress. Then he looks at his bag beside the flower and says he'll be back soon. Sometime later, he rides out on horseback. When something shifts inside the bag, a flower pokes out and starts breathing. He remembers Hihan telling that flower it had to watch over Sir Eret in her place. After a while back at his estate, Remember stands before him with a teapot and says he's glad he returned safely. He thanks him for taking care of the estate. Remember says he only did his duty, then asks why the protagonist didn't leave that bag with the servants. MC's hand starts shaking as he holds the cup, and he asks if that's what he means. There's something important inside, so he'd rather keep it close. No way he could trust the servants with it. He's already getting nervous, wondering what that stupid plant is about to do. He remembers how shocked he was when he first found it in the bag and asked what it even was. Danton thinks back on it. When did it sneak in there? If anyone finds out, it'll be a disaster. No one can know. Then the flower starts making noises, startling him so badly, he breaks into a coughing fit while drinking tea. Remember asks if he's alright and tells him not to rush. He'll pour another cup. He quickly grabs the bag, thanks him, and thinks the thing just needs to stay quiet. Setting down the cup, he changes the subject by saying today's tea smells especially nice. Remember says he's glad Del noticed. He brewed leaf tea he brought himself. Come to think of it, Dan brought a lot of the same kind last time too. He said a trading company he started had begun selling it. The protagonist is surprised and asks if Dan really set up a company. He remembers Dan borrowed money from him right before he left for the Demon Kingdom. It grew fast in no time. MC invites him to sit and have tea and starts remembering what happened after he reached Tien after crossing over from the Demon Kingdom. He wonders if that pushy merchant he met belonged to Dan too. Remember sits across from him and says the man showed real talent, didn't he? Maybe he should look into the merchant trade someday. He agrees and says he will when he gets the chance. Still, he thinks Dan seems oddly attached to him. Looking away, he wonders if he'll even get any free time. Full war between the Demon Kingdom and the Empire is coming soon. Then he remembers something and asks more seriously how Remember is feeling. Remember says that if the protagonist is telling him to take some time off, he's fine with that. The protagonist relaxes a little and says that's not what he meant. Right now, the Empire is attacking his homeland. Remember sets down his cup and says he means Esperanis. He's heard about it too. Den wants to respond but stops, thinking that, of course, he already knew. His homeland is under attack, and MC can't imagine how mixed his feelings must be. Before he can say more, Remember catches him off guard by calmly saying everything is fine. Last time, he'd only heard a little about Esperanis. He says he remembers it as a small kingdom in the middle of the continent. And Remember adds that the mountains around it were meant to keep it safe. So if anyone wants to take Esperanis, they'd have to deal with the nearby countries too. Otherwise, the cost would be bigger than the reward. That's why His Majesty will send troops soon. While sipping his tea, Remember says Esperanis isn't an easy target. Dion studies him and thinks his trust in his homeland is almost absolute. What kind of people live there? He'll need to look into it more. Then both of them notice the purple gem on the table suddenly glowing bright. The protagonist realizes it's the communication crystal the Emperor gave him. At once, he steps to the table, grabs the crystal and says, "Prosperity of the Empire." It tells him to forget the formal greeting. He just wants the report now that MC is back if the timing works. A little later, Dion finishes his report and says this should finally push the Demon King to act. Ed thinks it over and says beating the Demon Kingdom will take all people standing together. That means he may need to speed up the conquest of the continent. The situation has changed. To him, this mind game with the Demon King is also a battle of pride, and he has no intention of backing down. He asks if there's anything else. After a short pause, he asks whether he also wants to hear things unrelated to war or demons. Ed says yes. If the protagonist remembered it, then it probably matters. Dion decides not to show his hand unless Ed asks directly. Then Ed does, asking if the issue is monsters or the border. MC answers that a gate to the demon realm was found in Tien. Ed thinks all he had to do was ask. He says Tien is a southern country, making this valuable information, and thanks him for his work. MC, then he adds that he absolutely must wear the gift he sent. He glances at the presents on the table and wonders if that's what Ed means. At the same time, J. Carr sits in his office reading a document. He lets out an annoyed sigh, gripping the paper as he wonders why no order has come. He definitely got the protagonist's mission report after his return. Moving to the window, Jacques thinks the Duke would have ordered the Revolutionary Army or the assassins to act right away. Just then, Veliton enters and calls to him. Jacques turns at once and greets him. With a smile, Veliton asks if he's already heard that Thawne returned. Jacques asks if there's a job for him. Has the time to move finally come? A week later at the hunter competition, MC walks down the street, calls Remember, and asks if the place they wanted to visit before the event is Merchant Dan. Clearly embarrassed, he asks, "Isn't this?" And he vein-tearing fly, and Remember says Dan will be happy to see him. Once in, they find the place packed with people. Nearby, an angry woman snaps that he has to be joking. She graduated from the academy. Does he really think she can't tell one herb from another? This merchant group is much bigger than he expected. How is he supposed to find Dan in all this? Then he hears someone call for the master. He turns and sees a man reporting that the Great Chukan Bridge has collapsed, asking what they should do about goods from Ravesh. Dan says the Great Pogan Bridge should still be usable. He tells him to send them another way. Their merchants have had enemies lately, so they need to be careful and not get fooled by troublemakers. Watching him, Dion thinks Dan really does look like the head of a trading company. Then Dan spots him and freezes in surprise. He quickly hands the document folder to the other man, calls out, "My lord," and asks if the protagonist came to see him. Dan lights up and says it's all thanks to him. As soon as he mentioned that, Dan looks over what the protagonist is wearing and asks if he's going somewhere. The protagonist says yes. He stopped by on the way to the hunter competition. Dan says that since it's a hunting contest, he heard each person can bring an assistant. He leans in and eagerly asks MC to take him along. He refuses without even thinking. Dan immediately looks crushed and asks why. He says that while the protagonist was away, he trained hard with a sword and did really well so he wouldn't be a burden. The protagonist stays quiet because that's not the real problem. He tightens his grip on the bag holding the flower and thinks that if Tion stays near him, he'll never get rid of that stupid plant. He already tried over and over at home. The first try with a knife failed too, along with poison release and plenty more, failed too, along with poison release and plenty more. No matter what he did, he lost every time. This competition might be his last shot to get rid of the demonic flower, so having someone with him would be a problem. Remember walks over and calls out, "My lord." Smiling, he asks why Dion doesn't trust him this time. From what he saw, Dion really trained for this. MC covers his face with one hand and says this has nothing to do with trust. He looks at them about to say he just wants to be alone, but stops when he catches the pleading look on their faces. To him, it feels like they're saying he has to grant an old man's last wish and not let him down. Tien gets even more flustered and thinks they need to stop this. Even with both of them staring at him like that, he tells himself he won't change his mind. Sometime later though, Remember and Dan climb out of the carriage, and Dan happily thanks him for letting him come. Inside, he is still sitting there with a sour look, wondering why he's so weak. How is he supposed to get rid of the flower now? If he leaves it in the bag, it'll just keep following him. Dan waits outside, watching him with a strange, heavy mood. Dan steps out and thinks he'll just have to figure it all out after the hunter competition. As he gets down, Dan helps him, and the protagonist thinks this whole mess with the crazy plant has made even attending a competition a pain. Then he notices people nearby staring. Everyone is looking at him in surprise, but no one says a word. MC wonders what the problem is now. Then he looks down and sees. Embarrassed, he yanks his hand away at once. He looks aside without saying anything, but Dan just asks what's wrong, not understanding at all. Dan looks ahead and sees a large group of soldiers standing before him. There are way too many of them. Asalid is shocked. He isn't some lady in a dress and helping a grown man. In Asalid's eyes, he made my lord look foolish and insulted the hero's honor too. The protagonist calls Dan by name, and Asalid thinks the merciful my lord still won't forgive something like this. She then freezes when she sees MC smile and realizes Dan already understands. He pats Dan on the shoulder and says he wasn't feeling well today, so he appreciates the help. Still, he says Dan doesn't need to do that again. The soldiers smile, seeing that he forgave him. Anyone would have understood if the Count wanted to hit the guy, but instead he forgave him. Maybe the rumors really were wrong. They say he's a wonderful person. Hearing that, Isilde smiles happily. She thinks they finally saw how noble their lord is when he forgives a subordinate. That's the kind of man he is. Dion, meanwhile, feels awful about the whole thing and thinks he nearly died from embarrassment. He didn't even think about how strange it looked because he'd gotten used to that kind of treatment in the demon realm. No matter what he told Dan, it would only make him sound ridiculous, so he drops it for now. He sure remember will lecture Dan later anyway. Dan follows behind him, still giving off a dark mood. Assemble calls to the protagonist, saying he's traveled a long way and asking if he feels alright. The protagonist says it's been a long time since they met. One soldier asks the captain if he should carry the bag. Dion instantly pulls it away and says everything is fine. No one should touch it. MC takes the bag back and asks where the others are. There really aren't many people here. Leon starts to answer, then suddenly stops. Elpidias walks over and says it's because he called him in early. The protagonist, Dien, agrees, then says he heard this was meant to lower the fast-rising number of monsters. He almost slips and says demon monsters instead. Of course, that's just the official story. The real point is to show the Empire is peaceful enough to hold a hunting event. Since there are too many monsters, most of the ones in the hunting grounds will be cleared out first and only a few left for the contest. He wants the deadly High Knights to handle that job. Gesturing aside, he adds that he's not forcing them. If they refuse, he'll hand it to the Imperial Knights. Tian says it's not that he doesn't want to. Elpidias explains that the Imperial Knights took losses. Some also stayed up all night cleaning up the chaos they caused. Nearby knights awkwardly to themselves, and MC thinks they're ridiculous. He bows and says he appreciates the offer and will gladly place the High Knights under his command. He thinks that Elpidias asks what he's talking about. Obviously, Dion has to lead them himself. He looks up in surprise and asks what he just said. Sometime later, someone shouts that the Imperial Knights must hold formation and not fall back. That person thinks the Imperial Knights are easy to manage because they follow a clear system, but only the protagonist can control the reckless High Knights. Everyone knows that. One High Knight rushes ahead yelling that they should charge and kill everything in sight. The Imperial Knights are stunned, saying they can't attack without a plan. As the fight starts, one knight claims the horned monster as his target. The rest of the High Knights tear through monsters just as brutally. An Imperial Knight stares in shock and calls their fighting style barbaric. He turns with a frightened look and says they must be copying their leader. Tian catches that glance and thinks he feels embarrassed every time they act like this. Still, being misunderstood isn't new to him. He smiles, thinking he'll be going home soon anyway. He already made a plan for moments like this after they embarrassed him so many times. His plan is to get hurt. His eyes are already losing focus. A monster suddenly attacks, and the knights warn Dion. He calmly watches it even while his horse panics and thinks it should come closer. Then Li Yunqing jumps between him and the monster, raising her sword. With an angry glare, she cuts it down and shouts, "How dare it try to touch her lord!" She wipes out the rest in no time. Tian tells her she protected him well. Li Yunqing's back with a bright smile and says it was nothing. MC thinks that wasn't praise. She promises to do everything she can so he won't have to fight and says she'll protect him with all her power. He thinks he doesn't need protection. At this rate, he'll be forced into the hunting competition, and he really doesn't want that. Maybe he should just fall off his horse himself. Right then, the horse suddenly rears up. The strap on his bag snaps, and Dion thinks this is what he wanted, but not like this. The bag drops to the ground, and the flower inside starts making loud noises. Noticing the horse is acting strange, he asks what's wrong with it. Did it hear his thoughts? Dan calls out an apology to get his attention, and the protagonist turns. Dan says he accidentally touched the horse because his foot got caught. Then he asks if Dion was hurt. MC stares at him, wondering how someone can apologize with that face. He gets down and says he's fine, but Tian should be more careful next time. Looking at the bag, he feels something is off, but stays quiet in case Dan planned this. And why did that thing stop making noise? Did it die? He hopes so. Then the flower pops right out of the bag and lets out a loud cry, leaving the protagonist confused. He thinks a simple fall obviously wouldn't kill that flower. Trying to shove it back in, he quietly tells it to get inside and stop sticking out. Dan stands beside him and calls his name. Dan spins toward him and says they'll talk later, then notices the strange aura around him and says his name again. Dan looks at him and asks why he never gets angry. MC asks what he just said. Dan tells him he's made mistake after mistake today, and he still hasn't gotten mad. He thinks he followed him because he was supposed to be a disaster. To him, that title should have meant rage, but all Dien showed him was patience and kindness. What if the Count isn't really a disaster? The protagonist looks at him and thinks Dan almost seems to want him to get angry. He's about to answer when one of the knights suddenly yells that more monsters are coming. Everyone needs to focus. MC rushes forward and tells Dan they'll finish this talk after the hunt. Today on, this feels like his chance to go home. Dan watches him with a dark look, wondering if he really is a disaster after all. He charges in, thinking that this time he'll definitely get hurt and go home no matter what. Then he spots a huge monster and thinks that one will work too. It's not so massive that the injuries would be too serious. If he's lucky, Li Yunsheng cuts in front of him again and kills the monsters he was rushing toward. As she attacks, she loudly demands how they dare. Dian watches her and thinks, is this happening again? Then he notices another monster nearby and decides this won't work. He needs a different target. He locks onto another monster and thinks that's his next ticket home. One knight happily shouts that he killed it, but another grabs his clothes and argues that he saw it first. Then both of them stop and stare in surprise. They look at Dion and ask what's wrong with their captain. He is staring at them so fiercely. The protagonist glares, wondering why they're trying so hard. He scans the field and wonders about the others. One knight suddenly turns and shouts that he missed one. Dan spots it at once and knows this is his chance. He spins the dagger in his hand and dashes straight for the monster. The knights are shocked when they see how he's moving, and they realize he might be using that stance. They hope he isn't about to use that skill. With a sly smile, Dan runs at the monster, thinking he's finally going home. Then he hears shouting and turns at once. He looks back to see several knights charging after him. They tackle him, yelling that they have to stop the captain, then hold him down and anxiously ask if he's hurt. Furious, MC shouts at those idiots and asks what they think they're doing. Because of them, the monster got away. One knight says the captain was about to use a dangerous move, the same skill as before, right? Dan asks what they're even talking about. The knight explains that it's a skill that boosts his top speed and the power of one body part for a short time, making him the fastest and strongest at the cost of terrible damage to his bones and muscles. The knights think that sacrifice once saved them in brutal battles, but this is nothing like that. So why would he do it now? One knight reaches for him and begs him not to ruin his body. He, who only wanted a small injury, shoves him away and says to leave him alone. He's going home. The high knights won't let go. Crying, they ask if he thinks he's some kind of worker bee and say he's upsetting them. Dion coughs up blood and says they'll suffocate him at this rate. A knight walks over. That can't be right. They need to find more monsters. Then, embarrassed, he adds that even if he wants to, they still need to save some for the contest. The others wonder if he still wants more blood after all this. It's creepy. The senior knights tell their captain the competition will start soon, so he just has to hold on a little longer. Soon, he'll get plenty of chances to kill as many monsters as he wants. They think they're lucky to have him with them. Then one knight turns, and something strange catches his eye. Is that Dan standing off to the side and watching them? Later, back at the knight's camp, Dion lies on his bed and asks, does this mean he still has to join the hunting contest? A flower pokes out of his bag and starts making noise. That makes him think about the event starting soon and the emperor being there too. He remembers what Ed said. Since Ed brought up the contest, MC is sure he had a reason. Could this be tied to a war? Rolling over, Dion thinks about how much he hates this. He never wanted any part of it, especially not a war with the Demon Kingdom. The flower crawls closer and gets even louder, making him more annoyed. He snaps at it and tells it to be quiet. Then a knight calls from outside, asking if he may come in. The moment he steps inside, he freezes in confusion. He had thrown a pile of cloth over the flower to hide it, so the knight asks what he's doing. Dion claims he was just stretching and asks what he wanted. The knight smiles, thinking the captain must be excited for the contest. The protagonist asks why he's here. The knight wants to know if he can take someone besides Dan as his partner, and the protagonist asks why. The knight admits he feels uneasy leaving him alone with that freak. Watching Dan while MC tore through monsters, it was hard to explain. He looked irritated or suspicious, maybe even full of hate. Dion asks if that's really what he thought. When he says he gets it, the knight lights up and asks if he truly understands. The protagonist just smiles, calls for Li Yunshang, and tells her to drag this man away. She instantly grabs the knight by the ear and says she agrees with her lord. The knight MC thinks he can't bring anyone else because of that stupid flower. One partner is already too much trouble. He lets the fifth guy Laban both of them point at themselves at the same time and declare that they'll go with him. They immediately glare at each other. Yihun says guarding her lord is her duty. She asks if it's his turn now when she'd already been with the captain before. As Dion heads out, he says he's taking neither of them. That shocks them both, and they turn to ask what he just said. As they leave the tent, the knight keeps warning the captain that something is off about Dion. The protagonist says he doesn't care, or rather, it's his choice. The knight gets upset and asks why he's acting like a child. Won't he at least give them a real reason for being so stubborn? Dion thinks about whether Dion really is suspicious, then recalls their recent talk. Back then, Dan definitely acted strange. Still, if it's just him, MC figures he can handle it. Dan spots them and bows, and the knight mutters that he's being suspicious already. He insists Dan shouldn't go. He quietly tells him to drop it, thinking Dan didn't survive this long by luck. After walking a little farther, a man approaches and asks if he's the honorary count. The protagonist, heart, smiling broadly, the man mocks how real counts and honorary ones are treated the same. Proof the world is going downhill. The knight flares up at once and demands to know what he just said. Li Yun is angry too, but she stops him and asks who this man even is. People nearby whisper about the fearless noble. Maybe fearless, maybe just stupid, since he clearly doesn't know who he's insulting. Tian calmly asks who he is, and the crowd gasps at his tone toward the Empire's hero. They call the man the Emperor's favorite sword. He smiles and says he's glad MC asked. He is the true head of the Hart family, a real count that shocks everyone around them, and he thinks, so this is Count Hart. The man points at him and says he's not some fake like the protagonist. People whisper that this must be the real Count Hart. They thought the family was dead. Some guess he's from a side branch, and that turns out to be right. Since collateral branches existed, some descendants could have survived. The knight gets furious and asks how he dares insult Dion. He wants permission to deal with him, so he'll never talk like that again. MC only laughs, remembering that Cruel refused the title of Count. So in the end, the family head became some cast-off from a side branch. He steps right up to him and with a cold stare offers his congratulations. He says he hopes the man does his best. Inside, the protagonist thinks the Hart family will soon vanish from history. The thought of his family dying makes him shiver with joy. The man clearly hates MC's attitude, turns away, and mutters something under his breath. Dion smiles, sure the greedy relatives picked a normal idiot they could control as the new head. In his eyes, the family would be better off gone than led by someone like that. Then Elpidia steps forward and loudly asks if everyone is ready. He thanks them all for making time to come and says he hopes they enjoy themselves without accidents. They may begin when ready. By imperial tradition, lovers give ribbons to warriors as they set out, while friends and family offer scarves. Sitting on his horse, Dian asks, even though he expected nothing, aren't they giving him any scarves? The knight beside him awkwardly says they must have forgotten. Embarrassed, he blurts out that if he wants one, he'll get it right away. Nearby, a little girl hands her brother a scarf and tells him not to get hurt. He laughs and thanks her. That brings back memories for Leon. She says she once gave her brother a scarf during the 8-Year War. Yen looks at her and asks if her brother went in her place. Smiling, Li Yunqing says their parents stopped her from volunteering. She had better sword skills and was healthier, so watching her sick brother leave for war terrified her. She says she never wants to feel that again. That's why she became a knight. Now her parents can't stop her from going to war herself. The protagonist tightens his grip on the reins and says that's admirable. Her story reminds him of his own life, except his ending was completely different. He leaves with Dan wearing a sad look. The nearby knights wave them off and wish them luck. At the same time, a soldier from the Revolutionary Army stands beside Cruel and says they're fully prepared. They've gathered enough weapons and assassins that even Dion won't survive. This is the perfect chance to kill him, and Cruel agrees. He recalls what happened a few days earlier. Alistair said he'd work with archers and assassins during the hunting contest. Even if things went wrong, he believed he'd finish what he started. Cruel sat beside him and asked if he knew where Dion would be. Alistair said not exactly, but he had a good guess. MC hates crowds, so if they bait him with monster tracks, they can corner him. Cruel looks at him and thinks the Duke knows him well, yet Cruel knows almost nothing about the Duke. With a sly smile, Alistair asks if it's finally time for the protagonist's life to end. In the present, Cruel moves through the forest, thinking MC has walked right into the hunting contest without suspecting a thing. There, he spots the new Hart family patriarch, who asks why they're going on foot. He says horses can't get through this area, then he asks why the man keeps following him. The patriarch grumbles that he isn't chasing anyone. Tian ignores him, checks the area, and thinks he's reached the right place. Now he can pretend to hunt while getting rid of the flower. He wonders why the patriarch came somewhere this empty. That's suspicious. Suddenly, arrows fly at them, but Dan spots them first and tackles the protagonist out of the way. He is stunned when he realizes they were shot at. They tumble across the ground and his bag flies off. Tian holds his head and groans from the pain. Looking at Dan, he asks what exactly is going on. The men kicks Dan away. Dan falls onto his back, shocked, as several arrows slam into the ground between them. He stares at them while Dion searches for the attackers. He spots a group of armed men and mutters, "Are they seriously not tired yet?" The whole group charges, shouting that they have to kill him. MC and Dan rush into battle against the revolutionary soldiers. He knocks aside attack after attack with his daggers and thinks this is bad. As he prepares to strike back, he admits he should have listened to the knights and brought more men. After killing one soldier, he wonders why he has to work this hard. Then he spots the patriarch hiding behind them. Dui Ching spots his distant relative hiding behind a tree, trembling, and realizes he's completely useless. Dan has only just begun learning the sword. Glancing back, the protagonist catches two soldiers closing in on him. He retreats at once, knowing he doesn't have the stamina or skill to handle all of them. Using a tree for support, he plants a foot against it, then turns with a blank stare and sees he's completely surrounded. One soldier notices and smirks, telling the others to fire now. Right after that, Dion sees a swarm of arrows racing toward him. Caught off guard, he has no idea how to escape. Dion sees it too, knows he can't stop it, and shouts for his lord. The revolutionary soldier is stunned because Cruel rushes in at incredible speed. At the last second, he grabs Dion and pulls him clear as the arrows slam into the ground behind them. He keeps moving fast, but they crash into a tree in their path. Cruel holds his brother close while MC coughs hard from the impact. Blood spills from his mouth, staining the mask hiding his face. At first, he thinks Tien saved him and is ready to thank him, but then he realizes it was Cruel. Cruel tries to hide his face with his hood, yet Dion instantly pulls his hand away and glares at him. Gripping it tight, he snaps, asking if a robe was really supposed to fool him. What was Cruel even doing here? At that same moment, several soldiers are skewered by the vines of a giant plant. Dion recognizes his flower, now much bigger, and asks what the hell is going on. Is that really the same crazy flower? How did it grow this much? What is this thing and where did it get so much power? The flower looks around, then spots the protagonist and happily waves at him. He thinks it needs to stop. It did kill the attackers, but somehow he feels even more threatened now. Several Imperial Knights rush over. One says he heard the alarm, then he freezes in shock and asks what that thing is. He's never seen a plant that monstrous. The patriarch peeks out from behind the tree, screaming that it came from Dion's bag lying nearby. He yells that the flower saved MC from the assassins, so MC must be controlling it. The knights stare across the clearing and wonder if the count really owns that monster. He gets up with an irritated sigh. He shoots the patriarch an angry look, stunned by the nonsense coming out of his mouth. Rumors about Dien are everywhere. So is this man fearless or just stupid? Looking away, the protagonist figures Cruel has already slipped off. Both of them are a headache. Either way, things are turning against him, so he needs to deal with the demon flower first. He steps up to it, and it stares back while making loud noises. MC wonders if he really has to destroy it this time. That would be nice, but if he could have done it, he already would have. All of a sudden, the plant wraps itself around him. He never saw it coming. Startled, he yells, asking what it's doing. The thing squeezes him hard, making him cough. The knights can only stare, speechless, weapons still in hand. One finally turns and blurts out that he thought Dion and the plant were on the same side. Even the patriarch is stunned and says that can't be right. Was it all an act? Another knight fires back. Who would risk their life for a trick like that? They should help the count instead. Meanwhile, he struggles to break free, coughing and thinking the monster had just waved at him. So why is it doing this now? He can barely breathe. He slashes hard with his dagger and shouts for it to let go. The blow sends the huge plant rolling several meters away. It twitches and screeches, then collapses. The knights are stunned and shout that he just took down that terrifying new kind of monster. Dion runs over to Dion, calling out to him. He reaches out and asks if he's alright. The protagonist has lost a lot of blood. Wiping his face, he wonders if he really killed that monster with one hit. As for himself, he's fine mostly. He coughs up blood because his body is weak, but the injury isn't serious. From the outside, it looked like he survived a savage attack. But before he hit the ground, the plant had shielded his head with its vines. And when he struck back on instinct, he happened to hit a weak point, so it basically killed itself. One knight prods the plant with a spear and says it looks even nastier up close. As Dion walks away, he looks back at it and thinks it attacked him on purpose so no one would realize they were connected. No matter, Dan watches him and recalls the moment the patriarch pointed out the plant coming from Dion's bag. He saw it too. The monster really did come from the count's bag, and no matter how he looks at it, that's incredibly suspicious. But by attacking him and taking the fatal blow, it erased every doubt. It was the perfect way to end the matter. The patriarch keeps shouting that he told them already. It was all an act. That monster belonged to the protagonist, and they should believe him, the real Count Hart. As the knights carry away the giant plant, one tells him to calm down. How could a human control a monster? MC asks Dan if he's satisfied now. Dan sees how serious he looks and realizes he is. A smile starts to form as he remembers that the moment the monster came out of Dion's bag, he stopped trying to help and only watched. Now he's completely sure. He tells his lord that, yes, he's satisfied. He really is a disaster. What kind of person can control monsters? That's impossible unless he's a catastrophe.
Dan Dichide.